Alice, 123 English channel. Yeah.
English.
Uno, dos, tres. Cabina, ¿la escuchan? ¿Escuchan bien? Gracias. Uno, dos, tres.
Sí, no, no. Sí. Son 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Sí.
días.
Good morning.
Les ruego
Please have a seat.
buenos días, muchas gracias.
Good morning. Thank you. We will now begin with the sessions of the 9th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. We will begin this opening session, and I would like to first of all offer the floor to José Manuel Salazar Ciriñas, who is Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Good morning, everyone. Dear Jorge Felix Rubio, Director General for Economic Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Peru, and Chair of the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean Countries on Sustainable Development. Dear Lee Yun-hua, the Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations, ministers, representatives of governments that form part of the Forum and of ECLAC, and national authorities and diplomats, resident coordinators, directors, and ECLAC colleagues of the UN system, representatives of civil society, of the private sector, and of academia, dear youth, friends all. Good morning. May you all be very welcome to the 9th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. For many of you, ECLAC and this forum is a well-known event in order to exchange experiences and establish common agendas in order to renew commitments and remember why we understood more than 10 years ago that courageous plan, which is the 2030 agenda. But there's also people here that have never been in ECLAC before or that take part in this forum for the first time. It's a great honor and a pleasure to welcome you all. This is a place for productive and sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean, and from all sectors and at all levels, with the various voices that strengthen our region.
English-speaking countries of the Caribbean, here at the foot of this wonderful continent we share, please make yourself at home.
I would like to begin my words acknowledging the regional and world context, a challenging context, an area of breakdowns characterized by uncertainty, geopolitical fragmentation, the appearance and aggravation of armed conflicts, competition for military hegemony, economic and technological hegemony as well, and an open questioning of multilateralism, questioning the idea of cooperation among countries. In other words, spaces such as these, it is worthwhile acknowledging that this is a world scenario that poses tremendous difficulties when it comes to accomplishing the 2030 agenda. Faced with the danger of a world without rules, or where simply where the strongest prevails, it is important to strengthen multilateral action, cooperation, and alliances between those that are indeed willing to continue to uphold the flag of sustainable development. My key message, the one that I want you to take away from this event, is the following. We are not simply witnessing a new era. We have agencies, assets, and tools. We have active platforms such as this forum. We have a willingness such as the one that brought us here. We have the power of civil society that is mobilized on a day-to-day basis in order to achieve a better future. We have the commitment of the private sector, of academia, of youth, of social groups, of religious movements, and of secular movements as well. We have the willingness of national and also subnational governments, and this also involves the UN system that has been built on top of the ashes of the worst wars, and which is now more necessary than ever, despite the challenges it faces. So my invitation is for us to undertake this event with a conviction and with a sense of possibility. That doesn't mean ingenuity, or that doesn't mean naiveness, but rather the vocation to move forward, despite the fact that we are. We face many challenges, so we need hope. That is not enough, but it's a necessary condition. And dear friends, as always, this event is the culmination of a very intensive process. Yesterday, we held multiple dialogues and coordination meetings that evidence the richness of all the stakeholders involved in the sustainable development of Latin America and the Caribbean. Today, we begin the official program of the forum, articulated, as you have seen in the program, in three different levels, the global, the regional, and the national level. We will be dealing with key issues such as financing for development, climate change, social development, the management of water, among many other issues. Thus, we bring to the fore one of the main roles of regional action, which is to bring down to earth the global agendas so that they can become regional agendas and be translated into concrete actions in the last mile of having an impact. And we will discuss the development of sustainable development goals, analyzing gaps and opportunities. And as every year, we will be exchanging experiences and good practices between countries. We only have 5 years left for the to meet the 2030 agenda. The trend is not favorable. At the present pace in Latin America and the Caribbean, we will only be achieving 19% of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, which is a lower progress. Lower than the 23% that was estimated last year, and 42% of the goals advance in the right direction, but at a far too slow a pace. And others are stagnated and are falling behind when we compare this to 2015. Now, those are more adverse comparisons, are the result of adverse results, as I mentioned beforehand, and also due to national causes, including the deterioration of institutional capabilities, the lack of prioritization of some goals and objectives, financing limitations, and fiscal margins, the debt, the weight of the debt, and especially the low level of growth of several countries in the region. But we not only have negative forces, we have also made important achievements in the last year and at all levels. At the end of June and beginning of July of last year, we held in Seville the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, where we agreed on different global agreements in order to mobilize resources, and where our region insisted upon the necessary reform of the international financial architecture, which is an issue where our Secretary General has played a very important leadership. In November, we held in Doha the second World Summit on Social Development that dealt with mechanisms in order to reduce inequality. And what arose from there is a vision which implies going beyond what we achieve, going beyond what has been established for 2030. And in our own region, we held the session of the Conference of the Parties of the Framework Agreement on Climate Change, held in Belém do Pará in Brazil. For ECLAC and for the various entities, funds, and programs of the United Nations with whom we work hand in hand, this was also a year of tremendous activity, especially in intergovernmental entities that where we participate. More than 2,000 people met in August in Mexico in order to commemorate the 16th Regional Conference on Women, where countries in the region became leaders in terms of adopting the Tlatelolco commitment that establishes a decade of action in order to achieve gender equality and the society of care. We also held the second meeting of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation, the 6th meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development, and the 20th meeting of the Regional Council for Planning. In addition to countless activities to support countries in diverse issues such as the circular economy, the protection of environmental defenders, the management of statistical data, the strengthening of the fiscal institutional framework, the digital transformation, and AI, among many others.
Likewise, there was very active community practice for the National Voluntary Test in Latin America and the Caribbean space that are appreciated by the member states in this commission. So this is how we have been very, very busy in spite of difficulties. And as I've told the team at ECLAC, we have our foot on the gas pedal. This is not the time for being timid, indecision, or ambiguity, precisely because the circumstances are adverse. Action needs to be decisive. This is how this is going to be in these few days. You have the program of this forum and the multiple side events. We'll start with a dialogue about the global level this morning, where we will discuss how to build on Belém do Pará, Sevilla, and Doha, and how to get ready for the conference of the United Nations on water that will take place at the end of this year in the United Arab Emirates. And this afternoon, we will support the report with the traditional chart, the traffic light of progress, together with the results of the regional collaboration platform for Latin America and the Caribbean that I will preside with my dear colleague Michel Bouchet, who's here present. As of tomorrow, we'll start with the regional dialogues, starting a session with the implementation of the agenda of Antigua and Barbuda for SIDS, and then 5 panel discussions focused this year on the SDGs. The progress needs to be discussed on number 6, clean water and sanitation, number 7 on non-contaminant and accessible energy, 9 on industry and infrastructure, 11 on cities and sustainable communities, and number 17 on alliances to achieve the objectives. We will make progress to the national action dialogues, including a session on the successful national experiences to accelerate the achievement of SDGs, and one focused on the national voluntary reports to close with a resolution agreed by the governments that we hope will renew and provide a new vigor and push to the 2030 agenda. Dear friends, I'd like to close with a brief thought for you, which is a call to avoiding pessimism. From the beginning, the 2030 agenda was quite ambitious. The countries had significant goals because it doesn't make sense to jump low. SDGs have clear goals, yes, but first they have a destination, a direction. The development is not a binary condition of all or nothing at all. Even goals that are not achieved, probably, we can get closer to those. Each step in the right direction makes a difference in the lives of the millions of people. The partial progress is also progress, and that's why we need to continue and going on and working. Accelerating the implementation of the 2030 agenda is hard in the current geopolitical context. It is true, but it's absolutely necessary precisely because of that context. The larger counterweight for a world defined by power and force is cooperation and collaboration. It is something that at ECLAC is seen every single day. There are many more stakeholders and players like you in this room that want to build a more inclusive and sustainable world. That's why we need to articulate our work better, make progress as much as possible to establish pragmatic alliances, and to understand that 2030 agenda is, at the end of the day, an agenda for the transformation of societies to pursue human aspirations that we all share, living better, living in peace, living in a clean environment, free of injustice and of excessive inequalities. So it's not the time to lower our arms, but to keep on working. I wish you the best in these 3 days, and I reiterate ECLAC's commitment and the entire UN system of supporting you at each step that you take on this path to the dreams that we share. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. Next, Jorge Felix Rubio, General Director for Economic Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Peru, as chair of this forum. Thank you. Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations, Mr. Li Yonghua, distinguished authorities, representatives of governments of Latin America and the Caribbean, members of parliament, colleagues of the UN system, representatives of civil society, academia, and the private sector. It is a pleasure for my country to chair this 9th meeting of the Forum of Countries in Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. An important regional mechanism for the tracking and test of the progress in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Peru was honored to host the 40th period of sessions of ICLAC in Lima in October 2024 under the motto Latin America and the Caribbean facing the development traps, necessary transformations and how to manage them. At the time, our authorities reflected about the main challenges and obstacles that we faced as a region to achieve sustainable economic development and the well-being of our citizens. At the same time, we considered strategies and concrete policies to help overcome these challenges. Likewise, Peru took the presidency of ICLAC for the 2025-2026 period with the commitment of working decisively in order to drive cooperation among our countries and to strengthen the regional coordination in favor of the priorities of sustainable development. In that sense, it should be worth noting that in the 8th meeting of the Forum of Countries in Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development was a very fruitful dialogue and reflection space. In that context, we shared experiences, progress, and challenges regarding the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, number 3, 8, 5, 14, 8, and 17, which enriched the regional exchange and strengthening cooperation in priority areas for development. At this time, Peru was responsible of presiding at the celebration of the 9th Forum on Sustainable Development, coordinating from New York the negotiators for the adoption of the conclusions and recommendations document that we will adopt at the end of our work, and to preside this very important meeting. We have been committed with the forum since its very beginning. In 2015, we presided the extraordinary meeting of the plenary committee of ICLAC, where the resolution project was presented that started the creation of the forum that ended up with its adoption in 2016. Forum on sustainable development is an instance that allows us to promote coordination and collaboration among our countries, fostering the national capacity building and identifying gaps, challenges, and shared goals regionally. Likewise, it also allows for the learning among peers through the exchange of best practices and lessons learned. This forum is an aid or as a platform to forge alliances, fostering engagement and dialogue among different key stakeholders that are committed in the quest for sustainable development, including United Nations organizations, development banking institutions, academia, civil society, governments, and private sector. In this edition of the forum, the dialogue will be articulated at 3 levels: global, regional, national level, providing a space so that the exchange of ideas and experiences that will drive the progress towards development. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 years after the approval of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and in the midst of a uncertain geopolitical context, we need to break through and go ahead. We know that if we see the current trends in the future, only 19% of the goals of the Sustainable Development Goals will be achieved in the region by 2030. That's why I wish to reaffirm in this forum the commitment of my country with multilateralism and the achievement of an international development agenda focused on social inclusion, sustainability, and cooperation of all our countries. In that sense, Peru has driven concrete support actions to the process of SDGs in our country. Our country has presented 3 national voluntary reports in the progress in achieving the 2030 agenda in the years 2017, 2020, 2024. We recognize that progress towards the achievement of SDGs is still facing limitations associated to structural factors, both at the national level as well as internationally. Like other countries in the region, we are still facing urgent challenges, among them the reduction of poverty and inequalities, citizens' insecurity, the need to attract more foreign direct investment and financing for development, just like the high exposure to extreme climatic events. In the context of the SDGs that will be examined during the 9th forum, we see specific challenges associated to sustainable water management and sanitation, universal access and equitable access to drinking water, the thrust of a energy transition that will guarantee access, quality, and sustainability, and to the strengthening of the industry and productivity, innovation, and infrastructure, as well as urban planning and access to adequate housing. Likewise, it will be fundamental to consolidate more effective partnerships to mobilize resources, strengthening the consistency of public policies and improving the articulation between the public sector, the private sector, and civil society with a view to accelerating its achievement. To close, I'd like to just express my recognition to the Secretariat of ICLAC because of the dedication and effort in organizing this forum and of the several side events that will take place during this week. Likewise, I value your continued support to the Peruvian chairmanship of ICLAC, as well as your commitment in the execution of different cooperation projects in the region and in our country. I'd like to highlight your fundamental role in the generation of knowledge through your studies and reports and publications that are key inputs for the formulation of public policies, as well as their active contribution to strengthening a dialogue and cooperation in the context of the multilateral system through the organization of a reflection space and exchange that enrich the regional agenda for sustainable development. Along those lines, reaffirm Peru's commitment and its presidency of contributing that our sessions, working sessions, are productive and that our reflections and thoughts become consensus and concrete lessons learned. Our objective is to make progress in achieving the sustainable development goals, bringing about results that will benefit all citizens in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, President. Next, the Under Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations, Lee Junghwa.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished delegates, excellencies. Jose Manuel de Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jorge de Felix Rubio, the Chair of the Forum. It is a great honor for me to join you once again at this the forum's discussion. That is a nice addition of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable development. Actually, we needed amid the profound global uncertainty, economic volatility, geopolitical tensions, climate impacts, and the rising inequalities continued to place a significant pressure on development prospects. The conflict in the Middle East has compounded these pressures with the risk of creating a significant new shock to an already fragile global economy. From sustained energy price spikes and the market instability to disruptions in food security, tourism, and the remittance flows. These factors pose serious risks, particularly for countries with limited physical and monetary space and high debt burdens, to their ability to absorb shocks. Just now, as the distinguished chair and also executive secretary mentioned, that only 4 years remained to achieve the 2030 agenda of sustainable development. However, the SDG financing gap now exists at $4 trillion annually and continues to widen, even as the multilateral cooperation itself is under growing strain. Latin America and the Caribbean faces persistent structural constraints, including high levels of the inequality, heavy debt burdens, and increasing exposure to the climate-related shocks. Yet, the region has demonstrated the leadership in advancing people-centered policies, including social protection, climate resilience, and inclusive development strategies. ECLAC has played a critical role in supporting these efforts by promoting regional cooperation and evidence-based policymaking. I commend its continued leadership in promoting sustainable development in the region. This forum provides an important opportunity to reflect on how these challenges are being addressed across the region and to identify the areas for further collective action. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, as we open this forum, it is useful to situate our discussions within the two major multilateral outcomes from the 2025 and their relevance for this region. The first one, the World Summit for Social Development held in Doha last December, and the fourth International Conference on Financing for Development held in Seville in last July. The Doha Summit was the largest global gathering on social development in decades. It helped re-anchor the global attention on the centrality of the social development amid a widening gap between the aspirations and the lived realities. The Doha Declaration emphasized that ending poverty, expanding decent work, and advancing social inclusion are mutually reinforcing foundations for the stability and growth. The declaration also underscores the importance of the policy integration, climate action, and international financial reform, and the need for the renewed multilateral commitment to address these interconnected challenges. I will discuss the outcomes of the follow-up of the summit in more details at the later session today. In the meantime, I would like to highlight the outcomes of the fourth International Conference on Financing for Development. At the time when the global cooperation is under strain, the Seville Conference demonstrated that the international community can still come together to address the shared development challenges. The Seville commitment provides a renewed global framework for financing sustainable development. Specifically, it sets out ambitious actions across the three strategic areas. First, it puts forward concrete efforts to scale up the investment for sustainable development, including increased multilateral development bank lending, mobilization of the private capital, and stronger domestic resource mobilization. Second, it addresses the debt and the development crisis with measures to support countries facing high debt burdens, including proposed a facility to help them manage debt service pressures, facilitate debt swaps, and promote the greater use of the post clauses. It also launches a more inclusive sovereign debt architecture through an intergovernmental process at the United Nations, which would include a UN dialogue on debt under a borrower country platform. Third, it advances reforms of the international financial architecture, including steps to enhance the voice and the representation of the developing countries and bolster the global financial safety net. Taken together, these efforts are aimed to strengthen the global financial system to better support countries in pursuing inclusive and sustainable development. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the true measures of success lies in translating these commitments into results. The 130 initiatives launched through the Seville Platform for Action show that the coalitions are forming and the implementation is already underway. Our Doha Solution Platform for Social Development also registered over 100 proven initiatives from the governments and the stakeholders that address the social development challenges through innovative and transformative action. At the regional level, forums such as these provide a vital space for dialogue, technical cooperation through the implementation of the both Doha Declaration and the Seville Commitment. At the global level, national and regional advances will be reflected in the ECOSOC Forum on Financing for Development follow-up, which will be held next week in New York, and to renew the progress and advance the implementation of a Seville Commitment. Similarly, many of you participated in the recent session of the Commission for Social Development, the central mechanism for follow-up to the Second World Summit for Social Development. Dear colleagues, the Doha Declaration and the Seville Commitment constitute a mutually reinforcing agenda, one for people and one for the financing they need to strive. Let us use this gathering to move from the commitment to the action. I look forward to the rich discussion ahead and the concrete outcomes this forum will help to generate. The people of this region and beyond are counting on you to deliver further. Thank you. Agradecemos la intervención del secretario general adjunto de Asuntos Exteriores.
We thank the Secretary General, Undersecretary General, Mr. Li Zhonghua, and we will now present you a video of Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed.
Executive Secretary Salazar, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to greet you all at this regional forum. Year after year, countries, institutions, and civil society of this region bring to this forum a commitment to deliver on the 2030 agenda. With only 5 years to go and the clock ticking, that commitment has never been more needed. After a decade of learning and action, we know what drives progress and we know what holds it back. The picture across this region is uneven, but it is instructive. We face this moment against a backdrop of geopolitical tensions and a fragmenting international order, which makes the work of this forum even more urgent. Only 19% of SDG targets are on track to be achieved, and that number is falling, not rising. 42% are moving in the right direction, but far too slowly to get to where we need to be. The pressures are structural, and they are interconnected. Growth has been slow, while inequality remains the region's defining development challenge. Accelerating SDG progress here depends on confronting it directly across every dimension. Around a third of the population lives in persistent vulnerability, technically above the poverty line, but one shock away from falling below it. Women continue to carry a disproportionate burden of unpaid care work, valued at between 19 and 27% of GDP across 10 countries in this region alone. Also consider the aging population and the growing pressure on health and social protection. Then add fiscal space that is shrinking, with debt servicing consuming resources that should be going to people's health and education. And all these challenges compound each other. But we also know this region is a leader on the SDGs in many areas. We have seen progress where economic stability has been paired with sustained investment in people, especially in women, in youth, in indigenous populations, and in those that are most often left behind. Brazil and Chile and Costa Rica are driving industrial and green economy transitions that the rest of the world can learn from. Nearly 2/3 of electricity comes from renewables, and Santiago de Chile's bus fleet alone is 70% electric. And 32 countries across the region have used their voluntary national reviews to clarify where they are and the boosts they need to protect both people and planet. That discipline of monitoring, filling data gaps, correcting course, and sharing what works will be an asset in the final push towards 2030. What comes next must be financing what works. That includes the full implementation of the Seville Commitment and solutions that reach middle-income countries and climate-vulnerable small island developing states. The next 5 years need policy coherence, stronger institutions, and serious investment in the science, technology, and data systems that tell us what is working and where. This must also mean embracing a new era of technology that is reshaping our labor markets, expanding creative industries, and opening new frontiers in e-commerce. In many of these areas, Latin America and the Caribbean is ahead of the curve, showing how innovation can create jobs, widen opportunity, and drive more inclusive growth. But that progress remains uneven, and digital divides continue to limit who benefits. Closing those gaps will be essential, which is why platforms like ELAC, meeting later this year in Brazil, are so important. Excellencies, friends, regional cooperation has the potential to multiply impact, particularly for climate resilience, disaster risk reduction, and sustainable energy transitions. All of this requires a UN that is better organized to help, and that is what the Secretary General's UN 80 reforms are designed to deliver. The UN 80 initiative is providing renewed momentum to the previous reforms. We are seeking to realize the Secretary General's vision of a coherent regional setup with capacities clustered around regional commissions and a stronger link to the work of UN country teams. Through the regional reset, we are working to move scattered and fragmented capacities into an integrated regional system that better articulates global mandates and a region-wide strategies to guide country-level programming based on country needs and priorities. In practice, this means that we bring together UN knowledge, data, and convening power into consolidated mechanisms at the regional level. Creating unified entry points to regional support, working in close coordination with other UN 80 work packages, such as the Expertise on Demand and the Joint Knowledge Hubs, we are working to ensure the regional expertise is accessible to each country and every country. This forum is a vital part of bringing insights from the regional to the country level, through peer learning, solutions specific to your region, and identifying where the greatest acceleration is possible. Your conclusions will feed into a wide range of high-level discussions to come. The High-Level Political Forum in July, the UN Water Conference later this year, the SDG Summit in 2027, and the implementation of the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS. I ask you to be ambitious because I know this region has the capability. The trajectory for Latin America and the Caribbean can still change. So please, use these days well. Thank you.
Con este mensaje damos por concluida la ceremonia de inauguración.
This message, we'd like to conclude the opening session, and I would like to offer the floor to today's moderator, who will lead the sessions. Good morning, delegates. Before you, you have the document LCD/9/review 1, which is the preliminary program. I would like to present it to you, and if there are no comments, we will approve it. Thank you. In accordance with the program that has been approved and in accordance with the dialogues, we will initiate the session on follow-up of some major UN conferences held in 2025. As you know, in 2025, very important conferences took place in all three dimensions of sustainable development. The second summit on social development in Doha 2025, the fourth international conference on financing for development held in Seville, Spain in 2025, and COP30 on climate change held in Belém do Pará, Brazil in 2025. For this, I would like to invite the panelists to approach the Secretariat to initiate the dialogue. I would like to open this dialogue to discuss how we can generate the necessary momentum to implement the agreements adopted at these three conferences. I would first like to offer the floor to Lee Yonghwa, Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. No, excuse me. We'd like to ask the panelists that are found at the table, that are not at the table, to please approach. Thank you.
Michelle Muchet, Gabriel Ugarte, Laura Oroz, Choctil Guadarrama, Paulo Suarez. Please take your seats.
Rosario Garavito.
And Rosario Diaz Garavito as well. First of all, I would now like to give the floor to Li Honghua, the Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear panelists, I thank the organizers for this opportunity to brief you on the outcome and the follow-up to the Second World Summit for Social Development held last November in Doha. Representatives from 175 countries convened in Doha to advance the long-standing commitment to put the people at the center of development. More than 40 world leaders and 200 ministers gathered to reassert global commitment to the social development. This was the most significant intergovernmental gathering on social development in 30 years, since the 1995 World Summit for Social Development in Copenhagen. The core outcome was adoption of the Doha Political Declaration by consensus, and achievement of the both symbolic and substantive importance. Dear colleagues, in agreeing to the declaration, member states recommitted to the principles set out in the 1995 Copenhagen Declaration and Program of Action. They recognize that the poverty eradication, decent work, and social inclusion are not only the moral imperatives, but mutually reinforcing pillars of the stable and prosperous societies. This renewed commitment is more than a reaffirmation of the principles. It is a recognition of the evolving global context for the social development. The declaration acknowledges the urgent need to reduce the uncertainties, insecurity, and the inequality, and to tackle the technological disruption and climate change, which exacerbated the social vulnerabilities. The summit took place as the societies across the world face deep challenges. According to the data from the World Social Report 2025, more than 60% of the people regard life as worse or the same compared to the 50 years ago. Closer to the 60% of the respondents are struggling, while the 12% that are described as suffering. Why? As the Latin American and Caribbean region knows all too well, inequalities remain stubbornly high and economic insecurity is widespread. These forces are putting pressures on people and the societies, sowing distrust and political anger. Against this backdrop, the summit provided a platform to make the integrated policy making a reality and address the pressing social challenges of our time. Member states emphasized the need to strengthen the universal social protection, expand the access to decent work, address the labor market insecurities, advance the gender inequality and the disability inclusion, and empower women, youth, and the elder persons. The declaration calls for the reform to the international financial architecture to allow the developing countries to invest in their people with a greater physical space and a less structural vulnerability. Throughout the summit, the governments and the stakeholders called for the integrated approaches, including linking education, employment, climate action, and social protection. They emphasized the importance of the rebuilding trust in institutions through the transparency, participation, and the data-driven policy. And they also stressed the need for a follow-up process with clear milestones and reviewed cycles. The declaration delivers on all these requests. It establishes a 5-year review cycle in the General Assembly of the United Nations, beginning in 2031, and reaffirms the Commission for Social Development as a central platform for the follow-up. The most recent, the 64th session of the Commission for Social Development underscored the broader convergence around the Doha Political Declaration as a unifying framework to accelerate inclusive, equitable, and rights-based social development. Dear colleagues, the UN system stands ready to work with governments, civil society, trade unions, private sector, and other stakeholders to translate the aspirations of the Doha into analytical guidance, technical support, and capacity building. For example, at the request of the CARICOM, the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, my department, will convene a series of workshops for the government officials across the Caribbean to take the stock of the progress, identify the persistent and emerging challenges, and advance the concrete, actionable policy recommendations. At the same time, my department continues to support countries around the world in strengthening national social policies through the targeted capacity building and technical assistance projects. We are also working with the resident coordinators through the Development Coordination Office to spotlight the national progress and solutions at the global fora, including at the Commission for Social Development. Moreover, my department will work closely with ECOLAC and the other regional economic commissions to support their critical mandated role to assess progress, gaps, and opportunities for the actions towards the implementation of the Doha Political Declaration. Yet, ultimately, the success of the Doha agenda will depend on whether it reflects the realities and the daily aspirations of the people. I therefore urge all of us here, governments, civil society, academia, the private sector, and the UN system, to turn the commitment of the Doha into tangible progress, to end poverty, reduce the inequality, expand the decent work, and building inclusive people-centered societies that leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor Lee, por sus palabras.
For your words. Now, I would like to give the floor to Michelle Musquet, the Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. Thank you, Mr. Chair, dear Jose Manuel, distinguished panelists, authorities from the region, dear colleagues, such as the regional director of the UNDP, I am here to refer to the major global development conferences. These are an opportunity to come up with a shared agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. And within this framework, I have the honor to specifically share the results of the Conference of the Parties of the UN framework for climate change that took place in Belém do Pará, Brazil. Allow me to underscore a very specific aspect of this COP, and that is that the Belém package, in addition to reaffirming the goal of decrease of 1.5 degrees, brings us to a new phase, which is adoption of the agreement. And this is the implementation phase as the parties reaffirmed during the COP. Now, through different initiatives aimed at action, such as the Global Accelerator for Implementation and the Belém Mission towards 1.5 degrees Celsius, the parties aim to close the gap between commitments and concrete results. And despite significant challenges faced during COP30, such as the lack of agreements, binding agreements on the progressive disuse of fossil fuels, and limited advancements with regard to deforestation, and a lack of presence of leaders from 3 global emitters, significant, substantial progress was made. And allow me to share only 3 of these with you. The first was the commitment to triple funding for adaptation by 2035. The second was adopting global indicators for adaptation. The third was launching the Fund for Damages and Losses. As we can see, the leadership of the region is quite visible at this space. And fourth, approving the working program on the fair transition and a new action plan for gender. The fifth, formal launching of the Fund for Tropical and Evergreen Forests as well, launched by the government of Brazil. Allow me to now refer to the positioning of our region in this global space. I would like to begin by underscoring the notable leadership of different countries relative to the NDCs. Now, the cost of not acting, although it is high for all, it is particularly high for those of us in the region. According to a recent report from the UNDP on the cost of a lack of climate action, we have seen that the impact of not acting could have an impact on at least a third of the regional, sub-regional GDP by 2060. Countries such as Mexico, Ecuador, Peru, El Salvador have presented their NDCs in a much more ambitious, comprehensive fashion and aimed at implementation and also aligned with their respective national development plans. And UNDP has had the privilege to accompany the countries of the region during these processes, including clear designs and measurable, fundable measures as well, involving intercultural aspects, intergenerational justice, and gender aspects. These are all part of these tools, and they turn these tools into actual public policy instruments and instruments for moving towards true, resilient, and sustainable development in the region. And going back to my dear Viviana from UN Women, this I think it's worth mentioning the work coordinated by UN Women, ECLAC, and UNDP to make sure that gender perspective was an issue addressed at the negotiations. And this involves a new action plan that was adopted at Berlin, and Latin America and the Caribbean again played a key leadership role in this process. Now, our region is one of the most vulnerable ones to the impact of climate change, and so launching the Response Fund for Damages and Losses constitutes a true moment of progress, a historic moment for the Caribbean and Latin American countries. This fund has been designed through the leadership of the island countries with a great deal of strong presentation by Caribbean nations, and it aims to address climate change aspects that have an impact on development and human aspects as well. So the UNDP has had the privilege of actively working with the countries to reinforce national capacity to assess and address damages and losses, underscoring that this is not just limited to post-disaster response, but also aims to improve the measurement and of risk and risk reduction. A very concrete example is what El Salvador and Belize governments are doing in terms of assessing the cost of national planning. They include risk management, climate modeling, and public policies aimed at resilience as well. Now, there's a commitment to triple funding for these indicators. This is yet another example to use resources more efficiently. Now, upon request from the UN Secretary General and the Conference of Parties, there has been a request for greater access implementation to reinforce capacity of the region and to invest in their resilience, not just as an objective, but as an organizing principle of what the most recent Human Development Report mentioned.
Dear friends, allow me to conclude with the thoughts around multilateralism and regional cooperation. With the participation of 195 countries, COP30 was a testimony of strong support of multilateralism. However, it's clear that given the pressures of the multilateral system, its legitimacy will depend not only on the commitment, agreement, and participation of the parties, but the collective capacity of translating these political commitments into tangible results. The region is showing leadership with the Amazon Cooperation Treaty, and joint samples of the articulation and cooperation of our region. Latin America and the Caribbean have a key role to play, not only because of its future, but as a proposing player in this effort of sustainable development within United Nations, all the agencies and system, and the system will accompany you in the transformation of these global commitments into concrete results for the persons and for the planet. Thank you very much. Thank you, Regional Director. Now, Mr. Gabriel Ugarte, Undersecretary for Social Evaluation of the Ministry of Social Development and Family of Chile, has the floor. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to start officially thanking ECLAC, the United Nations System, and Peru as chair of the forum for the invitation to the Ministry of Social Development and Family of Chile to be part of this panel. We value this space that allows us to share knowledge and face common challenges in the region. Based on Chile's experience, hopefully we will contribute to identify concrete pathways allowing to move forward in the implementation of agreements, mainly regarding eradication of poverty, promotion of employment, social inclusion, three main fundamental pillars of sustainable development. In this context, I would like to organize this intervention around three axes. Pillars. First, overcoming poverty, to speak then about social protection with fiscal sustainability and the agenda of care and support that we are promoting. As to overcoming poverty, Chile has been able to reduce significantly income poverty in the last decades, with the exception of the pandemic. And this effort has gone hand in hand to improve and include more demanding standards in accordance to the changes of our society. Recently, we updated our measurement methodology in a process led by the ministry and with the support of important international agencies, including ECLAC. But our poverty rate is 17.3% of the population. This change does not involve a backwardness, but rather a better capacity of truly identify those who really need support, making visible new vulnerable groups. One of the findings and most relevant challenges is that child poverty continues to be structurally higher than the national average. Approximately 1/4 of our children live under the poverty threshold, income poverty. And this is quite worrisome because child poverty has effects on development, on education and future opportunities, perpetuating inequalities throughout the life cycle. Likewise, these results reinforce one central idea. Poverty is dynamic. Families go in and out of poverty as a result of concrete shocks and barriers. Although social policy has been key, especially in the context of the pandemic, today we face the challenge of moving towards a sustainable reduction of poverty. And this involves recentering social policy in the generation of autonomous income through labor, and also means organizing social supply around new trajectories for families, allowing them to transit from protection to autonomy. And what's very important, it involves removing concrete barriers for employment, like access to care, health, transportation, and simplification of steps, formalities. And also in parallel is multidimensional poverty, 17.7% of our patriots. And with this we can improve localization, coordination among sectors and effectiveness of our policies. Secondly, I would like to refer to social protection with fiscal sustainability. For social protection to be truly sustainable in time, it calls for fiscal sustainability. In Chile, the expansion of social expenditure in the last decade has been partly financed with greater debt. Higher debt. However, this space is even more restricted, mainly because the debt stock is close to the maximum level that as a country we have defined as sustainable, and also because we are within a context of lower economic forecasted growth. So with this, we have a double challenge. On the one hand, to resume the economic growth pathway, a factor that has been the main contributor to the decline of poverty due to income experienced by the country. And on the other hand, it strengthens social protection without compromising macroeconomic stability. We want to promote an agenda centering the efficiency of the social expenditure, evaluating rigorously the impact of our programs, eliminate duplicities, duplications, and favor the neediest. This approach does not seek to reduce social protection, but strengthen it and have everyone receiving the best possible impacting well-being. Now I would like to refer to the agenda of care and support. Chile has adopted an agenda of care and support as a state for 10 years now, recognizing care as a public good and for sustainable development. There is consensus that care not only responds to a social reality associated to family changes, but also has positive effects on economy, labor participation, and formalization of labor. The approach we are driving puts in the center community life. We want to seek those networks, neighborhoods, communities, supporting the fundamental role of families. Likewise, we promote alternatives to institutionalization, bring solutions that are closer, integrated, and relevant for the realities of persons. And this based on our conviction that care occurs in close environments, and public policy should strengthen those capacities and not replace them. Likewise, we explicitly recognize the social value and economic value of the care work, mostly implemented by women who are invisible and sometimes in precarious conditions, and make support a greater social co-responsibility. We have the challenge of implementing the national system of care and support that will allow, approved in Congress last week, and that will allow us to reach out to the dependent persons and those who provide the care providers and receivers, convening the state, civil society, academia, private sector, and international agencies. In order to close, I would like to highlight that the challenges we face as a region call for comprehensive and shared responses, effective social policies, dynamic economies, and responsible states able to learn from each other in collective solutions moving towards sustainable development not only involves more and better social protection, but making sure that the conditions for this social protection to be lasting in time. In this effort, Chile reaffirms its willingness to actively collaborate and go deep into the work jointly with the whole region, convinced that in this way we will move towards a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable development. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Undersecretary. Now, Ambassador of Spain, host country of the Sevilla Conference, Mrs. Laura Oroz. Ambassador, please, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair, dear panelists. It's a pleasure to be here to share with you the results of the Financing Conference of Seville. Firstly, I would like to say that the conference was a key opportunity to renew the world consensus around the financing of sustainable development with a clear message. The mobilization of all the public and private financing sources, national and international ones, allow to close the gap of financing for sustainable development goals. The main result of the conference was the adoption of the Sevilla Commitment, an ambitious document establishing concrete commitments in strategic areas like national public resources, the financing, international cooperation, trade, debt sustainability, the reform of international financial architecture, and the key role of science, technology, and innovation for sustainable development. Seville wanted to go further than a national document. Joined with the Conference of the United Nations and the government of Spain, platform of Seville with more than 130 initiatives led by countries and stakeholders. This platform offers an inclusive and flexible framework to generate transformative changes, overcoming traditional divisions between North and South. And it has a clear role, with the intention of having a clear role as a mediator by the government of Spain. The action platform, a platform of action, established a follow-up mechanism that is the form of financing for the development of ECOSOC as the main instance to carry out a review and an in-depth report on the compliance of acquired commitments. This forum meets from 20 to 24th of April, and for the first time, the progress will be evaluated after the Seville conference. Secondly, I would like to refer to the specific role of the region of Latin America and the Caribbean to contribute to the materialization of the Seville commitment. And I will focus mainly on 5 points. Firstly, the region can contribute decisively to the implementation of the commitment, promoting a fairer and more precise vision of development. During the preparatory process of Seville and then in the declaration of Seville adopted by the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, clearly a regional priority was reflected, the need to move towards a multidimensional measurement of development, overcoming limitations of per capita income as the exclusive criterion for access to financing and cooperation. The declaration recognizes that joint Ibero-American intervention on the multidimension of development and reinforces the mandate of political consultation and strategic planning in the community. This is relevant for a region like this one, where many countries have middle income advances, but still there are structural vulnerabilities, persisting inequalities, climate exposure, land gaps. That's why I underscore the global partnership with OECD and UN and Spain. This is a useful space to turn these agendas into cooperation, and its value will depend on that the countries of the region will adopt it, adhere to it, and provide it with content. It's not enough to measure better in order to attain the Seville commitments. It's better to have better financing, and here the region can contribute. Firstly, enforcing mobilization of internal resources to more distributive ends, generating a greater confidence and trust of international investors in the region. Class underscored this need as one of the major axes for financing development in the region. Secondly, placing the debt in the center of the development agenda for the countries. To speak of debt is not only financial balances or statements, it's to speak about fiscal capacity, resilience, and the region can play an important role promoting more effective, more foreseeable, and development-oriented solutions. Here in Seville, this is of special relevance, the Partnership for the Process of Debt Suspension and the Global Center for the Debt Swap for Development.
These offer concrete tools to better respond to external shocks, extending fiscal space
and more effectively linking debt management to national priorities for sustainable development. And third, strengthening the role of development banking and transformative investment. The Seville commitment recognizes the relevance of multilateral banks at regional and national level for development, better as a system, mobilize more capital, and respond better to the priorities led by countries. And this too is space where the region may contribute leadership, institutional experience, and concrete proposals. Fourth, integrating the social dimension and equality in financing for development in terms of social protection. The Seville commitment urges countries to include in their national plans and strategy financing of systems for social protection, including levels of social protection, moving ahead where universality has not yet been achieved with a progressive increasing of coverage. And so the initiative is financing solution protection from pledge to practice, driven with the support of ILO, is a concrete manner of accompanying countries that wish to move towards universal social protection system, including the aim of extending coverage in at least 2 percentage points per annum. Another sphere that deserves special attention is the investing carefully in prosperity and quality, the care economy led by Mexico with the support of UN Women and the Global Alliance for Care, Brazil and Colombia, and other partners, and also supported by Spain and several countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. The initiative recognizes that investing in care is not only a social policy, but also an economic policy, a policy for gender equality, the creation of decent work with social resilience, and strengthening of the social contract for the region. To support this agenda could be a concrete and valuable contribution to the implementation of the Seville commitment. And fifth, making better use of regional and Ibero-American cooperation as a leverage for implementation. The Seville Declaration is particularly relevant because it is not limited to reaffirming principles, but calls for Ibero-American cooperation more strategic, agreed on and with renewed commitments based on inclusive percentage and horizontality and consensus. The approach may be particularly useful at this stage when we need to not only political commitments, but also spaces for practical articulation and exchange of experiences and the construction of common positions. And I would like to add one last element, which is the implementation of Seville in the region will be necessarily stronger if it includes a social approach, a territorial approach, and others. Spain is convinced that the success of the Seville commitment will depend to a great extent on the capacity of regions such as Latin America and the Caribbean to appropriate the agenda, translating it into concrete possibilities, effective partnerships, and tangible outcomes. And that is why the regional Forum of ACLAC is so relevant because this examines not only the status of the 2030 agenda, but also builds bridges between the national, regional, and global levels, and generating ideas, consensus, and the coalitions to make possible the implementation. And in fact, it is the role that the regional architecture for follow-up has wanted to play. Avoid the duplication of efforts, strengthening coherence and feeding into global processes with a regional articulated approach. In Spain, we would like to reiterate our will to continue working with all countries of the region, with ACLAC, the HIB, regional banks, and the entire UN system for the Seville Declaration to become a reality. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, embajador.
And thank you, Ambassador. And now we recognize Xochitl Guadarrama, Director General for Planning, Evaluation, and International Cooperation for Development of the AMECID, Mexican Agency for International Development Cooperation. Good morning, everyone. I would like to greet Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a pleasure. And also Mr. Jose Felix Rubio, Director General for Economic Affairs of the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs of Peru. And thank you very much for the panel. And also the distinguished panelists who accompany us, as well as the authorities, delegations, and attendants to this session. On behalf of the Government of Mexico and in particular the Mexican Agency for International Cooperation for Development. I thank this kind invitation to be part of this very important space for reflection and follow-up. We are gathering at this 9th meeting of the forum at a decisive moment for our region and the multilateral system. This is a space that reaffirms the value of regional dialogue, cooperation, and multilateralism to translate commitments into concrete outcomes. And within this context, 30 years after the World Summit on Social Development, our country appreciates and backs the outcomes of the second summit held in Doha, and renewing the principles of development focused on people, assessing progress made, and determining strategies to meet the persistent challenges such as poverty, inequality, and social exclusion. The summit places a new renewed emphasis on the prevention of poverty, the reduction of violence and harassment in the labor market, and the economic empowerment of women. These articulate social development within labor justice and a long-term economic development. Mexico reaffirms the Doha commitment to ensure cooperation between international agencies, stakeholders, private sector, communities, as a necessary condition to speed up the implementation of social policies that are effective, so much so, including mechanisms for every 5 years follow-up to ensure measurable outcomes. Now, if we go from the social dimension to the financial dimension, only a few months back, the international community adopted the Seville Commitment, the results of which is this international conference on financing for development. Seville represented a collective decision to update the international financial architecture to respond to the realities of the 21st century. And this recognized that the financing gaps faced by the global south are not situational but structural, and represented this the will to take action. The Seville Commitment is very relevant today. More than ever before, we're living through a moment when confidence in multilateralism is under great pressure. However, in view of this fragmentation, Seville showed that it is possible to build broad consensus. Proof of this, the 158 votes received in the General Assembly were within a common framework to mobilize resources, strengthen sustainability of the debt, and for a fiscal cooperation at the national level, and align financial flows in relation to climate change, gender equality, and productive transformation. For Latin America and the Caribbean, this outcome is historic. Our region faces levels of debt that are very high, limited fiscal space, increasing climate vulnerability, and the Seville Commitment is a framework, and the impact will depend on addressing real policies and mobilizing domestic resources as well as reforming debt mechanisms, strengthening multilateral banks for development, channeling financing towards priority sectors. Mexico took on its responsibility in this process as a co-facilitator of the conference and a member that is prepared and committed with the Monterrey spirit. We're working so that the results be inclusive, ambitious, and directed towards implementation. Commitments do not end in Seville. They just began a new stage. The priority today is clear. Effective implementation with concrete actions that can be followed up and coordinated among countries and development stakeholders. First of all, we must translate global agreements into concrete public policies to strengthen the mobilization of domestic resources aggressively and efficiently. The persistent challenge of multilateralism, implementation of policies. And second, we must move towards innovative solutions for the sustainability of debt that will allow our countries to invest in development instead of assigning increasing resources to liabilities. And third, it is indispensable to ensure that climate financing and biodiversity, in addition, are accessible and aligned to our national development strategies. Fourth, we must promote a financial ecosystem that includes gender equality and the care economy as drivers of sustainable growth and productive growth. In the framework of COP30, Mexico highlighted the relevance of finding synergies to resolve integrated issues that collectively address the multiple global crises linked to climate change, the loss of biodiversity, desertification, environmental and ocean degradation, as well as pollution. During the conference, our country presented the update of its contribution determined at national level at DE 3.0, reflecting national priorities for the 2025-2030 period in line with its commitment to achieve net zero by 2050. As a region of Latin America and the Caribbean, we must continue to drive and reach with a united voice to the multilateral negotiations on climate change to be held throughout 2026. We continue to build based on the Ministerial Coordination for Latin America and the Caribbean for the implementation of regional climate change, a historical meeting that we hosted in Mexico City in August last year. And when we were able to strengthen regional cooperation, move ahead with mitigation and targets and promoting climate financing. Mexico is committed to immediate action during this critical decade, guided by science and principles of equity and differentiated responsibility based on an approach of Mexican humanism in order to achieve a lasting shared prosperity. Today, at this home of ECLAC, we reaffirm our commitment to continue working with you. Mexico is committed to strengthen the regional voice in global space for follow-up and having strategies and contributing to financing for development to once again be a tool for convergence, social cohesion, and productive transformation. Seville gave us a roadmap, and now we must travel this with determination. Mexico is committed to do this together with Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos su intervención.
We thank the director for her intervention and now hand over to Paulo Suarez Pacheco, Ambassador of Brazil to Chile. Thank you, Chairman. I too would like to greet other panelists and attendants. As you recall, in November last year, 2025, Brazil housed in the Amazon city of Belém the 30th COP in the framework of UN on climate change. And on behalf of the government of Brazil, I am pleased to thank all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean for their contribution to the success of that event. It is thanks to the renewed commitment of the parties with multilateralism that we were able to achieve outstanding outcomes in Belém. And so COP30 allowed a broad array of progress, especially in three fronts. The first of these, multilateral climate regulation. Second, political commitments. And the third, innovations in the implementation of climate action. And to move ahead with the multilateral climate regulations, the chair of COP30 sought to support the parties and have a balanced package of decisions with progress in the 5 pillars of the climate regime: mitigation of emissions of greenhouse gases, adaptation to the impact of climate change, financing, technological and transfer and training. Brazil expects that this legacy may inspire new progress and adopted a total of 56 decisions covering several points of the order of the day. And some of the outcomes achieved, for example, include progress in the fair transition of the United Arab States, the approval of the action plan for the gender of Belém, and the adoption of to implement Belén Technologies.
We also made the first decision on national adaptation plans for COP27. And in addition to that, we also agreed on the first list of global indicators for adaptation. Further work will be conducted in Bonn in June around this aspect. COP30 consolidated new political commitments that will be decisive in global climatic leadership over the next few years. In this sense, the conference was shaped by an unequivocal acknowledgement of the emergency of the climate crisis, with the renewal of the commitment of more than 190 countries in the struggle against global warming. We launched initiatives in different formats adapted in accordance with the priorities and possibilities of participants. And we also launched relevant debates that will continue, such as the transition to reduce the use of fossil fuels and to revert deforestation. The governance of the conference reflected an inclusive approach at a global scale, structured in accordance with three circles of dialogue: the Circle for People, the Circle for Ministers of Finance, and the Circle for the Global Ethical Balance, and also in accordance with the coordinated action of international and national envoys. We also highlighted the record social participation, especially among indigenous peoples. 800 of their representatives were registered for this region. In addition, COP30 also made headway in the debate about financing for climatic change, with the provision of the roadmap Belén involving $1.3 billion, and thus launched the dialogue on transition beyond fossil fuels based on a more structural basis. COP30 also encouraged profound changes in the implementation of climatic action. The chair of COP proposed a unique actions aligned with the Global Balance, GST in English, and based on the execution or the implementation of prior commitments, reinforcing support for the formal negotiation process and also for the improvement of its efficiency. In that effort, we created Celeus, the cradle for solutions, with 120 plans to accelerate climate action, in addition to an evaluation of the concrete actions of 190 initiatives, 6 times more than the previous year. In addition, COP30 also launched the Accelerator of Global Implementation, which is a collaborative and voluntary initiative under the leadership of the chair of COP30 and of COP31, in order to support countries with the implementation of their NBCs and also national adaptation plans, and also prioritizing actions with the greatest potential of speedy and large-scale impact, acting in synergy with the Agenda for Action. Another important milestone was the launching of the fund Tropical Forests, the TFFF, which is the acronym in English, that seeks to guarantee the future of tropical forests via a financial and innovating mechanism. With a capital of $6.4 billion, the TFF will become a global permanent mechanism devoted to the distribution of the yield of investments provided by tropical forests, and thus rewarding countries for their conservation. Brazil envisages a post-Belém scenario whereby the actions and results will not be limited to the negotiating. So what we need is to mobilize stakeholders and solutions both within and outside the framework, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, involving politicians, scientists, investors, entrepreneurs, and civil society. Within the existing context of climatic urgency, we need all stakeholders and all public and private resources in order to enable and accelerate just transitions towards resilient development and low carbon development. The struggle against climate crisis it also involves the struggle against both poverty and hunger. We are willing to work in an inclusive fashion in order to build pathways towards a just transition. Now, we must intensify the implementation to implement the legacy of COP30. And in that sense, what will be crucial will be to maintain political attention and comply with the expectation of our peoples in the sense that climatic urgency can and will be tackled. Thank you very much.
Agradezco las palabras.
We thank the words of Ambassador Suarez Pacheco, and we now offer the floor to the representative of the Mechanism for Civil Society Participation, Mrs. Rosario Diaz Garavito.
Muchísimas gracias. Buenos días, buen día también.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here and for inviting me to this event. Representatives of governments, of the UN authorities, colleagues from civil society, and also youth, boys, girls, and teenagers present in this room. We are in a geopolitical moment which is complex and decisive for the future of multilateralism, for the credibility of our collective commitments, and in order to achieve a just transition and a solid basis for COP, for the next COP. An era where conflicts have reached unimaginable levels, and we're in accordance with the UN with less than 4% of military expenditure in 2024. That totaled a record figure of $2.7 billion, and that seeks to achieve 2.6 billion for by 2035. We could end hunger in the world by 2030. In this sense, 4 years before 2030, the agreements entered into in the Second World Summit for Social Development and the Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development and COP 2030, well, all that becomes a comprehensive pathway in order to deal with the interconnected crises of our era. But we want to be very clear today. The implementation of these agreements must be based on human rights, and that is not negotiable. And to respond to the specific realities of Latin America and the Caribbean, as from these territories, our region continues to be one of the most unequal regions and the most violent region in the world. Structural gaps, labor informality, social exclusion, vulnerability vis-a-vis climate change are not only challenges that exist, but above all, expressions of inequalities and of systematic violence in the exercise of our human rights. As from the civil society of Latin America, we make a direct invitation to you, to governments and to the UN system to put people at the very center of the implementation. This implies that each policy, each investment, and each decision must be geared towards guaranteeing the rights and leaving no one behind. The Doha Declaration confirms essential commitments, the eradication of poverty, the promotion of decent employment, and guaranteeing social inclusion. And these pillars are not only fundamental, but are the basis for compliance with multiple sustainable development goals, and are thus fundamental for the success of the 2030 agenda. In our region, this implies, or this means that we have to move towards social protection systems that are universal as a guarantee of rights, considering an approach of a life project approach, and that takes into consideration population aging. We also need to strengthen the labor frameworks that ensure decent work, building public policies that deal with inequalities as from an intersectional approach. This implies acknowledging that every person in our region faces differentiated barriers in terms of access to their rights. and these must be tackled explicitly and as a priority. We call upon governments to translate these commitments into public policies based on human rights, with regulatory frameworks that are solid, with adequate budgets, and with justice access mechanisms. We cannot have sustainable rights without complying with the 2030 agenda, without the guarantee of effective rights. With regards to civil commitment, we must also be equally clear. The financing crisis is also a human rights crisis and a clear obstacle to the achievement of the 2030 agenda. When countries devote more resources to wars or to paying for debt than to health, education, or social protection, they are ignoring the fundamental rights and are compromising the achievement of sustainable development goals. Thus, we call upon a new international financial architecture that is much more just, which includes alleviation mechanisms and the restructuring of the debt, progressive fiscal systems, and the mobilization of resources, enabling states to live up to their obligations in terms of economic, social, and environmental obligations, and to delegate the implementation of the 2030 agenda. Likewise, we need to acknowledge specific vulnerabilities in Latin America and the Caribbean, promoting more equitable access and financing and strengthening triangular and south-south cooperation as a key tool in order to make headway when it comes to the achievement of sustainable development goals. But we must also acknowledge the progress that has been achieved in terms of the economy of care, which is involved in the civil commitment. With regards to COP30 held in our region, this reminds us that the climate crisis is also a human rights crisis. And one of the biggest risks in terms of achieving the 2030 agenda, the impact of climate change have a direct impact upon the right to water, to food, to health, to a healthy environment, and prevents a just and coherent transition that presents its impacts in a very tangible manner upon the lives of people in our region. Climate action is in consequence, or must in consequence be conceived as an opportunity to guarantee the rights and accelerate the achievement of SDGs. A transition towards low carbon economies, just transitions with full respect for communities and that promote effective and safe participation, the protection of human rights and environmental rights defenders, and that generates equitable benefits. All this implies guaranteeing access to climatic financing, but also guaranteeing social and environmental safeguards, as well as respect for the rights of indigenous and local communities. If we're going to implement this, we must begin with a fundamental assumption. Human rights are not only an additional component of these agendas, but rather their pillar, their foundation, and at the same time, fundamental for the achievement of the 2030 agenda. And in that sense, it is imperative to guarantee the significant but inclusive, intergenerational, and intercultural and accessible participation that guarantees the participation of civil society at all levels of implementation as a right in itself and as a condition for more effective policies, ensuring that all policies and programs derived from these agreements are aligned to international standards, to human rights international standards, and also with the 2030 agenda to strengthen accountability mechanisms, incorporating indicators based on rights, disaggregated data, and access to information. Prioritizing investments that guarantees rights, especially when it comes to social protection, health, education, and just climatic action as key accelerators for the 2030 agenda, promoting the coherence of policies at a global level, preventing financial, trade, or environmental decisions that undermine the achievement of sustainable development goals in our region, and also ensuring the compliance with ILO and FIDAO commitments that are binding. The implementation of these agreements is not only a question of effectiveness, but rather a fundamental condition in order to ensure decent livelihood for each person in our region. and safeguarding the rights of nature. It's a question of justice. As from a just multilateralism, the credibility of the multilateral system will rely upon its possibility to guarantee rights, especially in our region. And as from civil society, we confirm our commitment of continuing to contribute, coordinate, and of overseeing this process. But we also reiterate our demand in the sense that commitments entered into must be translated into real guarantees for people and in concrete progress towards the achievement of the 2030 agenda as a solid basis for the post 2030 agenda. And with all the people ensuring the rights of current and future generations. This is not only covering the people who are sitting here in this room, it's about each one of the individuals that are in our territories and that expect results from negotiations and spaces like this. History will not remember what we promised, but it will remember that what we were able to guarantee and secure. It is the time to act is now. Latin America not wait. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rosario, for your kind remarks. Next, we have some time for interventions of the delegations. We'd like to ask the delegations that'd like to take the floor to raise your country badge so we can actually list the countries that would like to take the floor. Please stick to the 3-minute allotted time to be able to listen to as many delegations as possible. Floor is for Costa Rica right now.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Since it's the first time that my delegation takes the floor, we'd first like to thank Ambassador Jorge Felix Rubio and congratulate you for chairing this meeting. I'd like to greet dear Executive Secretary of ICLAC, distinguished panelists and delegates and representatives of United Nations and civil society that are here with us today. In a few words and in connection with the Conference for Development Financing, Costa Rica reiterates and also owns this call to make progress beyond GDP into a multidimensional measure of the development process. Also, besides the 3 conferences that are mentioned on the agenda that have been discussed during this panel, Costa Rica would like to take this opportunity to also highlight the contributions of the 3rd Conference of United Nations on the Oceans, co-organized, co-hosted by our country, together with France in June 2025. This conference, UNOC number 3, gathered more than 150 delegations, including heads of states and the governments, ministers, and multilateral organizations, scientific community, civil society, indigenous peoples, the private sector, and other relevant stakeholders. As a result, there was consensus about a intergovernment declaration, as well as the NIS Oceanic Program, known as NOAP, with the key commitments for the sustainable use and protection of the oceans. Likewise, more than 800 new voluntary commitments were noted in the United Nations system, including actions for the expansion of marine protected areas, contributing to increase oceanic protected coverage worldwide. Costa Rica also celebrates the 60 ratifications achieved of the BRING agreement in the context of the General Assembly of the United Nations that reiterates its call to the cautionary deferral of undersea mining
after its participation in the UNOCA 3 and processes associated to oceanic sustainability. My country has taken the commitment of leading initiatives for the protection and sustainable use of the ocean. This leadership is reflected in the promotion of the ratification of the high seas good treatment as a management tool based on different areas, the engagement in the treatment about plastic contamination and the work in the context of the International Authority of the Sea Bottom. Thank you very much. Thank you, Costa Rica. Colombia has the floor now.
Aló. Gracias, muy
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to thank all the countries taking part in this 9th meeting, 9th forum on sustainable development. We've been taking part in the invitations from ICLAC periodically to build a regional reference regarding what should be the water transition. And of course, we will discuss that during the program. And from Latin America, we have several experiences to share, and we also have some thoughts about transformation that might accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. I'd like to call your attention on behalf of Colombia about some of the key aspects in which Colombia has had a significant involvement in the context of COP30, in which our country has focused on achieving the commitments in the process, and we have emphasized on the need to make progress regarding from processes to concrete results, prioritizing tangible impacts for the most vulnerable communities in the face of climatic change. One of the most important achievements, besides the ones that have been mentioned here, was that the explicit inclusion in the political results and communicational results of COP30 of the recognition of the fundamental role of Afro-descendant peoples on climate action. This progress is aligned with Colombia's environmental diplomacy that positions environmental justice and human rights, as well as water transition, as key pillars of its international action. Likewise, we have promoted the integration of gender and diversity approaches and human rights approaches in climate negotiations in association with multilateral organizations and regional partners. Thanks to Colombia, progress was made in the discussion to deepen synergy between biodiversity and climate change, both in the negotiations as well as through the strengthening of the coordinated work between the Secretariat of the Climate Change and Biodiversity Commissions, as well as the adoption of the Gender Action Plan at Belém, which is key for climate justice. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Colombia.
Thank you, Colombia. Now, Cuba has the floor. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the panelists for the depth and quality of the information they have provided us. Dear President, distinguished delegates, we are here at a decisive time for the international community. The major UN conferences have laid the foundation towards sustainable development, but that path can only be traveled if we have fair, inclusive, and accessible financing. Cuba attends this forum with the conviction that the 2030 agenda cannot be a distant aspiration, but a true commitment that demands the transformation of the international financial architecture and to place the peoples at the center of the needs. Our country reaffirms its commitment with multilateralism and with the implementation of the 2030 agenda. We are convinced that only through fair, inclusive, and accessible financing we can make progress towards truly sustainable development. It is absolutely necessary to overcome the limited vision that uses GDP exclusively as a criterion to access resources. This indicator by itself does not reflect the true vulnerabilities of the countries, the middle-income countries, and of the small island development states. And that's why we request innovative financial mechanisms that introduce vulnerability indicators that are multidimensional in nature and equity criteria addressing specific needs of each nation. In the case of Cuba, the unilateral coercion measures are a direct obstacle to our access to foreign financing. The economic blockage and also financial and commercial blockage imposed by the government of the United States is a cruel, illegal, and protracted policy that for more than 6 decades has tried to choke our people. Today, it's even worse because the new provisions such as the executive order on January 29th of this year and the imposition of a brutal energy blockade that creates a severe humanitarian crisis. Hospitals with scarcity, projects of sanitation and water that are delayed, and families that are suffering from scarcity, and entire communities that see their right to development fully limited. The consequences of this blockade in access to financing are devastating. Cuba is deprived from cooperation lines and credit and access to international financial organizations. Each project needs to face disproportionate overcosts, longer and more restrictive conditions that are not applicable to other countries. And this means less investment on infrastructure, less capability to respond to emergencies, and fewer opportunities to progress in the 2030 agenda. A blockade turns financing into a punishment, denying our people the necessary tools for development. We denounce that this blockade is an economic war act that violates international law, contradicts the solidarity and principles that support the United Nations system, and intends to punish an entire people in the exercise of its sovereignty. It's inhuman, that multiplies its daily suffering, and that must be rejected by the international community firmly and with clarity. Financing for development must be predictable and not conditioned and guided towards the actual needs of the developing countries. That's the only way in which we can guarantee stability and trust on the implementation processes of the 2030 Agenda. Cuba reiterates its disposition to work together with the member states and the United Nations systems to build an international financial that is more just, equitable, and sustainable. We're convinced that only through cooperation and solidarity we will be able to achieve these sustainable development goals and making sure that no one's left behind, so that never again a people is condemned to suffering because of unilateral decisions that are against international law. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Cuba. Guatemala has the floor now. Thank you, His Excellency, President, honorable heads of delegations of the country's member of ECLAC, honorable panelists, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, and I'd like to thank you for this time allotted. The conferences of the United Nations that have been held in 2025 have renewed the global political framework for sustainable development. For Guatemala, these processes become political references and commitments that guide our national priorities, strengthen the legitimacy of public policies, and mobilize international cooperation that is needed to close structural gaps that in an international context that is marked by geopolitical challenges and by the need to revitalize the multilateral movement, the regional tracking of these agreements adopts a strategic approach in order to achieve those true transformations. Guatemala reaffirms its commitment with the political declaration in Doha, adopted in the Second World Summit on Social Development, eradication of poverty, full employment and productive employment, decent work, and social inclusion are inseparable pillars of sustainable development. In the face of international community, we have emphasized that social justice is absolutely necessary condition for peace and respect of human rights. Likewise, in terms of financing, Guatemala, during its engagement in the fourth financing conference for development, supported the civil commitment and expressed the need of fair, predictable financing and differentiated financing in an international financial architecture that attend the realities of middle-income countries, guarantees sustainability of the debt, and mobilizes resources focused on social and environmental results.
Regarding
Esta acción debe ser urgente, ambiciosa e inclusiva, respetando responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas. Guatemala apoya marcos como la ruta de Bakú a Belén, el aumento de los recursos para adaptación y la operativización del Fondo de Pérdidas y Daños para proteger a las comunidades más vulnerables. Finalizo invitando a la región para actuar con unidad estratégica, consolidar alianzas políticas, fortalecer plataformas comunes y asegurar el seguimiento de estos compromisos. Guatemala reafirma su interés en convertir los acuerdos internacionales en esas transformaciones reales para nuestros pueblos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Guatemala. Tiene el uso de la palabra la delegación de República Dominicana.
Sí, gracias. Señor embajador Flores, y nuestro presidente pro tempore de Perú, José Manuel Salazar, secretario de la CEPAL, distinguidas delegaciones. De verdad que para la República Dominicana, estas tres conferencias, tanto la conferencia de Doha, la conferencia de Sevilla, la conferencia del cambio climático llevada a cabo en Brasil, pues sin duda alguna fortalecen la posibilidad de llegar esta región a la meta de desarrollo. Es muy difícil para un país de renta mundial, de lo cual República Dominicana forma parte, llegar al desarrollo financiando primero las estabilidades institucionales, financiando estos presupuestos. Segundo, haciendo frente a nuevas capacidades que existen en el mundo, capacidades industriales, la innovación y demás. La una geopolítica cambiante, el actual precio del petróleo. Si bien es cierto, cuando tuvimos el COVID, ningún escenario, ningún país del mundo tenía el presupuesto para hacerle frente al COVID. Situaciones como esas pueden repetirse en el futuro en nuestra región, en otro tipo de estructura. Sin duda alguna, nuestra región, cuando vemos los índices, pues vemos como la parte de innovación, industrialización, transportes, la capacidad de integrar mayor valor regional entre nosotros, pues esos índices hemos visto que han descendido. Por lo tanto, es irrefragable pactar una nueva modalidad de arquitectura al financiamiento. República Dominicana tiene un plan trazado por el presidente Abinader de llegar a ser un país en desarrollo para el 2036. Y hemos estado trabajando en la diversidad económica, en la inclusión social. Como Chile sí tiene un buen programa de acompañamiento a la parte social y a la complejidad económica. Empezamos siendo países productores de azúcar, ahora estamos trabajando con instrumentos médicos.
working with new instruments with more innovative aspects. I would like to conclude by saying that our country that is found in a tropical area, we are constantly hit with cyclones and other tropical events. We now also have sargassus. Sargassus is affecting the Caribbean, and there are many beaches flooded with sargassus, entire towns that smell badly, and tourism is impacted. So we see that the Dominican Republic is also impacted, and we have a plan for that. But it is an environmental threat, and we need to work with this every single day. I would like to conclude with a few remarks from our founder, Pedro Pablo Duarte, who said, together, we should take a giant step to sustained progress. And with this, we will no doubt find peace. Thank you very much. Peace is extremely important for our region. Thank you.
Tiene el uso de la palabra la delegación de Panamá.
Thank you. Panama has the floor. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates and representatives. Panama comes to this forum not only to share figures, but also to reaffirm its commitment to sustainability as a national priority. In this world, we understand that our fiscal responsibility and social justice are two inseparable pillars in the construction of sustainable development. In terms of safety and energy, for Panama, water is a human right and a strategic pillar. We have reached potable water coverage of 92% in urban aqueducts, peri-urban, and we have protected 52 basins for human consumption, and of course the Panama Canal. This resilience is supplemented by an energy transition that in 2025 eliminated coal from our matrix. And today, over 75% of our generation is renewable. The implementation of this roadmap of green hydrogen brings Panama to a clean global trade economy. And we have models that are replicable in the region. For Panama, it's important to also explore the participation in other global coalitions for growth, development, where vulnerability, climate vulnerability, and efforts to improve our fiscal health are valued as a very significant effort to improve the per capita growth. We wish to promote a just, green, and resilient region without hampering our national situation. We make a call to increase international cooperation frameworks so that these can include not only traditional indicators, but also climate vulnerability and other fiscal efforts responsible and relevant. Panama is ready to share its practices and to learn from other regional and global practices to guarantee that each investment will generate a tangible and measurable impact for the population. Thank you all. Thank you to Panama. Germany has the floor. Thank you, Chair of the Forum, Mr. Jorge Felix Rubio, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinax, Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs of the UN, Lee Junghua, and distinguished authorities, colleagues. Germany reaffirms its commitment to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean and welcomes the advances presented in this session. We also would like to reiterate the urgency of addressing the challenges detailed. We also reaffirm our strategic alliance with ECLAC and with the GIC that allows us to collaborate to the strengthening or capacity building in the region and reducing inequality to reach a more efficient governance. Within the framework of this partnership, we also cooperate in several matters of high relevance to social transformation, energetic, and digital as well, which take care of climate, increase efficiency, and social aspects, as well as improving conditions for private investment. We also support technical dialogue with regulatory authorities and in terms of energy planning that is renewable and guarantees access to clean energy. We also support, together with the European community, the strengthening of local value chains and professional training. The idea is to make collection and expenditure within the states more efficient and reducing climate impact. We also contribute to the development of evidence-based policies, promoting digital and economic transformation to generate investment, employment, and well-being by means of strengthening fiscal and social policies, efficient regulation, promoting circular economy and technical assistance for economic clusters that generate competitive advantages. We are pleased to contribute by means of all this collaboration to the positioning of Latin America and the Caribbean as a partner and ally in order to implement international climate change agreements with a clear notion of its needs and potentials. We also consider that the social protection systems take on a significant role in eradicating poverty, reducing inequality, and building more inclusive societies. Through ECLEC, we especially focus on labor inclusion and the sustainability of the pension systems, whose results were presented within the framework of the sixth session of the regional conference in Brasilia last year. In addition, I would like to stress another topic of common interest within the framework of the ECLEC GMC partnership, which is the relevance of the International Conference on Social Development and Social Development. We recognize the central role of the care economy for resilient and inclusive development within a context of increasing tensions, inequalities, and demographic change. Strengthening the care systems is a strategic investment for economic development and social cohesion. In this sense, we promote a systemic growth of care, supporting design and implementation of comprehensive systems that can articulate sectors, different levels of government, and development frameworks. Germany accompanies these regional processes led by ECLEC, especially within the framework of the Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean, carried out in August in Mexico. We are certain that building public policies and at a regional level with the technological tools that have been generated, as well as practical experiences with the support of technical assistance, will increase and improve this roadmap based on the decade of action for the achievement of substantive gender and care society. We would like to also welcome the care systems in Latin America and the Caribbean that have been presented in the Regional Conference on Women and in the fourth conference, International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville from June 30th to July 3rd. And it's a registration in the platform of Seville. This will allow us to join forces with the International Development Bank and governments of the region, ECLEC, and other strategic partners such as UN Women, the ILO, UNDP, and the Global Alliance for Care in order to promote and increase care and comprehensive care systems. We would like to reaffirm within this framework the care society as fundamental to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and as part of the achievement of decent work and also a transition that is fair for all. And this bi-regional pact for Latin America and between the Latin America and the European Union in the fourth EU CELAC meeting in 2025, which will be a key platform to promote dialogue, technical cooperation, and the mobilization of resources around regional care systems in order to transform the structural inequalities and to reduce the unpaid work. Working with ECLEC and producing evidence and knowledge by creating spaces for technical exchange between authorities and international organizations, such as political dialogue between representatives and member countries in the region, as well as technical assistance at a bilateral level between the member countries with practical exercises and applied innovation that will feed into the analytical work being done, as I mentioned earlier. In this sense, and picking up again on our starting point today, we believe that our collaboration with ECLEC is substantial for the strengthening and renewal of the multilateral system, which is more necessary today than ever in order to accelerate our efforts in order to reach the objectives of the 2030 agenda. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to Germany. If there are no further interventions by the delegations during this session, it is time to move on to the session on the 2026 United Nations Water Conference. As you know, the United Nations Water Conference, to be held in the United Arab Emirates in December, represents a global milestone for renewing commitments, expanding partnerships, and driving transformative action. To moderate this session, I turn the floor over to Juan Diego Ruiz, head of the Multinational Office for the Andean Region and the Southern Cone of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD.
¿De dónde se enciende?
We will now begin the second panel of the agenda.
Centrado en la importante.
Which is about the very important topic of water. My name is Juan Diego Ruiz. Juan Diego Ruiz is my name, head of the multi-country office for the Andean region and Southern Cone of the International Fund for Agricultural Development. IFAD. Thank you, for inviting us to chair this panel focused in SDG 6, access to water, and for which we have the session has started. Silence, please. We have a diverse panel to hear different views from public institutions, financial, international institutions, user organizations, indigenous communities, academia, United Nations, focused in the state of the art of Sustainable Development Goal number 6. I'll give an overview based on the last information generated by ECLAC. Latin America and the Caribbean has registered modest progress, but has registered progress insofar as access to services of drinkable water, hygiene, sanitation. But there are significant gaps in the areas of sanitation, treatment, and reutilization of wastewaters, as well as the restoration and protection of water systems with marked territorial and social inequalities. This performance reflects the fiscal restrictions and insufficient institutional capacities to expand projects of water safety. In the previous panel, both problems were addressed insofar as for limited budgets or fiscal budgets and resources, as well as the gaps and challenges in the different public institutions in order to address this topic. In this panel, we hope that our guests will enrich us with thoughts, reflections in 6-7 minutes max in order to meet the agenda, especially emphasizing now I will briefly introduce or make a presentation on the main lessons learned, recommendations and reflections, given that at the end of this year we'll have a very important conference of the United Nations Conference on Water in Arab Emirates. We have Dani Saracena, Vice Minister for Soil and Water of the Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources of the Dominican Republic. Sasa, Deputy Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the UNICEF. Juan Suarez, Manager for Sustainable Territorial Development and Representative Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. Catherine Tino, Jose Saez Albornoz, General Manager of Aguas Andinas, and Antiyanka Urrutia, Coordinator of the Indigenous Center for Comprehensive Action, Trini Flor Ramirez, Water Superintendent of the Public Services Regulatory Authority of Costa Rica, and Kabi Madani, Director of the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment and Health, United Nations. So now, Mr. Gabi, we begin with Mr. Gabi Saracena, Vice Minister for Soil and Water of the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources of Dominican Republic. Please share your thoughts with us. Vice Minister, please go ahead.
Buenos días. Bien.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for the invitation to take part in this session. I start meeting and I met the delegation of Dominican Republic and we started talking about real national topics, especially politics. Latin America and the Caribbean face a critical point as to water. What used to be sectoral challenge before it has become a structural restriction for sustainable development due to the growing pressure of climate change, degradation of ecosystems, gaps in access to services. In this context, the main challenge of the region is not only resources, but a gap in implementation, difficulty of turning plans and policies, commitments and implemented ideas to recognize the water as a strategic asset, not only environmental, but also economic and social, able to articulate productive development, climate resilience. This new paradigm involves strengthening governance of water, improving valuation, improve its innovation, and promote an intersectoral integration, bringing together productive sectors as part of the solution. This ninth forum of Latin American countries and the Caribbean on sustainable development, jointly with the regional dialogues of water, fundamental spaces to align visions, to strengthen capacity building, and move forward in a common agenda that will allow the region to reach with a sound and concrete proposals voiced to the conference in December of 2026 in Arab Emirates. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister, for sharing with us your first thoughts in this agenda. We continue now with our colleague from UNICEF, Olga Isasa, Deputy Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean. Please, Olga, go ahead. Thank you, Juan Diego. Special greetings to the chair of the forum, Mr. Rubio, dear panelists, authorities from different countries of Caribbean and Latin America, members of different delegations, dear colleagues. Allow me to begin extending a special thanks to ECLAC for opening up this space for strategic reflections in a key moment when we don't speak about promises, but the need to generate concrete and imminent results. I would like to focus my intervention on 4 clear ideas. One, UNICEF commitment, structural challenges in the region, what we consider priorities for urgent action, and finally, what are the enablers, facilitators we need for those urgent actions to reach out, to reach and provide a scale impact. In UNICEF, we have a clear commitment for each child, for each boy, for each girl, water. UNICEF is deeply committed with the process of the conference of the UN conference on water in 2026. In Dakar, we were able to chair WHO, the interactive dialogue, Water for Persons, one of the key points in the preparatory process. This role reflects a conviction. Water, sanitation, hygiene are human rights and are key enablers for health, education, gender equality, nutrition, and climate resilience. For UNICEF to accelerate SDG 6 is not a sectoral objective. It is an indispensable condition to protect boys and girls, especially those living in the context of homelessness, poverty, and exclusion. For persisting challenges, for a change in approach. In spite of important progress, the region finds structural challenges, explaining why progress is still too slow and inequitable. First, persisting inequalities and in some contexts growing. In Latin America and the Caribbean, millions of people continue without safe access to water, some rural areas, indigenous territories, and areas that have been deflated, like Amazonia. And then, second, gaps for essential services in schools or rural areas will continue to operate without adequate services for water and sanitation, impacting on the response capacity in view of public health emergencies, and this involves inequalities from infancy. Now, thirdly, the growing impact of climate change, droughts, infrastructure failure are showing the weakness and fairness and health risk. And finally, governance. There is a limited capacity at local level and an investment that very often does not reach out to the neediest. And these challenges are interconnected and call for comprehensive responses. In this setting, in UNICEF, we see 5 priority actions allowing greater speed, equity, and sustainability. To strengthen human rights to water and sanitation is priority 1. This means integrating them systematically in public policies, legal frameworks, and budgets with an inclusive governance, accountability, and real participation in communities, especially women, indigenous peoples, and vulnerable communities. Improve the focusing of financing, addressing it to those populations that are behind. It's not only a matter of investing more, but better, aligning national and subnational budgets, strengthening financial ability, and integrating water for these climate environment. And finally, protecting water infrastructure as a civil essential infrastructure and connected to responses for sustainable development. It's also a priority to strengthen data and evidence systems. We need disaggregated data, indicators measuring quality and sustainability of services, and evidence allowing to adopt better and more efficient public decisions. Priority is to invest in decentralized capacities, in strengthening the role of local governments, labor force linked to water, and helping out with the private sector and civil society. These priorities will come true if we drive some strategic enablers. First, political leadership, sustained commitment to guide with determination. These leaderships need to transform commitments into concrete actions. They also need to achieve better intersectoral coordination, health, education, environment, and water. Strong coordination that will integrate and leverage results. Ensure the reinforce accountability, guaranteeing transparency and follow-up for each action to have a tangible impact. And the second enabler is financing for equity at scale. We need to diversify sources, eliminate barriers, build bridges, and have incentives at scale. And the third facilitator are the tools and capacities for scale implementation. Without sound institutions, trained staff, and evidence-based decisions, there will not be lasting results. Capacity building and invest in it is as important as investing in the future. I would like to close that for UNICEF, the expected impact is something concrete. Guarantee that each boy and girl, no exception, to have safe, decent access to water and sanitation. The Water Conference of 2026 is a unique opportunity to turn commitments into concrete actions and ensure the achievement of SDG 6. UNICEF is here, ready to keep on working with governments, the UN system, development banking institutions, civil society, private sector, in order to achieve those goals. Thank you. Thank you, Olga, for sharing your reflections and the UN perspective, UNICEF in this case. Now, I will invite Julian Suarez, Manager for Sustainable Territorial Development and representative of the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, CAF. And he's invited to share his experiences. One of the points is always the source of financing, resources, technical assistance of the multilateral development banks. So please, Julian. Thank you. It's Juan Diego. It's a pleasure to be here and feel represented. I want to greet Jose Manuel, President of the Forum. I would like to start by just saying, if we want to go to the point, Latin America and the Caribbean does not have a problem of water, but rather one of management, investment, and governance of water, and also in service provision. We have one of the major networks or matrices, but there's growing water stress in this environment, and jointly with WHO and UNICEF in 2025, still more than 135 million patients do not access safe water. If this is compared with what we saw the report of the year 2000, the increase in coverage has been only 5% at urban level, from 79 to 84%, and only 10% rurally, from 42 to 52%, with a trend that is insufficient to get to 2030 with universal coverage, and 320 million people lack safe sanitation, and wastewaters, half of wastewaters are dropped to rivers and with serious consequences. It's not just a social deficit, but a structural barrier to development affecting health, productivity, social cohesion, and the competitiveness of our territories. And of course, the context is aggravated, as the Vice Minister of the Dominican Republic said, by the extreme events that have so consistently occurred in recent years. And so therefore, the challenge of SDG 6 is not incremental, but transformational. And so I would like to briefly share 3 messages of CAF as to what we understand as the priorities from here to 2030. First of all, without a leap in investment, and SDG is not reachable, according to a recent CAF study, the region requires investment of $250 million by 2030 to close current gaps. That is, it is necessary to multiply by 4 the historical pace of investment over the last 20 years. But the problem is just not how much we invest, but how. Today we have issues, weakness in pre-investment, low bankability of projects, and financially fragile projects. And so the message is clear. Financing should be accompanied by enabling reforms that consider public policies that favor investment and their appropriate implementation, strengthening of regulators and providers, avoiding fragmentation and enhancing their ability to ensure enforce the rules, ensuring the pre-investment phase as well as the timely monitoring and assessment with accountability and transparency of information. And fourth, financial sustainability of the water and sanitation systems. And so therefore at CAF, we are furthering a different logic, rationale, not financing isolated projects, but paying particular attention to sustainable water systems. The second message, water security requires a change in paradigm, managing water as a system, because when the system fails, development fails. We must overcome the sectoral approach. Water is not just infrastructure, but territory, basin, governance. Today, the region has a significant lapse in the use of water resources. Target 5.1 of SDG 6, with levels sensibly below the low global average. And so, as you know, the water resource, according to a recent World Bank study, there is no efficient allocation, there is no possible climate change control. So we need to move towards water security based on the basis of territory, which means managing the demand and diversifying supply and substantially including solutions based on nature and strengthening basin mechanisms, but also something else more deep. And so CLAC and CAF are very active, regularizing water not just as a natural resource, but a strategic asset for development. And the third message, and I conclude with this, it is necessary to have a new financing architecture, more flexible, more catalytic, and more territorial. SDG 6 will not be resolved with the traditional instruments for financing. What we need is a new architecture that considers greater concessional financing and blended financing, risk mitigation mechanisms, strengthening of pre-investment, and greater mobilization of the private sector. But also a key point that was mentioned by our colleague from UNICEF, bring financing at subnational territorial level. Agendas that are particularly relevant in the second most urbanized continent. And so we are furthering direct financing of subnational governments. In the last 4 years, more than $9 billion of funding direct to subnational governments. Only in 2025, 38 financing transactions for more than $3.2 billion taking on a direct risk of subnational governments. In addition, technical and financial and additional support for utilities, funding solutions with providers from Spain and Portugal, pre-investment programs such as our facility for pre-investment, which is financing but is not reimbursable for water and sanitation projects, and that in 5 years already has financed projects with capex for more than $700 million. And lastly, innovative mechanism for financial structuring as a guarantee, structuring technical assistance with a clear conviction. CAF is the development banking of national governments and of water security in the region. Now, I conclude saying that in 2023, CAF took on a voluntary commitment before the UN to mobilize $4 billion from 2023 and 2026 in water security, and to date we have reached 85%, and with the pipeline that we have of work for this year, we will exceed it by but we know this is insufficient, and so at the next UN conference on water 2026, we will be making a new voluntary commitment, which is framed within our new water security strategy 2026-2030, and that considers more financing, more territorial approach, greater integration between water, climate, and development, and more instruments to catalyze investments. Because ultimately, it's not about whether we can or not finance water, but rather if we can develop as a region without resolving it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Julian, for that contribution from international financing. If you allow me, Secretariat, a bit of leave by the International Fund for Agricultural Development, also as a financial international organization, promote these lines of investment at subnational level with provincial governments, state governments, and so on, with local governments. The issues and interests in accessing resources come up more clearly, of course, linked to water resource management. And so we do share that experience, and the need to have a closer approach to local governments is a good entry point in order to harmonize the resources for this sector. Thank you, Julian. And so now we will move on with other approaches, in this case, the local population of the viewpoint of the users, and we will recognize Antuma Elena Antillanga Urrutia, coordinator of Indigenous Center for Comprehensive Action, ACIAI Chile, who will share her views. Thank you. Well, thank you. I greet you in my tongue. I am Antoyen Madulanga, a young Mapuche from the international population of Isla Huapi at the center of Lake Wampi. in the South. I represent a group of girls, boys, and youth from Latin America and the Caribbean as part of a regional process for the engagement built through consultation, local dialogue, and space for training and intergenerational connection to review the 2030 agenda from the territorial viewpoint. This, what we see, is that the voice of the younger generations be heard and taken into account in the decision-making spheres, not that the outcomes be raised to regional and global instances such as this one. Today, we're convened by SDG 6, and it is important to share with you my participation here as a young Mapuche person, not only as an institution, but based on the deeply territorial experience, because I come from an indigenous community that does not have access to drinking water. That is where one of the most basic human rights is not ensured. In our community, we live every day what it means not to have drinking water. In my community, we must get water directly from the edge of the Lanco Lake without any treatment, and our lake is being polluted by real estate developers, by salmon breeders, and this affects not only our health, but also threats our existence as a people, our ancestral relationship with the territory and our way of life. This is not something that affects only us, but this is something that affects millions of people, Afros, with people with disability, indigenous people, young people, women, LGBTQ+, and the whole of Latin America. It's not just me that says that. We remember that according to the official cartography of SDG 6, that has joined the process in 2022. 2,200 million people still did not have drinking water managed in a safe manner. 3.5 million did not have sanitation managed safely, and 1,200 million did not have basic facilities to wash their hands. The same balance shows that to achieve the 2030 agenda, the pace of progress must be speeded up by 6 in terms of drinking water, 5 in sanitation, and 3 times in hygiene. Latin America and the Caribbean, the younger generations, and all people. We say this is not an isolated reality, the result of the surveys and regional dialogues show that there is deep inequality in access to drinking water and sanitation, especially affecting rural communities, indigenous populations, and historically excluded sectors. So to speak of SDG 6 today is not just speaking of coverage, but dignity, of rights, of participation and justice for our territories. The younger generations in the region, we have identified that although there is progress, they are insufficient in comparison to the magnitude of the challenges. There are structural gaps in the coverage, especially sanitation, framed as critical issues related to the quality of water due to the pollution of water sources, due to industrial, agricultural, and extractive activities. We must add to this the impact of climate change that is reducing the water availability and increasing pressure on territories in a context where water management is fragmented and with limited capacities for coordination among stakeholders. However, it is essential to point out that this crisis cannot be understood solely as a technical issue. The younger generations and civil society, we are emphatic in saying that we're facing a structural crisis linked to development models that give priority to the intensive exploitation of natural resources, the privatization of water, and the expansion of mega projects that have a direct impact on ecosystems and communities. And in this context, we've identified critical threats such as pollution due to productive activities, the weak implementation of environmental regulations, the lack of territorial planning, and limitations in terms of access to information that restricts the ability of communities to affect water management. Despite this, the younger generations, we are not only witnesses of this crisis. In our territories, we are driving forth solutions such as community systems for access to water, initiatives, environmental education, citizen monitoring, and the development of innovative tools for sustainable management of this resource. And based on this, the younger generations, we've built clear proposals that must be taken into account as part of the regional response. First of all, we consider the need to recognize and ensure access to drinking water and sanitation as a human right. with the state guaranteeing compliance and strengthening mechanisms for regulation and sanction in case of pollution. Second, proposing strengthening water governance, ensuring effective participation and binding participation by youth and communities in decision-making, moving towards an integrated management of water resources. And likewise, it is urgently necessary to increase investment in water facilities and sanitation, together with the implementation of territorial solutions that respond to local needs, and also the need to strengthen water systems, aquifers, basins, and glaciers as a basis for the sustainability of life and resilience to climate change. Lastly, move ahead with environmental education, generating community data, strengthening local capacities, and including the recognition of communities as key players and strategic pillars to democratize water management. The evidence is clear. The water crisis that we face today is not solely a shortage crisis, but a crisis of inequality, governance, and territorial justice. It is a structural crisis, and in view of this, the question that we ask today is, what are the urgent priorities? What framework do we need to strengthen? What barriers prevent investment? What commitments must be taken on by states? These are not technical questions. These are deeply political questions that will determine the future of our territories and the younger generations in Latin America and the Caribbean, the civil society. The answer is clear. The priority is to ensure universal access to water and sanitation, especially in those territories where today this right continues to be breached. To move ahead, to see our rivers and lakes and glaciers, the main sources of drinking water as a right. We also already have the experience of Titicaca, which was officially recognized as the subject of rights in Peru in 2025. The problem is a lack of political will, governance, and development models that continue to put in our source of life at risk. The commitments are urgent and concrete, ensuring human right to water with the state as guarantor, protect water ecosystems as the basis for sustainability of life, but also we must go further. We must ask whether we are available to transform the structures that have led to this crisis, or will we continue to defend models that degrade the environment. What is at play here is life. Here, civil society comes not only to present a diagnosis, we have come to demand coherence and responsibility. We demand that international commitment should not be mere lip service and become concrete and transformation in territories. We have come to say that there are no sustainable solutions without a binding engagement of communities in their full diversity who live, care, and defend water, because water is not only a resource, it is life, territory, entity, culture. It is our present and also the possibility of having a dignified future. We're not able to access equitable access and fair to everyone. There will be no 2030 agenda that may be sustained for the development that may truly be called sustainable. And above all, there will be no future for any of the species that live on this planet. Thank you very much. ¡Qué horror esta mujer! No, esa fue, pero todas fueron de UNICEF también. Sí.
Thank you, Antumalén, for bringing the voices and the opinions, not only of the Mapuche people, but in general of all indigenous Afro-descendant peoples and of all rural and urban and peri-urban populations that still demand their rights to gain access to safe water. Now we'll move on with our panel discussion, and now we'll offer the floor to Jose Saez, General Manager of Aguas Andinas, who will share his experience and his perspective, as from a different perspective, as from the perspective of companies, from private ventures, so that he can share his experience with us. Thank you, Juan Diego. And I would also like to thank the different UN authorities that welcome us here. It's an honor for me to participate in this forum, summoned by the UN at a decisive moment for the achievement of the 2030 agenda. This summons us to an urgent challenge to accelerate the achievement of SDG 6, clean water and sewage in a region shaped by water inequality and the effects of climate change. Today, we're aware that Latin America faces a critical paradox. It is one of the regions that has the largest availability of drinking water on the planet, but also one of the most unequal in terms of access to that resource. In accordance to ECLAC, around 25% of the population doesn't have adequate access to drinking water, and 66% lack a safe sewage system. And beyond that, recent data expresses that 145 million people still have no safe drinking water, and 123 million lack adequate sewage in the region. This figure is not only a statistics, it represents structural inequality, health risks, and limitations for economic development. However, there is also progress in accordance with ECLAC itself. The coverage of drinking water in the region has reached around 95.7%, but only 74.3% receives a service that is managed in a safe manner, which evidences gaps in terms of quality, continuity, and resilience. Sewage, well, there the challenge is even greater. Only 31.3% of the population can gain access to a service that is managed in a safe fashion. And this is one of the main bottlenecks in order for the achievement of SDG 6. This is the context within which we must act. Please allow me then to bring these figures down to earth and to translate that into the concrete experience of Aguas Andinas in the metropolitan region, in the capital of Chile. More than 25 years ago, in the capital of Chile, we were only treating 33% of wastewater, and we had 90% coverage in terms of drinking water in the urban region, evidencing important gaps in terms of access to these services in the rural world. At the end of the 90s, and together with public-private partnerships, we achieved one of the most relevant environmental milestones in our country. The treatment of 100% of wastewater in the city. In only 12 years, we improved the quality of life of millions of people, eradicating diseases and fostering the return of biodiversity to its rivers, thus contributing to the economic development of our country. In consequence, and as in accordance with IDB data, Santiago is a region that is free of wastewater. Together with the annual treatment of more than 500 million of cubic meters of wastewater in the metropolitan region, Aguas Andinas has implemented the model of biofactories, installations that have become an icon of the circular economy, and it has been acknowledged by the UN as a result of its contribution to health. In biofactories, we generate energy that supplies the plant itself, tons of agricultural fertilizer and natural gas that reaches more than 40,000 households in the city. Thus, today, this company supplies more than 7.5 million citizens, so with drinking water and sewerage in our concession area, showing that universalization and effective sewage is achievable when we have solid institutional frameworks in place. But we have come to realize that the biggest value of this experience is not only coverage, but primarily resilience. The advance of climate change has in 14 years been expressed in extreme drought with low availability of rainwater, lower than normal conditions, and a whole series of extreme phenomena that generates strong turbidity in the rivers that supply the city and that are increasingly frequent. Faced with this reality, Aguas Andinas has deployed a whole series of actions, such as the construction of the mega tanks in Pirque and the Cerro Negro water wells that increase the level of autonomy of the city from 4 hours to 37 hours, faced with phenomena that alter the normal production of drinking water in the city. In all these years, if water has continued to flow over these past few years has not simply been by chance, but that has resulted in a planned work which has meant that the city has not experienced the rationing of these services, which is a reality that has been experienced by several countries in the region, despite the fact that we have maintained a safe, continuous, and quality service. Drinking water, it demands the development of more and better governance, planning, and infrastructure. And as a company that belongs to the Veolia Group, which is present in more than 50 countries of all 5 continents, we understand the responsibility upon our shoulders in terms of enhancing environmental safety of more than 7 million people. And for that reason, we have already provided to our authorities a plan of works that once implemented will enable us to look upon the future with greater peace of mind. And for Santiago, this not only implies generating more infrastructure, but seeking the way or finding the way of providing a second life, so to speak, to water, so that once it is used and treated, it is returned to the environment so that it can be reused. And that is what is involved in our project Retorno Maipo. These types of solutions are indeed the ones that the region needs to escalate, because as warned by ECLAC, development is not only in terms of access, but also in terms of investment. Latin America faces a significant deficit in terms of water infrastructure that limits or that hinders its ability to adapt to climate change and in order to guarantee quality service. In fact, several international entities estimate that the global gap in investment in water and sewage represents more than $300 million per year. And this is thus not only a social problem, but also a systemic economic risk. Faced with this scenario, I would like to propose 3 priorities in order to accelerate the achievement of SDG 6 in Latin America and the Caribbean. First of all, to bridge the sewage gap, there will be no sustainable development if 2/3 of our population lack safe services. Sewage can no longer be the forgotten brother of water policy. Secondly, we need to invest on water resilience. The region faces droughts, floods, and extreme events that are increasingly severe. We require infrastructure capable of anticipating and of resisting these crises. Thirdly, accelerate the transition towards a circular economy of water. Reuse, efficiency, and the valuation of waste must become standards and not exceptions. However, there is a fourth cross-cutting element, and that is governance. As mentioned by ECLAC, water is not a service, it is health, equality, and future. In consequence, making progress implies strengthening the institutional framework, improving regulations, and above all, promoting effective alliances between the public, the private sector, and also civil society. Latin America is not starting from scratch. It has capabilities, successful experiences, and accumulated knowledge. In the case of Aguas Andinas and others is a further example that it is possible to combine universal coverage, environmental sustainability, and operational efficiency. The challenge today is to escalate solutions, escalate investments, escalate collaboration, because time is running out, and because guaranteeing clean water and sewage not only implies meeting an international objective, but rather ensuring the basis itself of sustainable development in our region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, José, por compartir.
Thank you, José, for sharing the experience of Aguas Andinas. We are also accompanied online by Flor Emilia Ramirez, and I have been told that she is already connected. Flor Emilia is the water superintendent of the Public Services Regulatory Authority of Costa Rica, and she will also be sharing with us her experience in the field of regulation within the public administration of Costa Rica. Flor Emilia, can you hear us?
Sí, buenos días a todos. ¿Me escuchan?
Creo que
Seems that we have an audio problem in the room. Please help us. No, unfortunately, we can't hear you, Flor, in the room. Don't know whether you could check your connections. Is your microphone on? Now we can hear you, yes. Yes, I think it was the earphones. Thank you, Flor Emilia. Please go ahead. Good morning, moderator, Mr. Juan Diego Ruiz, dear panelists. I would like to also greet the organization and all participants. I would also like to thank ECLAC for having invited us as representatives of the Public Services Regulatory Authority of Costa Rica. And we also believe that this forum is extremely relevant because we are able to present our national realities and listen to the realities of other countries, and above all, to build solutions to face up the challenges that we all have. Now, we come to this forum with this tremendous strength. Can you see the presentation? We have a tremendous, very important strength because Costa Rica has a tremendous coverage in terms of drinking water, around 96% coverage, but a tremendous debt as a country. And why is that the case? Well, because we have invested and developed a lot of infrastructure to overcome, to provide decades of service of drinking water, but not so much in the case of sewage, and that is very important. We have an almost universal coverage, 96%, and out of that 96%, 80% approximately is water that is managed in a safe manner by public service operators. However, we face a problem in the sense that we only have 26% of safe sewage. And out of that, 24% involves the treatment of wastewater, which are collected and that have a safe disposal into water courses. And we also have a very serious problem because most of the collection services are individual systems. In our case, in terms of the regulation of the public service, both for drinking water and sewage services, over the years, we have developed a very centralized type of regulation that has not positively contributed to the development of our country. And why is that? Well, as occurs with the rest of the countries in Latin America, resources and actions focused at a central level where we find institutions, education, and the development of the country as a whole is always focuses in a specific area, but that is not shared with the rest of the regions of the country. In addition, we have also observed that we have been very reactive in the way in which we have worked in our country. Now, something has already been said related to the fact that we face serious problems in terms of establishing priorities, in terms of planning, and especially in terms of how to mobilize the available resources in order to invest at a country level.
In the fourth Seville conference on financing for development, there was a clear statement saying that we need to make progress into integrated financing systems that combine public funding with private funding and with international cooperation into Costa Rica, although we have made progress in terms of looking for resources in order to have sustainable financing and also establishing international alliances with innovative mechanisms. Even in that case, we're still facing important challenges to specifically address the actions that we need to tackle. So there are several gaps that are significant and that we need to overcome. So we have also a very important challenge, which is structural for our country. Right now, we heard from Mrs. Isasa that in fact we have that major differentiation between the core of the country, central area of the country, but also significant differences are with the rural areas of the country. Rural and urban areas grow at different rates, and they don't have the same contribution. So we have a very homogeneous and centralized regulation for the core of the country or the center part of the country, but very unequal in terms of the regions and rural territories in the Caribbean and the Pacific, something that is very polarized regarding the development in those areas, but also it's not only regarding issues such as water and sanitation services, but it is at all levels, public transportation in terms of education services, access to healthcare. So it's a whole set of problems and issues that make a difference in the territories. And we also see a significant disarticulation between the institutions that are involved. We need to remind ourselves that this depends on the planning ministry, the Ministry of Public Works, and also the Instituto Costarricense de Acueductos y Alcantarillados, other public utilities. There are more than 1,300 district associations that provide water services. However, they do not have the management capability to organize the sanitation services. We have a large number of institutions involved, but not articulated. And that's part of what we need to address as a country. In general, it's not only about the cost. It's the fact that we need a regulatory redesign. We need to integrate the territories that are unequal into that design. So we need to change from the uniform or standardized model to a reality that is completely diverse. I've already mentioned that there's a significant impact on public health care because although we have if we have good water and sanitation conditions, that does have an impact on public healthcare. If we have adequate treatment of wastewater, we can prevent aquifer contamination. We have significant development in coastal areas where there is an important impact in terms of tourism. Tourism is concerned about the water that they have access to, but there's no sustainability in the disposal of wastewater, and there's a significant impact on those coastal areas. Also, if we are concerned about having water for drinking purposes, we should also be concerned about the sewage water or wastewater. In the end, if we don't pay the right attention, we will see an impact, especially on a source, on a resource that is important for national tourism. So in that sense, we need to change the approach, changing the approach towards the territories. We have developed an important study on the part of the regulatory body, and that reflects that difference in access to people. As a regulatory entity, we have the obligation of guaranteeing universal access, service continuity, optimal service provision, but most of all, we need to guarantee that there is sustainability for the future generations and the access to services, and especially possibilities for the people to enjoy services as the current generations have enjoyed. And in that sense, we need to promote, as a regulatory body, certain conditions that will have an impact on the recognition. We know that in terms of rates, it is impossible to recognize the investment for infrastructure in terms of sanitation, because that would make rates because of sanitation should be much higher compared to the aqueduct services water. So from that point of view, we need to change the vision of the regulatory body to recognize the infrastructure that is funded through non-traditional mechanisms, to promote that rate recognition guarantee, return on investments, and most of all, reduce risks, and making sure that projects are developed as country-wide projects. And if it's necessary to develop subsidy-based models to guarantee the recognition of the rates that the regulatory body needs to provide through public services. Otherwise, it is not possible to have necessary assets in order to develop the infrastructure that is needed. This is extremely important for our country. We need to change And there are important efforts in terms of protecting water resources with rates associated to that. We somehow have the recognition of resilience, climate resilience aspects, but there's no guarantee in the sustainability of the service, especially in terms of sanitation in the long term. And that is very important as a challenge that we face as a country. And in that challenge, that we face, which is not only about expanding coverage, what's left in terms of drinking water, but we need to find ways to address the water cycle with the territorial equity, which is something that it's still open and it needs some analysis. And of course, is one of our main missions for the coming years. And in that sense, we need to close the sanitation gap, not only to build infrastructure, we need to also build equality in order to protect the environment and most of all to guarantee people's dignity, the inhabitants of this country and all those who visit us in order to have the appropriate conditions to keep living the way we should. Thank you so much. Thank you, Florimedia, for sharing this experience of Costa Rica in a key environment for water management, such as the intersectorial coordination and interinstitutional coordination in public administration and the regulation. Once again, we see the importance of local governments and local authorities in the context of global governance and how to coordinate with the rest of the public institutional arrangement. Thank you. Now we will go on to introduce Kaveh Madani, who is the director of the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment and Health, who is also joining us virtually. Let's check the technical team if it can help us. If we have Mr. Madani available.
Yeah, the floor is yours. Okay.
Headquarters Office of the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment and Health in Toronto, Canada. The institute on January 20th published the report has a very bitter message for the world, but it's an we need to worry about. Of countries in the global south, the message might not be new. They're farmers, different communities, rural communities. Beyond talking about WASH and global water bankruptcy is an era in which we see more and more systems reaching the stage that we claim to be a post-crisis stage where not only systems are suffering from insolvency, meaning that the water use is much more than the renewal rate, but also the issue of irreversibility. This means that their ecosystems lose their ability to bounce back to the original conditions. This means that the damages of the melting glaciers and declining groundwater levels and shrinking lakes, rivers, and so on would be lasting and permanent, and we cannot address them within reasonable timeframes. So the report says that what we have, the goals of the SDG 6 are insufficient, as well the global water agenda, because it has ignored the problems of farmers who control 70% of the world's water. Most of these farmers are in the global south. Many of them are farming for subsistence. They're smallholders. And in order to address their issues, government need to implement major reforms. Those reforms are politically impossible in many parts of the world because there are political economy barriers to removing subsidies and addressing these things. To address their problems, countries must diversify their economies, must industrialize their economies, and to do that they require finance and transfer of knowledge and technology, and that's something we don't have any plan for. Why a global water bankruptcy? Why do we claim that that era has started? Not because every nation, every river basin, or every aquifer around the world has got water bankrupt, but that because we are seeing more and more systems entering into the bankruptcy mode, and that has a major implication for the rest of the world. What we are seeing today with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is a global chaos. We see that once equilibriums are disrupted, once flows and food trade flows are disrupted, the whole world would be impacted. So if we are seeing more systems failing around the world, that means that the global risk landscape has changed, because the world is interconnected through the climate system, through the trade system, through socioeconomic interconnections and migration systems. So a failure of a system in India can affect South America, and a failure in Latin America can affect the rest of the world. And this is extremely important because we are seeing the foundations of peace and security around the world that are being now disrupted. So the report says that the issue of bankruptcy is not limited to the dry areas of the world, the green areas of the world, and the places where water seems to be abundant are also suffering from the water bankruptcy issue, because water bankruptcy is not about how much water you have to begin with, how water rich or how water poor you are. What matters is how you manage your water and expenditure. And we see many places, including the country I live in, Canada also sees this problem in some of the places, despite the fact it has a lot of fresh water. The same applies to Brazil or other countries that have a lot of water. But we know that the poorer economies, smaller states also struggle a lot because they have to deal with the problems of the rural communities and farmers, to whom water is not only a food provider, but a supporter of livelihood and stable livelihood. And water shortage or water bankruptcy in many nations means the loss of livelihoods, instability, security threats, and other matters. Now, let's talk about the good messages and what we need to do. The good message of the report is also very important. Despite the fact that we are facing this issue, the report argues that in a world that is very fragmented, currently very fragmented politically, water is one of the very few topics that we can all agree to its importance, no matter if you're left or right within the countries, politically speaking, or if you belong to the global south or north. Water matters to your national security. So water provides an opportunity to align national security priorities, national priorities, with international priorities on delivering and fulfilling peace, justice, security, and other matters. Not only that, but also water is an opportunity to deliver on the Rio Conventions, the goals of the Rio Conventions, because it's a medium of delivery on climate goals, biodiversity goals, and combating desertification goals. And this is might be an obvious thing, but in political our political agendas, this is a missed opportunity, because we rarely saw water as an upstream sector where investments can result in immediate benefits for the rural communities, for the different economies, and result in also protection of nature. There is no dry activity in the world, and there is no investment in the water sector that would not benefit other environmental fights. So water can create an opportunity for the world to re-accelerate the environmental negotiations. And this year is of particular importance with the third UN Water Conference happening in December. And that's why we encourage the governments to bring up this issue of water. And we encourage, of course, the private sector, the public sector, the international intergovernmental agencies to use water as a medium of delivery for other goals, and make investments for transfer of technologies and knowledge to the global south to empower them to transition their economies into economies that are less reliant on water as just a job provider, but that uses water to produce a lot of added value. And that is impossible if we don't recognize the agency of farmers and rural communities. And in this, if we don't recognize them as the saviors of the planet, and if we don't make this process just and transparent and inclusive. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for joining us from Canada. Muchas gracias por. Can you hear me, Kevin?
Yes.
Thank you for joining us from Canada. This is absolutely a key topic, not only to highlight the importance of the interface between water, environment, food safety, food security, but also international security, which is a key point in the very complex geostrategic and geopolitical context we are all facing in current times. Many thanks. Muy bien. Una vez que hemos finalizado, presidencia, secretario, si me permiten, esta parte de los panelistas, abrimos, como siempre, la oportunidad para que las distintas delegaciones, Estados miembros participantes, puedan igualmente hacer sus declaraciones vinculados con esta temática. Si me permiten, vamos a empezar la ronda solicitándoles unas declaraciones importantes y breves. 2-3 minutos por declaración para dar oportunidad a la participación del mayor número de delegaciones. Veo la representación de México, por favor, tiene la palabra. Gracias.
Gracias, muy buenas tardes. Bueno, México, por supuesto, felicita a la CEPAL por este gran foro y a todas y a todos quienes el día de hoy nos acompañan y estamos reunidos. Deseo transmitir que el Gobierno de México reconoce que el agua es un recurso esencial desde un enfoque de los derechos humanos, indispensable para la vida, la salud, el bienestar y el desarrollo sostenible. Frente a la creciente presión sobre los recursos hídricos y el rezago en cumplimiento del ODS 6, México considera prioritario fortalecer la coordinación internacional y elevar el compromiso político en favor de la seguridad y la justicia hídrica, con un sistema de Naciones Unidas más eficaz. México participa activamente en la preparación de la Conferencia de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Agua 2026 y junto con Alemania copresidirá el Diálogo Intervención 5, el agua en los procesos multilaterales, bajo el liderazgo de la Secretaría de Medio Ambiente y Recursos Naturales, la doctora Alicia Bárcena. En este espacio, México promoverá una participación incluyente, mayor coherencia a la Agenda Internacional del Agua y un mejor seguimiento de los compromisos existentes aprovechando los mecanismos actuales. Desde México, reiteramos la disposición a mantener un diálogo abierto y constructivo, así como colaborar estrechamente con la Agenda del Agua, en particular en el marco de esta conferencia. Invitamos a todas las delegaciones a continuar nuestra colaboración en este tema, en espacios como el que hoy se nos ofrece. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de México. Damos la palabra a la delegación de Costa Rica, por favor.
Muy buenos días a todas las personas presentes. El agua es un elemento transversal que sustenta la Agenda 2030 para el desarrollo sostenible, así como para los derechos humanos, la paz y la resiliencia climática. Sin embargo, su gobernanza global continúa fragmentada y aún no existe una arquitectura intergubernamental integral que coordine de manera coherente las acciones en esta materia. En este contexto, es urgente fortalecer la infraestructura multilateral del agua, dotándola de mayor coherencia, articulación y atención política sostenida. Sin un marco institucional más robusto, será difícil avanzar en los compromisos globales. Costa Rica ha promovido un enfoque integrado y basado en derechos humanos para la gestión del agua. El acceso al agua y el saneamiento es un pilar fundamental para la equidad y la resiliencia. Y la experiencia nacional demuestra que una gobernanza inclusiva es clave para el cumplimiento del ODS 6. El país ha establecido un mecanismo nacional de gobernanza del agua que articula a instituciones públicas, comunidades, academia y sector privado, fortaleciendo la participación y la toma de decisiones basadas en evidencia. Asimismo, en 2024 se impulsó una reforma tarifaria del agua con una estructura progresiva y una tarifa social focalizada que combina equidad y sostenibilidad e incorpora incentivos para el uso eficiente del recurso. Costa Rica destaca el papel de la ciencia, los datos y la innovación tecnológica para garantizar la seguridad hídrica. No obstante, avanzar en esta agenda requiere mayores inversiones en sistemas de información, monitoreo y capacidades digitales. El financiamiento para datos y tecnología es un habilitador esencial para una gobernanza eficaz. Persisten brechas en la movilización del financiamiento sostenible, lo que exige mayor cooperación.
This requires greater international cooperation and articulation between the water and biodiversity agendas. Costa Rica reaffirms its commitment to strengthening multilateral governance of water and the promotion of inclusive process, evidence-based inclusive processes. Thank you. Thank you to the delegation of Costa Rica. We'd like to offer the floor now to Colombia. Thank you all. Here in Colombia, we'd like to express the importance of insisting on the recognition of water as a fundamental right, including basic sanitation. And we feel that, as some have said here, the region has a significant water surplus. Our problem in the region is not of scarcity, but of governance, and has to do with the recognition of social relationships that produce, care for, and are able to manage access to water in places where we have more gaps. And these agree with places where historically there's been greater presence of indigenous peoples, farmers, and more scattered territories of our geography. And this is where a fundamental player is present, and we need to start integrating into the political frameworks, regulatory frameworks, and this is the community. In Colombia, over 33,000 community aqueducts play the role of taking water to communities every day. In Colombia, we've recognized that there is no single entrepreneurial water management system. We need to incorporate the community in this commitment to develop capacities and to transfer investments to these community sectors. So in 2025, the Ministry of Housing and Territory produced, together with Community Management of Water, Decree 960, through which investments will be transferred along with capacities and acknowledgement of the processes. And we believe that this process to bridge gaps should include a financing system that is currently based on debt and that we could review in our countries with transfer systems from our nations, which deserve a modification to guide them towards new criteria, taking into account short-term financing, which would allow for sustainability of investments especially. And it's necessary And we've been doing a lot of work with ECLEC, and Colombia will present on this tomorrow, which is about reviewing technology, the cost of technology that we are transferring, especially for basic sanitation services in our country. We know that these technologies to treat residual waters many times generate what we call white elephants, installed infrastructure, but that is not sustainable. And we feel that these alternatives, based on knowledge of the people and their communion with knowledge, could be more efficient in the development of policies oriented to guaranteeing basic sanitation as a fundamental human right. Thank you. Thank you to the delegation of Colombia for sharing their remarks. Now we offer the floor to Peru. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Peru would like to thank the panelists for their presentations. It is a very important topic that brings us here today, distinguished audience. To comply with the 2030 agenda, it is important to complete SDG 6, aiming to protect water and sanitation for all. Within this framework, the preparatory process that will take place in the United Arab Emirates includes an intergovernmental process that will lead us in this direction in water protection. And this includes states, government, civil society, academia, private sector, multiple players, multiple stakeholders, and they are all summoned to participate in the attainment of SDG 6, and of course to find evidence-based solutions. And of course to prioritize the guarantee of the human right to water, especially in certain areas of society that is more vulnerable. It is also of the essence to strengthen the link between water, energy, and food, promoting a comprehensive solution, improving hydric resources, and of course the international cooperation between borders, including scientific cooperation and an inclusive government, is of the essence. And in Peru, we have contributed to this effort by having hosted the first symposium on cross-border water resources in 2025 in Lima. And there are other bilateral organizations that aim to protect water resources. The UN Conference on Water in 2026 should be a turning point. We need to incorporate all the commitments made and guarantee the means to implement these efforts and bridge the gaps. Thank you.
Thank you to the delegation of Peru for sharing your statement with us. And now let us give the floor to the delegation of Ecuador. Good afternoon. First of all, we would like to commend and thank all the panelists for their significant reflections and experiences shared here today. In Ecuador, we are actively preparing for participating in the 2026 UN Water Conference by reaffirming our commitment to leading SDG 6. Within this framework, our country prioritized topics such as universal access to water and resilience regarding climate change, among other aspects. In this regard, starting in 2023, in November specifically, Ecuador has prioritized water security as a cross-cutting component of public policy, pushing forward with sustainable, inclusive, efficient water resource management. This is reflected under the 2026-2029 development plan and explicitly includes water as part of the national priorities. In this framework, we would like to underscore the policy aimed at promoting comprehensive management of water resources by guaranteeing water access to quality water, with special emphasis on human to potable water, irrigation, and drainage. This policy translates into measurable concrete measures such as ensuring preventive measures and water resource protective measures of the 960,000 hectares in 2024. Increasing this as we go along, thereby reinforcing water resilience and resilience to climate change. We have also moved forward with several different strategic areas that aim to tackle what has been mentioned, considering water a priority issue in Latin America, specifically working on management and governance by way of comprehensive water basin management and climate change actions, and increasing water better water pressure, particularly in areas with gaps. We have also focused on promoting infrastructure for irrigation and drainage for better production and promoting community participation, thereby recognizing the key role of water boards in local water management. With regard to outcomes, although we have achieved significant progress with regard to water management, we recognize that the challenges remain with regard to water, sanitation, and other areas. Ecuador believes that attaining SDG 6 calls for effective public policies, strengthening investment in water infrastructure, and consolidating international cooperation mechanisms. In this regard, we reiterate our willingness to work closely with the international community to secure sustainable water management that would secure availability for present and future generations. Thank you. Thank you to the delegation of Ecuador for your contribution. I see there's the delegation of Uruguay has requested the floor. You have been recognized. First of all, I would like to join others in thanking ECLAC for organizing this event. And I just requested the floor to mention that Uruguay has a long-standing broad history of broad water coverage and sanitation, etc. There was a recent constitutional reform dating back to 2024, which recognizes water extraction as a public activity and recognizes public participation in water basins as well. Now, despite this, the challenges related to economic growth and climate change have jeopardized water provision. Now, during this government's period, Uruguay has reaffirmed sustained work to secure water sanitation and access, which is founded on this institutional framework, which recognizes this as a fundamental human right. We have taken on key programs regarding the necessary infrastructure to stop water shortage that has affected Uruguay in recent years, and this also applies to sanitation. The current government's investment plan involves key investments, and they will take place over the next 5 years to preserve and secure the provision of quality water democratically for all of society. Thank you. Thank you very much to the delegation of Uruguay. I do not see any other individuals requesting the floor. Therefore, from the Secretariat, we would like to request the floor to offer up some reflections regarding the panel. I would like to underscore the significant importance of the water sector and water management, water resource management. We know that this has an impact on a variety of different development-related aspects, such as health, education, environmental sustainability, climate sustainability and economic aspects as well. Territorial development, for example, rural territorial development. This is related to agriculture, to the agri-food systems, food security, international security. We have heard and experienced from the UN University as well regarding this. And we also know that this is important in terms of civil society or local community, rural community participation and empowerment. We know that the rural communities face the largest number of challenges with regard to water resource scarcity, and this is related to social cohesion. For example, the water boards, the community irrigation boards are an excellent example of social cohesion and participation. So without a doubt, we believe that all of the institutions here are engaged in promoting public policies that are transformative in nature and that should be as open and consultative as possible, so that these public policies are more effective and more efficient and more legitimate, more democratic in nature as well. That's important to mention with regard to the public policies related to water resources.
Perdón. Sí, sí, por favor. Sí, aquí se puede identificar.
Please state your name. Hi there, yes. I am Maria José Guardino, and I have just raised my hand.
Francia? Sí.
France. I apologize. I did not see you from over here. The delegation of France has been recognized. Distinguished Chair, Executive Secretary, delegates, ladies and gentlemen present. The UN 2026 Water Conference should be the opportunity to build a long-term process for global water governance with strong political messages as well as clear, viable commitments based on the 100-odd commitments taken on during the 23 conference. This conference is the occasion for France, for us to move towards more robust water governance, and an issue that was addressed at the International Cross-Border Water Symposium in Peru as well. And given that the Latin American countries continue to be underrepresented under the agreement, I would like to invite all of the countries interested in addressing this to include water on aspects under all of their development policies. This is related to ecosystem management and other aspects. France is committed to supporting the tangible results of this conference as chair alongside Africa, and committing dialogue on water aspects. During the preparatory process, our main objective will be to reinforce actor coordination and funding, and to promote the best national partnership models, and to support the best solutions to secure funding from both public and private sources. I will also mention the cross-border example of a project launched in 2019 on the rivers shared by Brazil, Suriname, and the French Guiana. It's a project that has supported local dialogue on both sides of the borders to identify common needs to boost resilience of the river. And there have also been other achievements between Suriname and Brazil regarding water governance. We hope that these concrete results may be presented as a contribution during the 2026 UN Water Conference. Also, COP17 on biodiversity, which will be held in October in Armenia, will be another key milestone. This conference will provide the opportunity to for all parties to step up their efforts to protect nature and to secure the implementation of the global biodiversity framework, while at the same time reinforcing environmental multilateralism. So we would like to mention that call upon all of the parties to make sure that this COP accelerates action. The UN Conference on Oceans, held in June of 2025, promoted aspects related to ocean protection. It was also an opportunity to encourage the countries to ratify the BBNG agreement to create protected marine areas beyond national jurisdictions. In January, the next BBNG will be held, and this is an opportunity to continue sharing these ambitions. France has supported Chile's candidacy to host the BBNG in Valparaiso, in keeping with the Latin American commitment to biodiversity and nature protection. I would also like to finally add that France is committed to implementing the COP30 decisions. However, the results obtained in Belém are do not meet our expectations. The world is dangerously moving away from the Paris Agreement temperature threshold, and we know that some countries have not yet presented their NDCs. We encourage the countries to present their NDCs and to meet the commitments taken on under the Paris Agreement. Thank you. Thank you to the delegation of France. It would seem that representatives from civil society have requested the floor. Please identify yourselves and then you may take the floor.
My name is Maria Jose Robertino. One of the important things in this case, we would like to celebrate this meeting and thank all the states present here that continues to support regional multilateralism beyond our differences, diversities, or nuances. Yesterday, we had a very fruitful meeting within the forum, Civil Society Forum, with more than 600 representatives from more than 30 countries. And we will contribute with the conclusions, not only in our final statement, but we will send to each delegation a detailed analysis of proposals and recommendations. But on this item, I wanted to highlight 2 or 3 issues. Firstly, you cannot see the water conference, as somebody has said, completely separated from the climate change conference or completely separated from the desertification conference or separate from that of biodiversity. We want to emphasize the fact that our region is the richest region in water reserves and richest in biodiversity. Therefore, it has been a very important change, having received and welcomed these conferences and the contribution of each participant, opening up to the participation of civil society, the government of Colombia, COP16, the government of Brazil in COP30. So we know we are moving slowly. We are not that well and the world is not responding to these requests of civil society. But we hope that the future summits keep that yardstick high as to the participation of civil society as the ones we've had in Latin America. It is key for us to underscore that water is not a merchandise, it is a common good. And for us, it is essential that to speak of water, not speak only about water as to its distribution, but let us place emphasis in the care and for the sources of water. We need to take care of our water reserves. And thus, there is a lot of progress in the region along those lines. And we need to emphasize the care for our glaciers, our water reservoirs. The other item is stop polluting. We cannot have a contradiction between water and energy. It cannot be that for global energy transition to be jeopardizing in the lithium exploitation of rare earths, to be risking our water sources. We need to have compatible needs and always protecting water. Water is fundamental for life. And last but not least, from civil society, we think that it's not good or the paths treaded to privatize water. We believe that the states should continue to play an important role in the preservation of water sources and guaranteeing that all persons have a right and access to water as a human right. And then finally, and I close with this, that I'm the first Argentinian that takes the floor in this session, and I want to speak on behalf of Argentinians, many of us here present, and say that it's unfortunate that our government is not here present for second year. Many of us have promoted this agenda, the 2030 agenda. We continue from civil society, embracing all parties and counterparties. We are supporting multilateralism, and it's important that we can defend and promote that the next Secretary General be a woman from Latin America. It is important that the one who is going to be Secretary General to be committed with full agenda, not half agenda, and that the human rights, the defense of democracy and water for life are key. We are very sad in Argentina because of the breach of the Escazú agreement that has taken shape in the reform of the glacier law. More than 100,000 persons tried to go to a public conference, and only 200 were accepted to speak. There are many, many persons that have signed that collective request defending our glaciers and water for life. So we expect international support. We'll take this to COP4 of Escazú and also submit and resort to the Committee of Escazú, because we should be complying with that treaty as it is mandatory. Thank you very much for the contribution of civil society. And the last contribution, please identify yourself. Yes. Good morning. I'm Juanita. Good morning. My name is Juanita Elisa Guzman, Director of the National Network of Colombia, focal point of the participation of civil society before UN. It's a pleasure to be with you and speak about the need of integrating, including within this discussion, the progress that our social bloc has made defending SDG 16. Our intervention agenda has been a major one before the different spaces of the UN, in conferences of climate change or biodiversity, in the conference of COP, and hopefully in that of water in Arab Emirates. To keep on raising our flags that for 16 years have enabled us to transform the paradigm of governance in Colombia. Water is a matter of strategic national security. Last year, my presentation in Conference 14, we spoke about the need of having an international treaty acknowledging water as a matter of international security, and thus for our region to understand that the Andes mountain range should be considered as a subject of law, and given that it is important and central for a sustainable, clean environment. Based on our experience in creating this national network of water, the National Corporation on Water, the Commission on Water, and that of Biodiversity of the Senate and lower house of Colombia, we have reached the conclusion that we need to create the National Agency of Water Colombia, national agency, and thus encourage all the region to have these institutions that will allow us to cross borders about the joint management continentally. It is an enormous agenda, but we know that ETLAC is our natural home where we should raise our flags with our allies of the region. And finally say that yesterday, in our forum of civil society yesterday, we arrived to a very important conclusion, and that is we will generate an official communique for the General Assembly of the UN so that with ETLAC, we may establish a permanent ongoing working mechanisms to have a joint path ahead and guarantee governance to achieve these the SDG number 6, that of water. And finally, thank you for this very important space, integrating the voices of the whole region. And on Thursday, we'll be expecting you on our special event on the 4th floor. We will sign the Agreement of Understanding for Environmental Justice in the Water and Biodiversity Management in all of the region. Thank you very much, and I invite you to share your messages, the social media, hashtag ETLAC Water for People. And this is the message we are giving to work with all of you in a joint fashion. Thank you very much.
Muy bien, muchas gracias por los aportes.
I thank you for all your contributions. Then we will be closing in this panel meeting and say that all these thoughts and reflections will be continued in the next regional water meetings in Dominican Republic on May, ETLAC, and the next conference on water of the UN in December in Arab Emirates. So the venue of ETLAC has become the venue for this discussions of in order to keep on building and accompanying common good. That is, we all seek. With this, I give back the floor to you, Chair, Ambassador Felix Rubio, to continue with the agenda. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Juan Diego. Having finished this session on SDG 6, we will resume in this same room at 2:30 after the break. And you are invited, to those who would like to attend the side events, and can consult the agenda in the website of this forum. So see you at 2:30. Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Vamos a empezar la siguiente.
We are going to begin the next session. Distinguished delegates, thank you very much for being so punctual. And now, José Manuel Salazar Chirinax, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, will present the document that has been prepared at ECLAC for the forum, considering this huge stage of globalization and world policies. José Manuel, the floor is yours.
Muy bien. Bueno, muy buenas.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch or lunch session. Let's see if the presentation appears on the screen. But while it's being put up, the first thing I would like to point out, and I'm sure all of you have the report, is that the subtitle of the report is How to Speed Up Towards fulfilling the 2030 Agenda in this period of uncertainty. As you can imagine, this title is amply justified because 2025 turned out to be a turning point. It was a year of rupture that marked a before and after in world order. And of course, more recently, we also, in addition to the war in Ukraine, that continues another war in the Middle East that is having a major impact on the price of energy, food, and other supply chains. And all of this affects world growth, produces disruptions in maritime, transport, supply chains, and raises the levels of uncertainty. And all of this implies a series of cascading economic impacts on the cost of debt, capital goods, and of course, and all of this has an impact of the possibility of moving ahead with the SDGs. So the world has changed a lot since the 8th report and the 8th forum last year. Now, yes, I will need the presentation. What is happening with the presentation? Well, I won't need it, but you will. Well, I will continue. And so, the report begins with a short introduction. The main idea is the one I have just mentioned, that this appears in a new stage of globalization and world politics. And in 2025 was a year of rupture that marked a before and after in world order, and the new dynamics posed new difficulties in order to move ahead with SDGs. Already in last year's report, we argued that progress towards SDGs since their adoption in 2015 was hampered by factors such as weak institutional capacities, limited funding, and fiscal space, caused by rising public debt, higher borrowing costs, increased spending on healthcare due to the pandemic, and subsequently on energy due to the impact of the war in Ukraine in 2022, and in general, the slower economic growth both domestically and globally.
Todo esto se sumó en
And all this in 2025 was a series of upheavals, as I mentioned. One, the turn towards protectionism among key players in the international economy. Another is an intensification of geopolitical rivalry centered on the competition for industrial and technological supremacy. Another is the withdrawal of key players in multilateral cooperation, pillars of the system. But perhaps the most significant shift is the transition from a world governed by rules to a new reality in which interdependence is exploited. This term that has now become well known, which is the strategy for managing international relations. In other words, the use by major powers of economic, technological, and financial ties as mechanisms for coercion, getting other countries to fulfill certain conditions or aims of the major powers. In light of these realities, This 9th report reviews the progress made and asks the question, how can we accelerate progress towards achieving the SDGs in this new era of uncertainty and geopolitical fragmentation? In this regard, the document states that key to addressing fragmentation is precisely forging internal partnerships between government, civil society, academia, private sector, and other stakeholders, and also external alliances between groups of countries in order to enhance their geopolitical presence and influence. We see that there are already countries in Latin America that are studying this between the major powers and intermediate powers, and relations among these are very important. And at national level, in addition to political leadership from governments and the various stakeholders involved, it's essential to strengthen institutional capacities of organizations in the areas of technical, operational, policy, and forward-looking top, and increasing the mobilization of domestic resources by reforming tax structures to make them more progressive, promoting higher economic growth, shifting the tax burden where appropriate, and reducing tax avoidance, tax evasion, and tax expenditures. At regional and international level, since not everything can be resolved at national level, it's essential to step up efforts to promote multilateralism among countries, strengthen collective action, strengthen the ability to reach agreements of companies, and coordination and cooperation. We would also point out that despite the current challenges and risks, agencies, funds, and programs of the United Nations continue to work with a range of stakeholders committed to the Sustainable Development Agenda, designing and supporting policies and initiatives. Now, let me check something.
Bueno, no tenemos la presentación.
We still don't have the presentation on the screen.
Bueno, la lámina que debería estar ahí.
Well, you should be seeing the content. Well, this year's 2026 report comprises, in addition to the introduction, 3 chapters in the section on conclusions and recommendations. Chapter 1 analyzes the economic, social, and environmental context of Latin America and the Caribbean. Chapter 2 sets out the progress made based on the SDG indicators, the traffic light system, which we're all familiar with, providing information at regional and sub-regional levels, presenting projections for 2030. Chapter 3 focuses on the 5 SDGs to be analyzed and discussed in 2026, and then infrastructure and major challenges. Chapter 1 has 3 sections: economic, social, and environmental. As to the economic context, we point out what we have called the low growth capacity cap. As you can see from this graph, the region's average growth rates in the 50s, 60s, and 70s were 4.9%, 5.7%, 5.9% respectively. These for the last decade of the 1980s, which the region grew by just 2% on average per year, growth then stood at 2.8% in the 90s, and then 2.8 in the 90s, 3 in the first decade of the century, 1.9 in 2019. 2010 to 2019. So in 2019, prior to the pandemic, we'd already grown 1/10 less than in the famous lost decade of the 80s. But from 2014 to 2024, coinciding partly with the end of the commodity supercycle, average growth stood at just 1%. And from 2015 to 2025, growth stood at just 1.1. So you say 1 year more, 1 year less, but nevertheless, the growth is low. And so that is why we have called it, and careful, this coincides precisely with the first decade of the 2030 agenda. And that's the point. We've called it the lost decade. And now, of course, we are speaking of a regional average, and as we can see, not all countries are caught in this trap of low growth potential. Some have grown by 3 or 4% on average over the decade. For example, the average growth for Central American countries over the decade was 3.6. So in other words, we cannot say that this sub-region is trapped. Trapped is defined as growing at 3 or more per year for a decade. It's a matter of criteria. Annual average per decade. However, the region's average growth rate is primarily influenced by the largest economies, Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico, and which account together 67% of the regional GDP. And from 2015 to 2024, Argentina's GDP grew at an average of 0.1, Brazil at 0.8%, and Mexico just 1.5.
That is the average per year for the decade. But with such growth rates, I'm not talking about all of them, but the ones that are most important, and with such low growth, it becomes very difficult to reduce poverty and informality, create quality jobs, and expand the fiscal space. The chapter analyzes the main factors that explain this low economic performance, and these can be classified in internal and external factors. In terms of the internal factors, we can highlight the lack of investment dynamism. The coefficient of investment over the GDP has remained in the range of 18 to 21% since the 90s, below that of the coefficient of all developing regions. And as is well known, low and sluggish investment has direct effects on economic and employment growth, as well as on the pace of economic transformation and productivity growth. And precisely this very low productivity growth is a second factor explaining the region's poor economic performance. Hourly labor productivity per hour has not only remained low, but stands at 28% of the hourly productivity level in the US, less than a third. And in 2017, for the first time, and I'm not going to show the graph, but there is a graph, for the first time since we have statistics, the average productivity in Latin America and the Caribbean became lower than the global average. The other factor is human capital. Despite advances in educational attainment, there are very high dropout rates in secondary education. And even talking about the young people that do attend school, there is a learning crisis reflected in the poor performance of the region's students in the PISA tests. Another obstacle for a better economic performance is insufficient tax revenues. The region's average tax burden is only 21.3% of the GDP compared to 34% as an average in the OECD countries. Of course, there are also several vicious cycles at play here, because a low growth environment not only reduces tax revenue, but is also a very inappropriate environment to introduce tax reforms. And that is an additional trap. It's very difficult to conduct tax reforms because growth is very low, and with low growth, fiscal revenues are also low. And those are one of the main explanations of the small fiscal space. And in terms of external factors, two stand out. First of all, external shocks, which primarily include the pandemic in 2020, the war in Ukraine in 2022, and its impact on oil, fertilizers, and food prices. Remember that crisis in Cascade, as well as disruptions in maritime transport and supply chains. In 2025, the US tariff policy, and now the war in Iran and the Middle East, that in one way or the other is a movie, so to speak, which is very similar to the war in Ukraine, with all aspects that become a shock cascade. A second external factor, which must be distinguished from more short-term shocks, is the new context of geopolitical rivalry or rivalry that has led not only to greater tariff protectionism, but also to instrumentalized interdependence, which is the new way in which the major powers are conducting their relationships to a certain extent. In other words, the use of economic instruments such as intervention in trade, investment, and financial flows, and the restriction of access to certain technologies in order to achieve geopolitical and national security objectives. That is the context, the economic context. And now in terms of the social context, the corresponding subsection of the report provides an explanation of trends in poverty, inequality, and social mobility, social protection, employment and informality, education, health, and social investment trends. And that is a graph or figure 1.6 of the report, which presents trends in poverty and extreme poverty. As you can see, between 2002 and 2010, poverty dropped by 45% to 31% and then fell to 27.7% in 2014, an achievement attributable to a combination of high growth and greater fiscal space, partly because that was a favorable phase of the commodities super cycle, and of course, to the political will of governments during that decade to allocate fiscal resources to a series of innovations and social programs that were very powerful, involving cash transfers and so on. Since 2014, poverty had risen to 32.7 and extreme poverty to 13.1% in 2020, partly due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. There are 2 points to note here. First, this represents an increase of more than 5 percentage points in the poverty rate compared to the 2014 level. In other words, poverty increased during that period. And secondly, prior to the pandemic in 2019, poverty was already 30.2%, more than 2 percentage points higher than in 2014. Again, this is a situation that can be attributed to low growth and its consequences during the first 5 years of what we call the second lost decade. In other words, this was before the pandemic. What we cannot attribute the increase in poverty only to the pandemic. And now, starting in 2021, a gradual process of reducing poverty and extreme poverty levels began, reaching 25.5% in 2024, which is 2 average points lower than the 27.10% recorded in 2014. In summary, then, during the decade from 2014 to 24, or between 2015 and 2025, which coincides with the first decade of implementation of the 2030 agenda, the region has only managed to reduce poverty by just over 2 percentage points, a fact largely explained by the effects of the low growth trap and its impacts on the reduced job creation and limited fiscal space that hinders ambitious programs or to expand existing ones, as occurred during the super cycle of raw materials. This presents the evolution of other social issues. Inequality continues to be very high. The top decile accounts for 34.2% of total income, while the bottom decile accounts only for 1.7%. The Gini index shows a slight improvement from 0.47 in 2014 to 0.45 in 2023, but this is only an 11-point difference compared to the Gini index value in OECD countries, which stands at 0.31. In other words, we have 11 percentage points difference. And as we well know, extreme inequality not only limits access to opportunities and well-being, but also erodes social cohesion and the stability of social contracts. The labor market has shown little dynamism. From 2015 to 2024, the annual employment growth was only 1.1% per year, which is the lowest rate in 5 decades. This disappointing result is not surprising because, again, it is an additional reflection of the trap of low capacity to grow and create quality jobs. That is why the emphasis on boosting productive transformation and economic growth is so important. And we are repeating and reiterating this over and over again. However, challenges to labor inclusion also stems from other sources. And perhaps the most important one, in addition to low economic growth, is technological change, because there is a greater risk of substituting certain tasks in certain sectors. This issue of platforms, robotics, and the digital transformation, and thus the possibility of having a more polarized labor market. And this has been documented in developed countries less capable of offering jobs. And certainly the bet on industrialization means lower amount of employment, and therefore the issue of services sector becomes more essential. A well-known challenge regarding the labor market is persistent labor informality that continues to account for an average of 48% of the employed population in 2024. In other words, 1 out of every 2 people that had jobs, concentrated, 74% of which is concentrated in lower productivity sectors such as construction, trade, transport, tourism, and services. And certainly it has a special impact upon women and young people. Finally, a section of the chapter analyzes the trend in central government social spending. This rose from 8.4% of the GDP in 2000 to 11.6% of the GDP in 2024. It's an increase of 3 percentage points over 25 years in terms of social spending, which is equivalent, if you want to view it in this manner, to a per capita increase from $500 to $1,000 to $1,100 It increased twofold, but in 25 years. Therefore, it's a totally insufficient increase in light of the needs. In summary, there has been progress in social indicators in the region over the past decade, but they are relatively modest and much remains to be done. Countries must redouble their efforts to escape the two development traps, the trap of low growth capacity and the trap of high inequality and low social mobility. They must be strengthened. The stakes are high. Effective follow-up on the global commitments resulting from the Second World Summit for Social Development held in Qatar is a fundamental element to make headway with social aspects in the region. And finally, we have the environmental context, climate change and the degradation of forests, soils and water resources diminish economic opportunities for populations, damage productive structures and hinder the achievement of SDGs. We're talking here about very specific phenomena such as deforestation, fire damage, the spread of aridity, rising sea levels, the pollution from plastics and other sources, and the increase in the number and severity of natural disasters. One of the most concerning trends is the rise in temperatures and sea levels. The warmest year on record was 2024, when the average temperature in the region was 1.47 degrees centigrade higher than the average between 1961 and 1990. Rising temperatures have economic consequences. According to a study by ECLAC, current climate policies would reduce regional GDP by at least 6% by 2030, compared to a scenario without climate change. Furthermore, according to the same study, and this is information that is widely available, extreme weather events have caused damage and losses amounting to nearly 100% of GDP in some Caribbean island states. The issue of vulnerability in the Caribbean is indeed a major issue. Sea level rise affects tourism, freshwater availability, and the livelihoods of low-lying coastal and island communities. We find higher rates of sea level rise on the Atlantic side than on the Pacific side of the region. And in addition to an increase in sea level, Caribbean countries face a significant environmental, economic, social challenges due to the massive influx of sargassum. Those are some of the points that are mentioned. Between 2000 and 2022, the region experienced more than 1,500 natural disasters, impacting more than 190 million people. Floods and storms accounted for about 2/3 of these events. Forest fires and clear cutting are the primary drivers of forest loss in the region. And this is a surprising piece of information and of great concern. 71% of forested areas lost globally in 2024, concentrated in 6 Latin American countries. And we have to repeat that information because it's incredible. 71% of forested areas that were lost at a global level in 2024 were concentrated in 6 Latin American countries. We're talking of approximately 47,600 square kilometers that were lost. This is almost the size of my own countries, Costa Rica, which is 50,000 square kilometers. Another trend is the increase of aridity in the region. There is a significant expansion of arid lands is observed in the Yucatan Peninsula, in northeastern Brazil and northwestern Argentina. Increased aridity has consequences that include food and water insecurity, low soil fertility, losses in crop productivity, decreased biodiversity, ecosystem degradation, wildfires, and human migration. All of these are natural phenomena with transboundary impacts that, in consequence, require regional and international cooperation to be addressed, both in terms of prevention and in terms of mitigation and adaptation. Reversing the environmental trends, the ones that we have summarized, relies on policies for the maintenance and restoration of environmental goods and services, as well as on the sustainable functioning of ecosystems and the production chains associated with these ecosystems and their services. Let's move on to Chapter 2 that summarizes compliance with SDGs. And before that, I would like to comment that here we have a snapshot, and this is a summary, but I believe that a great aggregate value of the 2030 agenda that we must acknowledge and bring to the fore is to have a chapter, to have this outlook of the challenges that we face and to what extent the region has made headway. If we didn't have the 2030 agenda, it would be very difficult to hold this conversation that we're holding this afternoon in this forum. And this is something that we must value beyond the fact that of whether we have made progress or not, but the fact that we have a kind of lens to look at the reality, even if this involves bad news. I believe that is very important. We must value this, and countries must value this when it comes to thinking beyond 2030. Because let us imagine a world where we don't have a framework such as this. It's not the perfect framework, but it is a framework that is very helpful.
So in this chapter number 2, as we have explained in previous years, first statistics, the methodology is about measuring the distance between the statistical projection and each indicator and the threshold established in the corresponding target. This allows to assess not only the current status, but also the trajectory towards achievement. Thanks to the sustained statistical effort of the countries in the United Nations system, we can now track 190 indicators. That is 69% of the total universe, and 134 targets representing 79% of the total targets. However, significant gaps remain. There are still 12 indicators for which no data are available from any country. The SDGs where it is most difficult to expand indicator coverage are Goal 5 on gender equality, number 11 on sustainable cities and communities, 14 on life below water, and 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. This in terms of targets. As to SDGs, 11, 13, and 14 have the lowest relative coverage with 60% or fewer of the targets that can be assessed because of lack of information. But well, that is the warning in terms of the status, in terms of statistics. As these two charts show, both for the goals and the indicators on the right, the picture is similar and concerning for both targets and indicators. The green section shows the proportion of targets or indications that have already been met or will be met at the current pace. As you can see, this represents only 19% of the targets and 20% of the indicators. That is to say, 2 out of every 10, whether targets or indicators, rounding up. The largest portion is the yellow one, which represents progress in the right direction, but too slow to be achieved in 2030. 42% of the goals are in yellow, and 37% of the indicators are shown in yellow. This is about, that's again, 4 out of 10 weather goals or indicators, and the red section represents the proportion showing stagnation or even regression. In red, 39% of the goals and 43% of the indicators appear also in red. This is also about 4 out of 10. These figures convey 2 pieces of bad news. So one is that the overall picture shows a little progress, but the other is that these percentages are worse than those from the previous year. In 2025, 23% of goals and 24% of indicators were in green. In other words, we have fewer goals and indicators in green this year than last year. The trend between last year and this year then is not one of improvement, but of a deterioration. This is now a well-known traffic light chart showing the breakdown of targets for each SDG, and I would like to highlight some patterns that stand out when you see this chart. Of course, the first reaction, and after a few minutes, you get dizzy with it. So the row of SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, is the only one without any reds. That is the only SDG in which no target is stagnant or in decline. There's a pattern. Following this, with less than 20% of targets stagnant or in decline, are number 5, gender equality, SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, and SDG 14, life below water. At the opposite end of the spectrum, the rows with no targets in green, meaning they would fail to meet any of their targets. These are bad news are SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 9, industry, innovation, infrastructure, SDG 10, reduced inequalities, SDG 13, climate action, and number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Let's remind ourselves that there are topics that need to be looked at through magnifying lens, because these are based on the indicators. And if you look at the indicators, not in all cases are perfect. Some indicators that they existed could be measured and would provide better news, but this is what we get with the comparative indicators that we have available. Those with the highest concentration of red are those for SDG 2, zero hunger, SDG 10, reduced inequalities, 12, responsible consumption of production, 13, climate action, 15, life on land. And in all those, more than half of the assessed targets are in stagnating or regressing status. So those are the reds that are repeating. The chart also shows a significant presence of yellow SDGs 1, 4, 5, 8, 9, 11, and 16. It can be argued that it is in these SDGs with the most targets in yellow showing the right trend, but slow progress, where accelerating public policies can make the greatest difference between now and 2030. This is an argument. It can be argued, though. I mentioned them explicitly because of their importance. Again, these are SDGs with the highest number 1, no poverty, number 4, education, 5, gender equality, number 8, decent work and economic growth, number 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, number 11, sustainable cities and communities, and SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Let's now look at the summary of the breakdown by sub-region, and not showing the charts due to time constraints, but they are in the report, of course, including the report. The targets with the best prospects for achievement, that is to say in green, are concentrated mainly in South America, 19% in Central America and Mexico, 18%, both of which are close to the regional average. The Caribbean has only 13% in green, which is 6 percentage points below South America and 5 points below Central America and Mexico. In all three sub-regions, around 40% of the targets are on the right track, but at a pace that is insufficient, very similar to the regional average. When adding the targets that would be met, that is one in greens, to those moving in the right direction, in yellow, the majority of targets are on a positive trajectory in the three sub-regions. 61% in Central America and Mexico, 59% in South America, and 55% in the Caribbean. Once again, this margin represents concrete room for acceleration through successful acceleration to the achievement of 2030. And in terms of stagnation or regression, the Caribbean faces the most challenging situation, with 45% of targets stagnating or regressing, compared to 41% in South America and 39% in Central America and Mexico. Chapter 3 presents a relatively detailed analysis of the degree of progress regarding these goals shown in this slide, which are the ones that had to be discussed this year. We'll see. Let's start with SDG number 6. Clean water and sanitation was already analyzed in detail during this morning's session. This is a summary of what the report states regarding this goal. There has been progress, though insufficient, in 3 of the targets and setbacks on 4 of the targets. The main advances through modest, although modest, have been universal and equitable access to water and sanitation, integrated water resource management and transboundary cooperation, target 6.5. Stagnation and setbacks have occurred with regards to water quality and wastewater management. 6.3 especially. Efficient use of water resources, 6.4. Protection and restoration of water related ecosystems, and support for the participation of local communities, which is 6B. While technical cooperation, which is target 6A, was successfully mobilized, instability and insufficient targeting of financial resources remain an obstacle. This is what indicators one of the recommendations for accelerating progress is to better link or align cooperation with national programs with territorial or local portfolios. The water issue is totally local and territorial in nature. SDG number 7 is, as I said, is the SDG with the most progress. As I noted, it is the only one where no target is stagnant or in decline, no red lights, and with SDG 17, it has the most targets and likely to be achieved. The main achievements have been the near universalization of electricity service. The electrification rate rose from 91.7% in the year 2000 to 98.5% in 2023. Though there is a lag in rural and lower income areas, this means that the lack of access to electricity has become an increasingly localized phenomenon, closely linked to multidimensional poverty, territorial exclusion, and rural areas. The other achievement relates to target 7.2. The share of non-fossil renewable energy in the energy mix reached 65% in 2024, thanks to significant international financing and increased local investment, which are indicators 7A and 7B. The main gaps are related to energy efficiency, where target 7.3 has not progressed sufficiently to achieve the goal of doubling it. It is marked in green because it's on the right track, but it remains to be seen whether the doubling target will be met. The other shortfall is that final consumption of fossil fuels remains quite significant. In 2024, fossil fuels accounted for 70% of regional primary energy, while renewable sources reached 30%. Lots of progress has been made, but that is the proportion. As for how to accelerate progress, one recommendation is to reduce losses in electricity transmission and distribution systems, which are estimated at 17% on average, well above the levels observed in North America and OECD countries. Another recommendation is to increase efforts in national energy efficiency programs. Regarding SDG 9, this is an SDG with 4 targets showing insufficient progress and 2 that are stagnant or in decline. Transport infrastructure shows a limited progress in cargo transport indicators, although there has been a significant recovery following the pandemic. There are major disparities in the quantity and quality of road network development and little multimodal coordination. Between 14 and 24, manufacturing's contribution to GDP fell by 8% and to employment by 5%. This is interesting because this phenomenon of deindustrialization affecting several countries, Brazil in particular, there's a significant national debate in Brazil about the issue of deindustrialization. That needs to be addressed, not necessarily in terms of reduction of GDP, but in terms of employment because of automation and technology revolution. The region has not increased R&D spending as a proportion of GDP in over a decade. It remains at 0.6% of GDP on average, in contrast with 4.9% in the US, 2.7% in OECD, and 2.6% in China. That is the 9.5 indicator. There has been substantial progress in internet and ICT access, but lag in terms of advanced mobile networks. The various sections offer recommendations about these topics. For example, and just to mention this one, in the case of infrastructure, the recommendation is to strengthen logistic corridors, promote multimodality, and improving territorial planning. Of course, then we highlighted this, a very good example of a transformative and ambitious project is the South American Integration Routes Program. As to SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, this is an SDG with 10 targets, 5 of which are very difficult to measure. That's why they are in gray there with comparable data. There's data for countries, but not comparable for all the countries. From the other 5 targets, 1 green, 1 red, and 3 in yellow. The urban population living in slums or informal settlements without adequate or affordable housing decreased from 33% in 2000 to 17% in 2016 from 2000. Well, this is on the 2030 agenda. The 2030 agenda started to be applied in 2015, but it's progress in North America. But it hasn't decreased since then, and in some countries shows an upward trend. This is partly attributable to rising housing and urban land costs. It's a complex issue. In the report, there's some elaboration on this very deep topic. Access to mass public transit has increased gradually but insufficiently. Significant gaps persist in access, safety, costs, and travel times to work, partly attributable to a poorly planned urban expansion, which affects low-income groups in particular. On average, almost half of the urban population does not have access to public spaces that are inclusive, but frequently this proportion is 15% or less, and in some cities it's 90%. This is quite revealing. It has numbers for specific numbers of that larger diversity in the topic in terms of whether there is access to public spaces that are safe and inclusive. That is fundamental in terms of the quality of life of our cities. The overall recommendation is the need to improve the urban planning and territorial planning processes that in the institutional management capabilities.
So now let's move on to the last of the SDGs, which is SDG 17, partnerships to achieve these objectives. It's quite complex because it has 19 goals, and 5 are in red, 7 in yellow, 4 in green, and some that are lacking information or development. These clean technologies, which is 17.7, didn't grow in relative and value terms between 2011 and 2020. Of course, general imports increased very much. It doesn't mean that these clean technology imports didn't increase, but in relative terms, it didn't. And local production or for export is quite reduced. In 2024, exports as a percentage of exports have maintained around 6%, in contrast with Asia, which went from 25 to 37%. Partnerships for sustained development show a fragmented multilateralism, insufficient and volatile development of the finance flows, and persistence of the approach of graduating countries based on per capita GDP. Those are countries that believe they've graduated. And participation in public-private partnerships has not advanced sufficiently in the region. That was all the red part, but I was referring to certain conclusions. If we continue with the yellow ones, we didn't achieve them. They're yellow. The multilateral trade system has weakened by rising protectionism and weaponized interdependence. And domestic resource mobilization through tax revenue remains low at around 21% of the GDP for a number of reasons: low economic growth, high levels of tax evasion, and the weight of tax expenditures and difficulties in negotiating the tax reforms. And then we have 2.9 points of the GDP. No progress has been made regarding the debt renegotiation for middle-income countries. That's pretty much what countries do in terms of education and health. There haven't been, again, any improvements on renegotiation. Now, regarding the green goals, regional and international cooperation in STI and knowledge sharing has increased, but there remains considerable room for improvement. The region, that's 17.6. And the region has continued to make progress in terms of statistical capacity and the development of relevant institutional framework. That is 17.18 and 17.19. Finally, there are 3 for which we don't have sufficient information, and those are in gray, so there's not much to say, but we can say that official development assistance has decreased 17.2, and that the foreign direct investment flows are concentrated in certain countries in the region. There's a report on direct foreign investment, but they're very much concentrated in certain points. So let's move on to conclusions and recommendations. This section shows us some of the challenges. We've identified them in a brief section in the ECLAC document. And this is all in support of you to reach the SDGs. There are some final reflections. Challenges. We identified 5 that are important in terms of the advance towards 2030. And so first we have multilateralism has been weakened and there are ruptures occurring in international order as we know it. And this has to do with the local governance, international cooperation challenges, and of course, exacerbating polarization and inequality, constraining economic growth. Well, polarization between and within countries. It can constrain economic growth, limit financing of investment and infrastructure, and social policies coordination, as well as weakening regional coordination and integration. And then for foreign policy, there is that challenge of navigating them intelligently by discerning correctly in this new geopolitical situation. The second is the transition and changing rules of global trade. So there's a shift from rules-based trade system to a weaponized interdependence. Because the region actually needs certainty. So the result in global fragmentation, supply chain disruptions, and uncertainty limits opportunities for growth and development. We need income and wealth concentration. So the lack thereof hampers poverty reduction and perpetuates inherited inequalities. One of the changes in policies is that this new conversation that has to do with rivalries is on industry, technology, and productive sectors, very specific ones. It wasn't like that earlier, but that's a conversation between the powers. And we need to learn about the institutions and people and have these conversations on specific technologies. The new realities of trade require a trade partnership diversification strategy. And the idea is to further promote integration efforts. So whatever commercial partners they be, China, etc., we need to work with them. And that is what integration means. And then we have assets that go from critical minerals, renewable energies, biodiversity, and international cooperation is a major engine for economic growth. We need to think about this and stimulate it in this new stage. So the third is income and wealth concentration beyond the considerations. At a social scale, it is also something that restricts poverty reduction, reproduces inherited inequalities, and restricts equal access to basic rights like health, education, housing. It also brings about discontent, anger, and breakdown of social compacts. That is why this trap needs to be worked on, and it is imperative that countries make a greater effort to escape this trap. The fourth is climate change. And here we saw that there is slow progress on environmental targets in Latin America and the Caribbean. And there in the region, we see many countries that are highly vulnerable to impacts of hurricanes, droughts, and flooding, which affects food security, infrastructure, and ecosystems. And of course, all these production models are carbon intensive. Consumption patterns are unsustainable. The fifth is governance and political economy regarding AI. And for this, AI represents an opportunity to drive productivity, innovation, and social development in the region. So planning is of the essence in order to translate these commitments into results. So artificial intelligence, which is the fifth challenge, again, represents an opportunity to drive productivity. There are challenges because of the high cost of technological infrastructure, for example, broadband, and difficulty in asymmetries in the access thereof. And we see a need to teach public policies that are comprehensive so that countries can adopt artificial intelligence. And there are intergovernmental organizations, ECLAC, among others, many UN agencies sitting here today. I believe we're all working with different approaches to AI. So quickly, one of the main milestones last year, the UN 80 initiative. It is a comprehensive effort at an institutional level, with three main lines of work: operational efficiency, mandate review, and institutional reconfiguration. And it has had to adapt to reduce financial resources with revised budgets and staffing levels for the year 2026. The UN also completed a review of these mandates as an analytical basis for consideration by member states and is working on institutional reconfiguration. It is an ongoing effort. The other three milestones for 2025 were the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. And that was the first session this morning. We briefed on that significantly. And then the second has a brief description of the efforts made by ECLAC and the countries to reach the SDGs or achieve them. And you're all very familiarized with this, but I would like to share with you that one of our main mechanisms for support has been the practice community on the voluntary national reviews. There's been 65 virtual sessions, and it has become a regional platform widely recognized by the member states. And between 2016 and 25, 32 countries in the region submitted 70 VNRs, including 22 countries that submitted them more than once. And during this period, the VNRs evolved into an excellent analytical tool that has allowed for better understanding of complex national realities and all their specificity. And the other set of mechanisms consist of ECLAC's subsidiary bodies. One moment. Right. We have only 3 on the slide, but in the table in 4.1, there is a list of 7 that were mentioned last year. And these 7 bodies have working groups, and we've worked with other UN agencies. So it is the regional work done by the UN, which is very valuable in terms of training, learning, peer reviews, etc. So the message we want to leave with this is to remind you of the existence of these situations. And the countries have offered us mandates. And ECLAC actually sought to increase synergies and collaboration between its subsidiary organs and the other bodies and UN programs, and significant results appeared. And in terms of South-South cooperation, the second session of the regional conference, we heard about coordination throughout the entire UN system. And the 16th session of the regional conference on women, that ended with the Tlatelolco commitment, and there is a decade for action to accelerate these efforts, and we're working with Viviana and some other agencies of the UN. It's a very strong movement like no other in any other region, and very significant steps have been taken. And the 6th region of the regional session, of the regional conference on social development in Latin America and the Caribbean, held in Brasilia. Last September, they promoted the strengthening of South-South cooperation, and there is a very important story of achievements and challenges that lie ahead. Final reflections. First, I'd like to reiterate the key finding. The current rate of progress shows us that only 19% of the SDG targets will be achieved in the region, 1 in 5. 4 out of 10 are moving in the right direction, but very slowly, and this is only in fractions. The rest are stagnant or in decline, and primarily due to the shocks experienced in 2025. These estimates have worsened compared to those projected a year ago. It's bad news in terms of numbers. The second part of the reflections. Well, a slow progress can be explained by internal and external factors. Internal or low growth rate in the region's economies, weak institutional planning and implementation capacities, failure to prioritize some SDGs, financial constraints, limited fiscal space, and burden of debt. These are realities, binding constraints, as they say in English.
And the external ones include the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and other shocks stemming from the global economy, such as the war in Ukraine and the subsequent sequence of shocks in energy and food prices, as well as the disruptions in supply chains and the shift toward protectionism in 2025, instrumentalized independence in trade, technology, and finance, which will, well, as last year, it already had an impact on what's going on. It will continue to do so moving forward. And there's the withdrawal of some countries from the sphere of multilateral cooperation, and this war, the war in Iran and the Middle East, and the resulting cascade of shocks. Now, this is just to put things into perspective, because of course the UN could, in principle, be more compliant and do more, but some countries are doing a great deal, and civil society, by the way, as well. And in other words, when we ask ourselves why are we having these results, this bad news? Well, because a lot is going on. This is not to justify what governments, national and local, the UN agencies don't do. This is just the heart of it all. Everything I just summarized is what's going on. Therefore, what should be done and how should it be done in light of this overall picture? The greatest risk, as I said during my welcoming remarks, would be to give up and fall into despair. Development does not operate in a binary fashion. It's not all or nothing, nor the countries predestined for development. Rather, development is a collective achievement based on will, based on a desire for change, and on coordination and organization of efforts through collective action processes aimed at well-defined objectives. So if we don't have that, we will not prevail. We must form pragmatic partnerships and help all key actors understand that the 2030 Agenda is an agenda for transforming societies and pursuing the human aspirations we all share. This framework also provides us an opportunity to provide this type of assessment. Even if the 2030 Agenda goals are not fully achieved, every step does make a huge difference in the lives of thousands or millions of people. So let's not focus on the numbers, the figures. We're still making progress with regard to cities, water, housing, poverty, and everything we do does make a huge difference in individuals' lives. And we know that cooperation and collaboration are the greatest counterweight to a world increasingly defined by power and force. And there are many more actors who do want to advance with the collective construction of a more inclusive and sustainable world. The challenge is to coordinate these efforts, that the actors get to know each other and work together. And that, in the end, is the challenge that we as leaders face. So thank you for that. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Secretario Ejecutivo.
Thank you, Executive Secretary, for this important presentation. Allow me to now give the floor to the delegations. I would like to request that you comply with the 3-minute allotment so that the largest number of delegations will have the chance to speak. I would like to recognize the delegation of the Dominican Republic. Thank you. Chairman of this event, Jorge Felix Rubio, Executive Secretary, Celestine Serena. For the Dominican Republic, it's quite an honor to have heard this presentation on this document. We think this is a document that invites us all to reflect on what has occurred over the last few years since the SDGs were launched. Now, I read the document, and with regard to the social context, the Dominican Republic has seen a drop in poverty national poverty has dropped from 37.5% to 23.6%. Extreme poverty also dropped by 7.3 to 3.8%. As far as the job market is concerned, we are at 5.8. And with regard to digital transformation, the country has secured good results relatively. The Dominican Republic has a plan to become a developed country by 2036. We've been working towards that. And the secretary said trap, trap, trap. And any country present here today that aims to be a developed nation, given the external expenses and national budgets, it's really difficult to reach that goal. And during your presentation, I was truly drawn to what you said with regard to some of the solutions for these traps. I would say that today, all of the countries here today, you referred to 68 million inhabitants in the market. I think we hold many of the solutions to addressing these traps. The cooperation, it's among us, and I think together we are much stronger. There are major challenges, though, in the region. There are segregated or separate commercial blocks that do not intercommunicate, and there are certain aspects that are very difficult to fund. We are one of the regions that has limited the lowest added value when we export together. Latin America does not have that value component. We use value added from other countries. So I would like to commend Secretary Salazar for this excellent document. I think it could be a good guideline for public policy and food for thought, so that we can sit down and try to figure out how to best tackle these challenges and the traps that we face, so that we may find the path towards being a developed country. Now, we do not take all the decisions. We are affected by many, but we know that there are some decisions we may make on behalf of our own people. Thank you. Thank you to the Dominican Republic. The delegation of Peru has been recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peru would like to, first of all, express our appreciation to the ECLAC Executive Secretary, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, to the ECLAC team, and to all of the individuals who took part in drafting this valuable document. Distinguished delegates, the presentation of the document, the 2030 Agenda Latin America and the Caribbean, provides us with a tool to better understand the context we are dealing with today and to make decisions in an increasingly more complex international context. We have seen that there is a transition towards this new production technological era where digitization and knowledge and technology are increasingly more determining factors. So the region faces this ongoing technological divide and limitations to the production infrastructure, and this has an impact on our competitive insertion in the global market. We also know that there are other challenges related to inequality, the informal labor market, and low social movement. This has continues to undermine social development in the region. There's yet another challenge that has been underscored in this document, and that is the growing environmental pressure. Climate change, for example, ecosystem degradation and extreme events make it necessary for us to accelerate the transformation toward more sustainable, resilient models. Now, the response, as mentioned by ECLAC, will be to reinforce our production capacity, to close structural gaps, to mobilize funding, and very particularly to renew our commitment with multilateralism and international cooperation. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Perú.
Thank you, Peru. The delegation of Costa Rica has been recognized. Thank you, Chairman. Costa Rica is thankful for the presentation on this document, which sheds light on how to accelerate compliance or implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in our countries. Now, the outlook provided by the document is not very encouraging. Only 19% of the targets would be met by the deadline. And as mentioned by the executive secretary, this is a percentage that is less than the percentage addressed under the 25 version of the document. And it's even more alarming to see that a high percentage of the targets are either stagnant or facing setbacks. Now, this performance is affected by the international context that we cannot deny, geopolitical fragmentation, weakening of multilateralism, and other aspects. It is true that this scenario calls for the urgent adoption of a strategic way out for facing the 2030 agenda and in the mid, long, and short term. As mentioned by the executive secretary, we need to consider possibility. I like that comment because that indicates that we still have hope and that it is still possible to do good on our commitment to leave no one behind. Costa Rica has equal progress with regard to attaining the SDGs, but we have done well in social and environmental areas. Specifically, we have been able to maintain an upward trend of reducing poverty with sustained reductions since 2022, and according to the National Household Survey, we went from 19% in 2024 to 15.2% in 2025, and extreme poverty went from 4.8% to 3.8%. Moreover, we have also worked on expanding opportunities, social protection opportunities, for example, universal access to basic services and investing in human capital. Despite all of this, there are challenges that we continue to face related to inequality. This continues to be one of the primary structural challenges we face, and other challenges related to the informality in the supermarket. With regard to SDG 6, Costa Rica would like to point out the role of water as a cross-cutting component of sustainable development. It is essential for public health, for food security, for energy production, and for resilience. We already shared our experience and positive experience with the panel this morning regarding this aspect. With regard to SDG 7 and energy matters, we have consolidated an electric power grid with roughly 80% based on renewable resources, and the country continues to work towards decarbonization. With regard to general environmental aspects, Costa Rica has been able to cover its forestry coverage, reaching 58% roughly. This is a historic moment, and we all have also surpassed more than 30% in terms of marine areas under conservation and protected. This is the result of ongoing social environmental policies. Now, as a country, we tackle key challenges related to SDG 9, such industry, innovation, and infrastructure. However, as mentioned by the report, we have made some progress, such as the non-conventional reindustrialization process related to the medical devices and instruments sector, and other more recent advancements. On Thursday, we will talk about the successful national experiences with regard to artificial intelligence. For example, With regard to SDG 11, in terms of sustainable communities and cities, we have the 2034 regional agenda to reduce inequalities between regions and to launch national development programs. Despite some positive examples, such as disaster risk reduction, for which our municipalities have plans, the territorial gaps continue to be a crucial challenge.
As to partnerships for development, through the network of promoters of SDGs, and there are local players, local participants in this effort for sustainable development. Mr. President, countries of middle income or high middle income face difficulties to access concessional financing in spite of the vulnerability we have and persisting structural gaps. It is key to move forward towards international architecture and drive innovative elements like payment for environmental services. Costa Rica urgently reiterates the need to close gaps of financing for sustainable development and reinforce international cooperation as a response to the complexities that we face in the present global context. Thank you. Thank you, Costa Rica. Delegation of Uruguay has the floor now. Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, thanks for the great presentation of the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, very complete and most useful. These days, the defense of multilateralism is a strategic objective indispensable to solve conflicts, but also to promote cooperation, whilst problems of sustainable human development persist, and also global problems can only be faced from systematic cooperation. Uruguay presents in 2026 the sixth voluntary report and about the implementation of the 2030 agenda within the framework of a reliable multilateral system. The report is presented in the first year of a new administration, 2025-2030, the last period for the 2030 agenda after 4 years without any progress. So it's a commitment of this government with multilateralism. It's a second generation report integrating the opinion of national government, departmental governments, civil society, citizens, and different platforms. The report is based on a vision of a country articulating sustainable human development, social cohesion, environmental sustainability, and institutional strengthening. In that framework, several cross-sectional axes are key to leave no one behind. That was assumed by the President of the Republic and aligned with the main challenges of the new government, going beyond and paying attention to social inequalities, child poverty, people with disability, people with vulnerabilities. In a world context of uncertainties linked to global policies, the impact of climate and demographic and technological changes, the challenge of new efforts for capacity building, sustainable development, solidarity, and well-being for all. First, to deepen democracy based on agreement and dialogues of necessary public policies. Number two, promote education, innovation, avoid dirty work, avoid violence, improve infrastructure, promote culture as a force of society, gender perspective to be included. Number six, an integrated country valuing the wealth of its territorial diversity for the country and for the whole world. As to the SDGs prioritized in 2026, this morning we have pointed out the value of access to quality water. Also, energy matrix with access to electricity, renewable 99% of renewable sources, and moving to the second phase of energy transition, centered in decarbonization, incorporation of new technologies, and improvement of energy efficiency. In infrastructure and innovation, Uruguay assumes the context of the new technological revolution with a long-term approach, dialogue with governments, the government with workers, business community, academia, and stakeholders, strengthening the institutional system linked to science and knowledge. There are efforts from departmental local governments like that of Canelones, including territorial organization as key for efficient and sustainable logistic corridors, creating quality urban spaces. We have gone deep into urban development with planning mechanisms promoting urban residents with inclusive and sustainable societies. We continue strengthening our regional multilateral partnerships, the South-South and triangular cooperation as receiver and supplier. It also promotes a vision of development, recognizing its multidimensional character and with access to sustainable financing, with inclusion and equity. Finally, the importance of strengthening state capacities, multi-stakeholder participation, and favoring transparency, analysis, and decision-making.
Muchas gracias, Uruguay. Tiene el uso de la palabra.
Thank you. Ecuador now has the floor.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. Chair, in an international context marked by uncertainty and growing economic tensions, the 2030 Agenda faces a critical challenge. Based on going from commitment to concrete results in Latin America and the Caribbean, this challenge is even more evident. The region faces structural gaps in poverty inequalities exacerbated by fiscal policies. In view of this scenario, Ecuador reaffirms that the 2030 Agenda is not a faraway aspiration, but a roadmap that has to be with the concrete and coordinated decisions. Development is a collective achievement. The Executive Secretary of CEPAL mentioned this. As our country has said, it's impossible to speak about sustainable development without guaranteeing basic conditions like security, peace, institutional stability, strengthening of the rule of law. All of this is the basis for the other sustainable development goals. Ecuador has emphasized that the achievement of the 2030 Agenda depends on its capacity to respond to the needs of the young population. With a significant proportion of youth in the region, the employment of them is an indispensable condition for sustainable development. Ecuador has presented until 2024 3 voluntary reports that led to a realignment with the SDGs, incorporating them as structuring access of public policies, mainly in areas like social protection, climate action, productive transformation, and institutional strengthening. In spite of that, we have been clear to say that one main obstacle to advancing the Agenda 2030 is the gap of financing without adequate resources. It's merely a statement. Therefore, the country promotes mobilization of international financing, attracting foreign investment, and strengthening public-private partnerships. In a fragmented world, but for multilateralism based on effective cooperation among states, international agencies, and private sector. Mr. Chair, achieving the 2030 agenda, it's not enough to reaffirm commitments. We need to create the material conditions facilitating implementation. This means acting in 4 fronts, guaranteeing security, investing in its population, mainly in the youth, sustainable growth, and inclusive growth. Only with this comprehensive approach may we advance to sustainable development and leave no one behind.
Muchas gracias, Ecuador. Tiene el uso de la palabra.
Thank you, Ecuador. Now, delegation of Brazil has the floor. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Distinguished dear colleagues, it's an honor to participate in this ninth meeting of the Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. We congratulate ECLAC for the organization of this key fundamental space to move forward in the implementation of the 2030 agenda from a regional perspective, considering the realities and challenges of Latin America and the Caribbean. Without this dialogue, the challenge would be much greater. And congratulations to ECLAC for the regional report, the challenges identified, inequalities, food insecurity. They confirmed the achievement of the SDGs call for a renewed effort. And in that context, the strengthening of the implementation means of the partnerships in accordance with SDG 7 is essential for the feasibility of our development strategies. In the recent years, Brazil has reinforced its action in clear areas. The chair of G20 with the organization of COP in Berlin and the chair of the conference until that year reflect our commitment in our fight against hunger and poverty. Just energy transition and integration between social and climate agendas. For Brazil, this challenge can be overcome in core international cooperation. This approach also guides our orientation within the BRICS framework, whose chair was Brazil in 2025, strengthening South-South cooperation and exchange of solutions in areas like financing for development, innovation, and the institutional strengthening in sync with priorities of our region. It is under this strategic alliance vision that Brazil promotes bioeconomy as an integrating axis of sustainable development and of regional productive integration, properly aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals 17, and clearly now with this on equality, ethnic and racial equality. Our economy has direct impact, especially on SDGs 6, 7, 8, and 11. In this framework, Brazil has promoted initiatives for the sustainable use of water, strengthening of productive with less water impact, and also sustainable energy with renewable sources contributing to energy transition and generation of employment. During our chair of G20, we agreed principles at high level, a reference for sustainable industrialization that will transform biodiversity into innovation, employment, and added local value of social inclusion, which is the foundation of the mandate of President Lula, and the sustainable use of natural resources. We share experiences and public policies in areas like food security, social protection, energy transition, and participate in this forum with the purpose of strengthening regional exchanges and move together to its concrete solutions. To conclude, Mr. Chair, we reaffirm that compliance of the 2030 agenda will depend on our capacity to act as an articulated and solidarian region. Only through robust alliances, political will, social participation, we may advance, progress without leaving anyone behind. Thank you, Brazil. And now Mexico is recognized. We recognize the presentation of this extremely valuable, and I don't know how to express it because it contains not only economic measures, but it has an underlying analysis that we greatly needed. And above all, I'd like to speak about the direction of the 2030 Agenda. Today, we're facing a complex context and delicate global fragmentation, economic pressures, commercial tensions, threats to peace and multilateralism. The 2030 Agenda is no longer an aspiration, but a roadmap for resilience and development. Latin America and the Caribbean continue to face major challenges: low growth, high inequality, institutions that are limited, and a lack of social cohesion. This obliges us to act with greater coordination and a new view of development. In Mexico, we begin with a conviction. Sustainable development is only possible if the well-being of people is at the heart of all public decisions. We are convinced that we need public policies that integrate economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability, not as separate agendas, but rather as part of one same strategy. Mexico reports a progress of 70.4% in terms of SDGs, the result of seeking for coherence between planning, the budget, and public action. Our National Development Plan is aligned fully with the 2030 Agenda and the result of an open process and participatory for the integration of all voices and sectors in the territory. This plan puts together a view of shared prosperity through four axes: fair governance, well-being, economy with a social focus, and sustainable development. In recent years, more than 13 million people overcame multidimensional poverty in Mexico. Opportunities for education have strengthened, social programs have been also extended, including constitutional rights. We moved ahead with sustainable development, new climate actions, strategies such as the Plan Mexico that furthers transformation, productive transformation with a social and territorial approach. Mexico has strengthened the alignment of budgets and SDGs. Today, 99.5% of public programs are linked to at least one SDG. We would like to highlight the urgent need for a change in the focus, for a model that is not CSDG, such as a list of targets, but rather an integrated system, a model that accepts that we cannot have growth without social inclusion nor sustainability without well-being, a model that is built from local places involving the three levels of government of all sectors: academic, financial, production, social. All sectors are urgent, working hand in hand. We are working to achieve an underlying connection to bring global agendas down to territorial level, the daily life of people. At a time when multilateralism faces onslaughts and questioning, America has a major challenge, but also a great opportunity. That is to create a new development model that is sustainable. Not only creating it is viable, it is necessary and it is urgent. We must build a new model. with our own vision, our own approach, typical of our America, not imposed from outside, based on cooperation, inclusion, shared compassion, and solidarity. Mexico reaffirms its readiness to continue to work in this direction with participation and action. To me, it is of concern that if we are all aware of the threat of multilateralism, of the way the decisions are reached without hearing our voices, nor hearing our opinion, there are no voices heard that do not accept this. I think that today, more than ever before, it is urgent to be united in order to move ahead. We must work to strengthen ECLAC and all UN agencies. It is indispensable to diversify alliances, as was said here by the Executive Secretary. What we need is integration with the Global South. For me, truly, I see that we should not accept that we continue to be imposed upon, because in the past, this has not given good results. It may have given good results to others, but not for us. We certify that this is urgent to back multilateralism in an organized joint manner, that our voices be heard defending it. And as a major fighter said, either we fight together or they will kill us separately. Mexico will continue to support Cuba, definitely, and we really hope that more countries may join in the support, because what Cuba has suffered is truly infamous, genocidal, and the only thing that Cuba could be accused of is of having dignity, because if Cubans have something, and that is that they share everything that is needed. They are physicians, and they've supported all countries, but I do not see all countries supporting Cuba. That is when, Mr. Secretary of ECLAC, that we can all work for this same aim, and that Mexico is prepared to do any of these. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mexico. And now the delegation of the British Virgin Islands is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank Jose Manuel for his presentation and his team's hard work in producing the comprehensive progress report on the SDGs that ECLAC has published. There's clearly much more work to be done on implementation of the 2030 agenda across our region. This, of course, applies to the Caribbean. The lack of access to data is an ongoing challenge to monitoring that implementation and measuring progress. More investment and training in data collection is required to address this problem. However, while data is extremely important and should rightly be a priority for governments and development partners, more resources must be put into enabling the very progress that we are trying to measure. That progress relates to the economic and social transformation of our societies to give our people a higher standard of living and better quality of life. In this regard, ECLAC's work on productive development policies is highly relevant and extremely important. The flagship report on development traps has already identified the key drivers for a productive transformation of Latin America and the Caribbean. In terms of productivity, science, technology, and innovation, productive coordination, and environmental sustainability and social inclusion. In the British Virgin Islands and among many other Caribbean countries, we need a much stronger focus on productive transformation to engender a real material change in the growth and development of our societies and the lives of our people. The development model of past years that relied on loans and development aid to drive growth and development is no longer viable. We must seek to make our countries more investable and prioritize investment as a key driver of growth. The 2030 agenda is not meant to simply be an exercise in measuring the progress of implementing the SDGs. To be meaningful, it must genuinely enable progress, material progress. In this regard, the British Virgin Islands wishes to engage ECLAC in a review of our own policies to identify the deficiencies that are holding back our own growth and development. We will also be working closely with the Dominican Republic, who we see as an example of a Caribbean country that has embraced productive development policies and has seen great inward investment that is transforming their economy and society. Mr. Chair, before I close, I would just like to highlight the very real problem of vulnerability of the small island developing states of the Caribbean with respect to climate change. As many of us know, the Atlantic hurricane season begins in June. However, over the past 2 days in my country, we have been experiencing torrential rains and flash flooding as though the hurricane season has already begun. Our authorities will begin assessing the damage in the days ahead. But we are sure that this extreme weather has directly impacted the public works on our roads that were being repaired and reconstructed and has caused damage to businesses and homes. Any loss or damage to public infrastructure means we will have to spend unbudgeted funds on recovery. Ironically, the monies that were used for the very public works I mentioned were funds from loans that were already taken to recover from a previous hurricane because we are not eligible for development assistance due to per capita income. This is an example of how middle-income Caribbean countries get stuck in a vicious cycle of disaster, debt, recovery that leaves little fiscal space for SDG implementation. And there appears to be no justice, none at all. There's no climate justice. The polluters are not paying, and they don't seem to be overly concerned about the climate insecurity they are causing. They have other priorities. The Caribbean will be unable to sustain the progress we are making on the SDGs if we are continually set back by natural disasters. Mr. Chairman, Latin America and the Caribbean must redouble our efforts to arrest the climate crisis at the same time that we seek to accelerate the SDGs. This is a moral question. It is a moral one. Civil society is present here with us in this room. We must continue to raise our voices until we are heard, as well as take our own steps as a community to respond to the negative impacts of climate change. I would like to thank ECLAC and the wider UN system and our friends here in Latin America for their support as we in the Caribbean continue to navigate these most difficult circumstances. I thank you.
Gracias, Islas Vírgenes Británicas. Tiene el uso de la palabra la delegación de Colombia.
The delegation of Colombia is recognized.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to extend our thanks to Peru as the chair, the executive secretary, and the entire ECLAC team for the organization of this forum and the presentation of this very important and valuable document. The conclusions of the report presented today show irrefutably a reality that the President Gustavo Petro has warned of in various multilateral forums in recent years, and that is that we are dangerously near a point of no return, and where we will condemn humanity to its own extinction if we do not make decisions. That is why the conclusions and recommendations stemming from this forum should translate into concrete action that will have a significant impact on the reality of everyone, and that it may become clear and actions in order to carry out further social transformation that our region needs. Speaking of last decade, we in this way satisfy the needs of populations historically vulnerable and forgotten in our territories. True sustainable development will only be constructed in the more distant territories with the more vulnerable populations and whom for decades have remained hidden and forgotten and have been the people who have borne the greatest burden of a system that has remained closed and the difficult questioning of an economic model. This process of sustainable development must also be constructed with peasants who inhabit the earth, with indigenous people who preserve our ecosystems, and the Afro-descendant communities and their cosmovisions, such as the center of Latin American identity.
And there we find a significant advance of 59% in the implementation of the 2030 agenda, with significant progress when it comes to SDG 2 on the consumption and responsible production, and 14 on submarine life, and 17 on Alliance for the Objectives. However, we acknowledge that we still have certain weaknesses in certain goals with eradication of poverty, food security, and the reduction of inequalities. Colombia is one of the most unequal countries in the world. Especially when it comes to SDGs prioritized for this forum, our country has achieved progress in terms of renewable energies and alliances. We also acknowledge structural gaps in terms of water, sewage, and innovation, which become deeper at a territorial level. We confirm our commitment with the comprehensive implementation of the 2030 agenda promoted by UNESCO, which is multi-stakeholder and multi-territories, highlighting initiatives such as a multi-stakeholder platform and the alliance to bring SDGs to the territories. Likewise, we summon us to have a vision beyond 2030, enabling us to overcome the present fragmentation and face a new cycle of sustainability, where Latin America must speak in its own name and on behalf of the whole world, that is more realistic, equitable, and geared towards the achievement of results, built as from the realities of our region and with a strong voice and coordination with the global South. Thus, we invite all those present so that we can advance together towards the common objectives, go beyond declarations and documents, and commit actions, programs, and public policies that are clear, strong, effective, and that also defend life. We specifically oppose the blockade suffered by the Cuban people at present, and we are aware of the various perspectives that exist in terms of what we seek as development. In fact, Latin America has insisted with visions such as the good living of the people taught to us by the Bolivian nation. But regardless of the pathways and the policies that each government adopts in this self-determination exercise by nations, peoples, and governments, they must all focus on a central aspect, on people. Our center is humanity and life itself, without leaving anyone behind. This must be accounted in terms, in not only in monetary terms. There must be redistribution, and also so that men and women can live with dignity. We confirm our commitment with a task undertaken by the Commission in favor of sustainable development in our region. The ECLAC is a fundamental ally in order to generate new coordination spaces and to strengthen multilateralism among states, and in order to strengthen necessary actions that will lead to the social transformation required by our region. We wish the biggest success in these debates, activities, and programs within the framework of this forum. Thank you very much. Thank you, Colombia. Now we offer the floor to the representative of UNUDI.
Gracias, presidente.
Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. It's an honor for me to speak to you on behalf of the UN Organization for Industrial Development, UNUDI. I would like to congratulate ECLAC and his executive secretary for the comprehensive analysis in this 9th report on the advances in the 2030 agenda that not only describes the situation in the region, but summons us to accelerate the 2030 agenda within a global context that is increasingly complex. As from UNUDI, we are in full agreement with the diagnosis, especially when it comes to the role of productive development as an engine for sustainable development. The report is very clear. Only 19% of SDGs will be achieved by 2030, and what is of greatest concern is that practically 40% of the goals have stagnated or are falling behind. And this reveals a problem of structural problems in an area shaped by political fragmentation, less fiscal space, and the weakening of multilateralism. And here I would like to emphasize that without productive transformation, there is no acceleration of the 2030 agenda. The report reflects this very clearly. Low growth, only 1.1% in the past decade, low productivity, and persistent informality. An additional problem involves the productive system in the region, and that is the gender gap. Women represent a significant part of the industrial labor force, close to 40% in accordance with our estimates for the region. However, women in industry continue to be concentrated in jobs with low salaries, less qualified and informal work, with strong underrepresentation in technical positions and leadership positions. In this sense, on the 21st of April has been declared by the General Conference of UNUDI as International Day of Women in Industry, precisely with the objective of strengthening policies geared towards resolving these gaps and bringing to the fore the numerous contributions that women make when it comes to industrial development. How do we guide the region towards sustainable development? Well, industrial development continues to be fundamental in order to advance towards a sustainable and inclusive future. And this is so because industry generates quality jobs within and outside the industrial sector and promotes innovation. For example, 60% of green patents were produced by the manufacturing sector in 2023. And it provides economic diversification and is fundamental for the green transition. The green transition provides a real opportunity for structural transformation in the region. But this will not happen automatically. It requires modern industrial policies, technological capabilities, and effective regional cooperation. UNUDI is an ally in order to collaborate with the region and making this a reality. Finally, I would like to highlight our collaboration with ECLAC in order to support a productive transformation agenda in the region. In order to make headway with this agenda, we invite you to the side event that will be held tomorrow, Productive Transformation for a Sustainable Future in Latin America and the Caribbean, where we will present the progress that has been made with our work, exploring the supplementary nature of our research agendas. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and dear colleagues, accelerating the 2030 agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean implies putting productive transformation at the very center. This is not only an economic agenda, but it's an agenda which involves inclusion, resilience, and sustainability. That also implies facing up to persistent gaps such as gender inequality in the productive sector and in industry. Integrating the gender perspective into industrial policies and benefiting from the opportunities of the digital and green transformation are key in order to create a more dynamic and equitable development. As from UNUDI, we reiterate our commitment to work with countries and with our regional partners in order to turn this vision into concrete results. Thank you very much. Going on with it now, we offer the floor to the representative of UNHCR. Thank you. And our greetings to the distinguished guests, to colleagues, and to representatives of civil society. This intervention by UNHCR seeks to also congratulate you all for the presentation of this report that reveals the challenges that we face, but it also shows both challenges and possibilities. Faced with a certain disappointment with results, we also have some positive aspects, and I would like to refer to SDG 7 about energy transition and relates to such critical aspects such as critical minerals, which shows that we can make headway as expected and make progress in the region because its indicators show or reveal progress. and has no red light in front of it, so to speak. Tomorrow in the session, we will obtain more information about this, and not only to provide results, but also other information. I would also like to mention the collaboration of UN Human Rights and ECLAC for the second year running in order to link in this report SDGs with human rights, as occurred last year as well. As you can see in the information sheet that we have provided you, that contains a summary of the progress and the performance of each SDG, we find a connection between SDGs and human rights treaties, and this is aligned with the need to effectively deal with the world emergency of development, as the Secretary General has mentioned, that we face today, and we must systematically use human rights as a key lever in order to accelerate our progress towards SDGs, prioritizing the most vulnerable people. In response to this, I would like to say that this year UN Human Rights submitted to the Human Rights Council a report that documents the positive impact of the approaches that promote the implementation of the 2030 Agenda with special attention on human rights. And this report is entitled Best Practices, Challenges and Lessons Learned on Integrated Approaches for the Protection of Human Rights in the Implementation of the 2030 Agenda. I don't expect you to remember that long-winded title, but anyway, the report highlights several inspiring examples from our region. For example, the task undertaken by Chile in order to strengthen its care system and a system to provide support founded on human rights, the issue of Brazil that achieved the lowest level of extreme poverty and the lowest unemployment rate in its history, and the efforts made by Uruguay in order to develop indicators that enable us to monitor the enjoyment of economic, social, and cultural rights by Afro-descendants, and especially focusing on women, the elderly, and other groups. Accelerating progress also requires the formulation and implementation of focused economic policies, as mentioned by the honorary colleague, and budget, fiscal, macroeconomic, and investment decisions promote development and contribute towards the realization of the rights of all people. In this report that I am discussing, it is shown that the systematic integration of rights and the human rights approach in the implementation of the agenda helps us to more effectively reduce discrimination and inequalities. It helps us to struggle against poverty, to protect the planet, and maximizes the positive contributions of companies and promotes accountability in their performance. We invite you to read the report, and again, our congratulations for this presentation of the 9th report. Thank you. We thank the representative of the UNHCR, and now we offer the floor to the representation of UNCIDA. Thank you, Chair. I would also like to congratulate the Executive Secretary of ECLAC and his team for this important report. As from UNAIDS, I would like to highlight the importance of 2026 to renew the commitment vis-à-vis SDG 3, and specifically the objective of ending HIV as a public health challenge at a world level. And this year is very important because in the UN Assembly, we will be holding the high-level meeting on HIV/AIDS that occurs every 5 years, and where we take on board the goals by 2030 and the priority action areas in these remaining years. The leadership of our region is critical, and we have already acted as leaders in different fronts, including the assurance that more than 20% of people living with HIV in Latin America and the Caribbean can gain access to treatment, that there has been a drop in the mortality rate in Latin America, which is a 31% reduction and a 62% reduction in the Caribbean since 2010. On top of this, we find the commitment of countries in terms of showing that the elimination of the transmission from mother to children has been possible from Cuba to Brazil, from Belize to Jamaica. Thus, it is fundamental to continue to bring to the fore this level of leadership, but also acknowledging that we continue to face several challenges: stigma, discrimination, and exclusion. And that region in Latin America is one of the regions where we find an increase of new infections, 13% since 2010. In consequence, we would like to invite you to make sure that our region participates and becomes a leader and contributes, renewing the political commitments in the negotiations and in the adoption of the political resolution. Thank you. We thank UNAIDS, and now we would like to offer the floor to UN Women. Thank you, Chair. Warm greetings and our gratitude to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, for his excellent presentation of this 9th report on progress and the regional challenges of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. Undoubtedly, we face many challenges, and we don't have very encouraging results because of the uncertainties and because of a different context. But this opens up a new pathway for the construction of a sustainable future. And I believe that one of the key pathways is the generation of robust data. I would like to add, as has been mentioned, as has been highlighted by our regional gender profile, undertaken by the ICP Gender Group, there is still a significant deficit of data in order to measure the progress made towards the achievement of SDGs, and especially of SDG number 5 on equal gender equality and the empowerment of women. And therefore, it's important to break down that statistical silence that the Montevideo Consensus referred to. It's important to strengthen national statistical systems to generate disaggregated data and with a gender perspective, so that we can bring to the fore the structural inequalities that impact women. Data that turns into information, information that turns into knowledge, and knowledge into political decision for equality. We have identified a number of challenges that the region is facing in areas such as extreme poverty, food security and nutrition, education, mother's mortality, access to utilities, economic autonomy, and violence against women. I believe this report presented today by ECLAC's Executive Secretary is a significant step in the need to go from commitments to action. We've heard from many of the speakers. And in this context, I'd like to mention as an important regulatory achievement as one more step in that gender cumulative, sophisticated agenda, the Tlatelolco commitment that was referred to by the Executive Secretary as well. I believe it's important to mention that articulation between social, environmental, and economic dimensions in the Tlatelolco commitment adopted during the regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean that took place in Mexico in August. I would like to thank especially the Mexican government for chairing that meeting. This decade of action between 2025 and 2035 means that we need to go from consensus to implementation, from promises to concrete public policies, and from discourse to budgets. Implementing the Tlatelolco commitment demands political will. It also demands structural reforms. It requires financing systems that recognize the economic and social value of the care work, public and private investment aligned with gender equality. And also, what's also important to have accountability mechanisms that guarantee that no one is left behind. And also considering civil society, supporting civil society, women's movements, the feminist movement that has been historically infra-financed. However, they keep on developing, inspiring and ongoing action, and without despair. We would like to reaffirm from UN Women our commitment of continuing to strengthen alliances as the SDG 17 states, expanding the alliance base, working with states, civil society, with the private sector, with academia,
with the United Nations systems agencies in coordination in order to keep on making progress, because the decisions we make during this decade will define not only the achievement of our international commitments, but the dignity, the rights, and the opportunities of present and future generations. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the representative of UN Women. OIM has the floor now. Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to also join the greetings from the table. I'd like to thank the Secretary General for the presence of the document and for placing this forum in the current context for the region as well as the global context. In 2025, the Sustainable Development Forum recognized the positive contribution of human mobility and a recognition to migrants because of the inclusive growth and sustainable development. And this forum called to concrete measures to expand inclusion, and specifically referring to the access to financial services and reducing transactional costs of remittances management. Facing 2026, the conclusions of this forum should keep and reinforce this approach by introducing the contribution of human mobility explicitly, the one referring to migrants as well as change agents and sustainable development catalysts. From OIM, we distinguish the key results of the second review of the Migration Compact in its second review in 2024 here in Chile, in which a consensus was achieved about the urgency of strengthening migration governance and regional and intra-regional cooperation, the standardization of inclusion policies and frameworks. And I believe we all agree on this topic of data and statistical silence. Likewise, there was consensus about guaranteeing the significant engagement of migrants in the formulation of policies, and specifically regarding Goal 10.7 in the SDGs. Socioeconomic inclusion of migrants is consolidated as a priority and as a strategic opportunity in order to accelerate digital innovation, including AI. Likewise, in order to improve the documentation and skills certification and to connect migrants with job opportunities. Making progress requires technical cooperation and resources to expand labor policies and also inclusive social policies, specifically to be able to include all migrants. And with a view to 2026 from OIM, we reiterate the call to integrate human mobility among the priorities of this forum and its conclusions. Thank you. I'd like to thank OIM. The representative of FAO has the floor now. I'd like to greet the delegates present. FAO congratulates ICLAC for the presentation of the report. It would like to share some elements associated to SDG 2 Zero Hunger that are our main mandate. Agri-food systems in the region are facing structural limitations and specific pressures that affect its sustainability and resilience. Among the main challenges, we see the limited investment, persistent poverty, and inequality that are elements that are mentioned in the report, as well as the high cost of food and healthy diets, factors that have a direct impact on hunger and food security. Food inflation also disproportionately affects the lower income households, especially women and rural communities. In spite of this context, agri-food systems in the region perform a strategic role. More than 100 million people work in areas related to agri-food systems, and this accounts for about 22% of regional employment. I'd like to highlight in this last 4 years, we have seen significant progress in reducing hunger and food insecurity. 7 countries have already achieved or are on the way to achieve the goal of SDG number 2 before 2030, according to the most recent report on the status of food security in the region. In that context, recent experience confirms that it is possible to make progress if we strengthen policies mainly regarding social policies, rural jobs, economic inclusion and environmental sustainability coupled with financing mobilization. Considering this context, members of FAO have defined recently in Brazil priorities for the current biennium, considering 4 main pillars for the transformation of agri-food systems, mainly focused on efficient, inclusive, sustainable production, in ending hunger and guaranteeing food security and nutrition, sustainable management of natural resources and climate change adaptation, and reducing poverty and inequalities besides promoting resilience. So, in line with what the report states, it is urgent to facilitate the means in order to materialize the progress. Agri-food systems transformation is part of the solution, and for that we need investment, innovation, more resilience, strengthening the institutions, and more regional coordination. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
I'd like to thank FAO. The representative of UN Habitat has the floor. Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations and recognition for our colleague, Executive Secretary of ICLAC, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, for the presentation of the report that ICLAC is providing the entire subcontinent of Latin America and the Caribbean in order to keep acting and making decisions. In particular, from UN Habitat, we have an observation or a specific focus on objective number 11, making human settlements and cities to be inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And we notice that data with lots of concern show a situation that we could describe as concerning. Urban population living in informal neighborhoods has reduced in the last 4 years. And additionally, we know that part of that situation is due to structural issues related to the housing supply, in particular of social housing, with the cost of housing, the access to adequate housing, which is also connected to other factors, the efficiency in the planning processes, urban planning that generate land availability that is necessary in order to build accessible social housing. But not always about bad news, but the opposite. We are quite enthusiastic from UN Habitat in order to reinforce and support the important efforts that member states are performing. And in that specific case, we believe we'd like to recognize the revitalization of the regional organization or the regional assembly of housing and sustainable urban development ministers today headed by Uruguay, and to ensure together with ICLAC, we act as a technical secretariat of that organization in order to secure and to guarantee that we have a commitment in order to support leadership of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay in this process. We are sure that Uruguay can play a significant role in promoting with a collective construction from all the member states in the region, the number of tools and the number of instruments that can help to make progress decisively in order not to leave anyone behind and not leaving any city behind or any informal neighborhood behind in Latin America or the Caribbean. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ONU Habitat. We are going to take a 15-minute break. At 5, we'll be back in this same room. Thank you.
Una reunión con, gracias, con la coordinadora residencial de Ecuador, con Laura.
No, Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. We are going to continue with the session.
A continuación, corresponde
Now, we are going to learn about the contribution of the United Nations system. This report refers to the contributions of the United Nations in the region, primarily through the thematic coalitions and the platform working groups. And the regional collaborative platform aims to improve the coherency, efficiency, and effectiveness of the UN system regionally. By way of coordinated efforts, the platform allows for systematizing the efforts of the country teams and resident coordinators regarding achievement of the SDGs. This session not only provides us with the opportunity to reflect on the results achieved, but also to exchange views with you, ensuring that collaboration may continue to drive positive and sustainable change in the region. First, we will see a short video, and then the co-chairs of the regional collaboration platform will take the floor.
José Manuel Salazar, secretario ejecutivo de la CEPAL y copresidente de la plataforma.
Muy bien, buenas tardes de nuevo. Mis disculpas por ocuparles tanto de mi atención, tanto tiempo ya.
Of your time. I spoke to you for 1 hour, but this time it's only going to be 5 minutes. It's a great honor to present the UN system-wide results in Latin America and the Caribbean. As Vice President, Vice Chair of the platform, jointly with my dear co-chair, Michelle Moutet from UNDP. This presentation, please, could be uploaded. It will have 4 parts. One, it's an overview of the RCP lab, of the work we've done, mechanisms of the platform, then an implementation of the regional review, and then some highlights of the achievements, results, and then way forward. Yes, here. These are the 4 parts I have just mentioned. And as you were able to see in the video, and supplementing the platform, this collaborative platform works with the 13 key functions that are on the right side of the screen. All of them titled, half of them concentrate on regional strategic cooperation, and the other half on providing specific help to RUS coordinators, UN countries, ensuring that the work of the platform be in line with the national priorities and will support the implementation of SDGs at country level. Through these functions, the platform seeks to improve the impact and the coordination of the United Nations system in the region with a more integrated approach to challenges of development. In this other slide, you can see the mechanisms, substantive mechanisms by issue-based coalition and working groups. There is an alignment of efforts ensuring that regional initiatives will supplement and expand national strategies to reach SDGs. What's important, it's not only that they exist, but there are leaders, responsible persons to organize the response and exchange within the system. And usually there are 1 or 2 entities, UN funds, in charge of that. And so you know who to speak to when you need to ask for help, support of any type in that specific subject. So the platform has 4 thematic coalitions and 3 cross-sectional working groups, programmatic working groups. The 4 thematic issues is climate change and resilience, equitable growth and financing for development, human mobility, governance for peace, justice, and strong institutions. The 3-year working groups focus on gender, and there are 6 programmatic working groups that cover evaluation, partnerships and communication, peer support group, regional operations management team, SDGs, data and statistics. This is the 6th report of the collaboration platform since it was created in 2020. These reports are all of them available on the website of the platform, offering perspectives about ongoing work and the success, achievement, and results of the platform every year. The report is 1 chapter on the regional challenges identified by the platform, another one on the results achieved, and another segment on priorities for 2026. In 2025, the regional cooperation platform has advanced in the implementation of the UN reform, including the present process of UNAIDS. This process in the knowledge management The access to assets and knowledge, this space of community online, and rosters of expertise published in data and statistics efforts have focused on technical capacities, the bulletins, and the UN continues to play an important role in this, in transparency and results-based management. The report on results was analyzed. The alliance, the strategic alliance, is underway. There's collaboration with the Statistical Conference of the Americas Data Management Officers Network maintained. And regional efficiency, the common regional services were optimized, and there has been cost reduction of approximately $10 million until 2024. That's the last available piece of data that countries reported in the UN info. And it is estimated that efficiencies for 2025 go up as cost avoidance in $13 million. From its inception in 2020, this platform has strengthened the support to resident coordinators. We have responded to more than 25 requests of support, 12 of which are being presently responded by our teams, and 25 plus 12 are 37 of a total of 47 requests for support since 2023, and that have been answered. This includes clarification of mandates and coordination mechanisms, development of a regional roster of experts in menu of services, and standard operating procedures for handling requests. Also, the work plans, demand-driven work plans adapted to the needs of countries. And working mechanisms have been streamlined, simplified. A couple of surveys have been prepared, and one of the complaints was that it took too long, that they wanted greater expediency. So the idea is to streamline and improve response times. And also, we created an ad hoc mechanism for meetings in the case of emergency. Emergency, I mean the case of Haiti, or the case of a country when facing a hurricane or a natural disaster. We had one on Cuba a short while ago. That's internal of the UN. That is dealt with the coordinator. In 2026, a survey was launched to identify new priorities and have feedback on the relevance of that. And so far this year, we have received 20 new requests for support. In 2025, new thematic coalitions received integrated advisory services and policies during programming, and these services facilitated the global commitments aligned with national context. This was supplemented with an offer of strategic communication in regional and global spaces. Also, the capacity building services were offered to strengthen the country teams and counterparts in certain specific subjects of being more inclusive, involving the different pillars of the UN system, not only the development pillar. Where are you? I mean, where will you start? I will continue. In the last year, concrete advances were achieved with priority of countries in cooperation frameworks, national agendas, and the 6 key transitions identified by the UN Group for Sustainable Development, the UN SDG. These transitions encompass food systems, connectivity, education, employment, social protection, climate change, loss of biodiversity, and contamination. Those 6 transitions, we've spoken about that in previous occasions. Those transitions act as impact multipliers. allowing investments in these key areas to drive advances. And it's a way of conceptualizing the six transformations, six transitions, the link with the country teams was strengthened, greater collaboration between coalitions and working groups. And now, my co-chair, Michel Bouchet, continues with the second part of this presentation. Thank you, dear Jose Manuel, distinguished authorities, Mr. Chair, and dear colleagues of the system of the United Nations and regional coordinators with us today in this presentation. It's an honor for me to continue the presentation began by my co-chair of the platform. It has been a true pleasure to coordinate this space with him. I think Jose Manuel's presentation clearly says that this platform, more than being a rigid and fixed space, it has been in permanent evolution in terms of the demands and needs of the UN system at the country level, responding to the requests of governments that you represent, but also with the flexibility and the possibility of responding to an ever-changing, uncertain context with challenges that not only respond to the country reality, but also cross-border challenges of a regional and sub-regional nature, like organized crime, digital connectivity, resilience, and others. So it's that dual nature of the platform, supporting the UN system teams and at the same time meet and comply with the regional dimension. And to continue the presentation, I will go into further details of these main achievements that have been possible given the leadership of the regional directors that are here in the room. I thank you dearly. Jose Manuel already explained the structure of the platform. Mechanisms are issue-based coalitions and working groups in order to address substantive topics, and then they have other mechanisms to address programming and operational subjects. So, substantive achievements. We begin with climate change and resilience, through which support was provided to countries and country teams towards COP30 held in Belém do Pará, Brazil, strengthening climate at country level, risk analysis, financing for resiliency, and environmental and inclusive governance. As a concrete support for very specific cases, one to Chile, forest fires, adaptation, and disaster responses. This platform is excellent in order to supplement those political global agreements with the regional priorities and the demands at country level. In the issue-based coalition of equitable growth and financing for development, there were economic analysis with a gender perspective, and also the facility to finance resilient development in Latin America and the Caribbean as part of the 4th Conference of Economic Financing in Seville. And also the positioning of the regional dimension in global spaces, but also the possibility of connecting that with national priorities. And from this issue-based coalition, we worked in the development of local development and territory-driven developments and advances and inclusive value chains of gender, as it is the example of Trifinio. In human mobility, there was a strengthening of regional coordination, expanding partnerships and integration approaches. Also, a focus in enhancing data evidence and capacities to improve protection, access to justice, and also advancement in migration and governance, coordinated at large scale.
The issue-based coalition for peace, justice, and strong institutions focused on strengthening governance based on evidence consolidating and extending data platforms as an existent for the laboratory in terms of crime and corruption and supporting development and public policy. And also, if possible, to improve coordination and common positions within the UN system, reducing fragmentation among justice and security. And penitentiary reforms and rights-based policies in line with national cooperation guidelines subscribed within the UN system and the governments of countries where we operate. In terms of the working groups, gender equality and empowerment of women and girls, they focused on strengthening the capacities of the system teams with elements and data to systematically integrate the needs of women and girls in drafting programs and projects within the system, supporting national priorities. The working group on youth was very active in 2025, strengthening partnerships, furthering joint work in key areas such as youth employment and supported youth participation in regional and global policy process, such as the Forum of Children, Adolescents and Youth of Latin America and the Caribbean and the ECOSOC Youth Forum. And then the other working group on populations left behind focused on inclusive social protection and making visible the rights of indigenous people via spaces focusing on dialogue and policies to recognize populations that have been left behind. Now getting into the programmatic and operational aspect, the peer support group provided support to design cooperation frameworks, delivering in-person support and such as thematic expert teams and leveraging issue-based expertise to integrate cross-cutting priorities. And also the information system in terms of SDG, data and statistics, the gateway to improve statistics and access to disaggregated data, standardized reporting, and coordinate capacity building in the countries of the region. And the other working group on evaluation, strengthened evaluation systems across the region. It's a regional program for training and promoting national standards in terms of partnerships, as well as the index for the capacity for national evaluation. The other working group on regional efficiencies led to significant savings in terms of efficiency, supporting 26 country offices with 100% compliance of the operation strategy and advancing long-term service agreements in terms of travel and the organization of events in the system. And lastly, the working group on partnerships and communication enhanced system-wide communication and visibility by developing a Caribbean-focused communication guidance, new editions of a bulletin produced regularly called United Actions, and consolidating inputs to inform on joint results. Don't ask me to read this small writing here, but we want to convey the full panorama of the initiatives of the issue-based coalitions and working groups under the platform in 2025, which is detailed in the report. But I believe that just a screen here showing the wealth and complexity of these activities related to the complexity of the context and the demands received by countries in the region. In 2025, we observed an increasing collaboration among the internal mechanisms of the platform, aligning and generating new synergies in the work via the pillars of the UN system work: humanitarian, human rights, development, peace, security, and also identified possible partnerships beyond the platform, such as financial institutions, international ones, regional mechanisms, intergovernmental agencies, academic institutions, research institutions, specialized initiatives, and social government initiatives of the civil society, with several examples that you could find referred to within the report. Additionally to the specific work of these existing mechanisms, it was possible also to contribute via the platform in terms of education through education policies with key financing recommendations presented in the meeting of the regional meeting of SDG 4 and strengthened evidence on climate education by identifying gaps and good practices across 33 education systems. In terms of food systems, an advanced regional food system transformation was furthered by means of a regional dialogue, including preparation for the UN Summit on Food Systems, supporting 17 countries of the region for the integration of their food system pathways into public policy. In terms of health, accelerated immunization and strengthened health systems, expanding access to life-saving vaccines. Also, regional commitments to put an end to violence against children and high-level policy dialogue and support rights-based responses and legal frameworks through coordinated UN funding. And then finally, digital transformation. As a UN system, we supported capacities in terms of digital policies, also science, technology, innovation in 33 countries, furthering digital training, rights-based, and promoting AI and innovation, equitable services, and resilience. The way forward in 2026. With 2030 just around the corner and within the context of increasing pressures on multilateralism, the platform is intensifying its integrated support to member states with a regional approach and seeking to make the most of the strengths and priorities shared in common by the region to move ahead with sustainable and resilient future, strengthening the coherence of the system and reaffirming the concrete outcomes with the value of multilateral action. And part of this has been discussed this week with the presence of the regional directors at this forum. In 2026, the platform will, in broad terms, support on providing strategic support and guidance in 3 major areas, promoting these regional coherence and as well as global initiatives and Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and future generations, and whatever results from the UNAT initiative. And then supporting regional forum to ensure sustainable development at regional level and with a different cross-border and transnational level, include the priorities identified by the member states and consolidating partnerships with international financial organizations and development agencies at regional, sub-regional level. And to conclude, the platform is strengthening its role as a key system-wide coordination mechanism of the UN, furthering greater coherence and strategic positioning integrated to the country teams. Today, we have a more integrated regional supply or offer that allows us to respond more in a more agile manner to the demands by countries and in favor exchange of knowledge throughout the system to improve our response to these demands. And this shows something that is fundamental, and that is multilateral coordinated action works, generates a greater impact and achieves a higher scale. And this is key to face the challenges that are complex, but also to favor confidence in multilateral and international cooperation. The platform will continue to accompany you, the member states, playing a key role as a space for connection, aligning regional and global priorities, furthering alliances, scalable opportunities, and strengthening coherence between the initiatives, always with a focus of a better priority setting and having an impact to respond in the best way possible to the needs of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And so with this, we conclude this presentation, Chairman, and once again, we thank all everyone present and the regional directors who are part of the platform and have made these achievements possible.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, co-chairs, for that report. And now we will hear the intervention by Juan Bello, who is the regional director for the UN for the environment and the co-president of Thematic Coalition on Governance for Peace, Justice and Strong Institutions. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Excellencies, delegates and colleagues. It is an honor to take the floor on behalf of the Thematic Coalition on Governance. I would like to highlight that throughout the last year, we have seen very clearly the added value of joint work of the 23 agencies that make up this coalition. The work of the IBC in 2025 has been intense, substantive, and genuinely collaborative, thanks to the participation of the members and the commitment of the resident coordinators and the country teams throughout the region. Throughout the year, the key priority has been to support the member states via the resident coordinators and country teams within a context each day more complex and dynamic. And within this framework, the IBC devised a series of thematic webinars to prepare for the COP30, bringing together more than 600 participants of the UN system and also of other relevant players. These exchanges gave rise to a series of key messages that were shared and that contributed to ensure a regional positioning that was more coherent and strategic with a view to the COP held in Berlin. Even more important, the process allowed strengthening the capacity of the resident coordinators and the country teams to interact with the member states on critical themes such as adaptation, losses, and damages and fair transitions, among others. At the same time, the coalition showed its ability to respond in a concrete fashion to the requests by country teams. A good example is the support given to Chile, and where the IBC facilitated South-South dialogue on integral management of forest fires. In response to a request by the resident coordinator. This space brought together multiple agencies and actors and allowed moving ahead towards more coordinated and inclusive approaches in the face of a challenge that is clearly on the rise in the region. Another important axis of work has been in developing analytical joint products, integrating the capacities of various system entities. These analyses shows the magnitude of the exposure of populations among structures to climate disasters in the region and are a sound basis for a better informed, inclusive action towards resilience. And likewise, the IBC has contributed to strengthen ties between climate action and financing for development and resilience. In collaboration with other coalitions, we've had thematic discussions on the innovative approaches to financing, highlighting the need to move from reactive responses to more proactive investment and well informed by risk. Equally importantly, the IBC has used its articulation beyond the UN system. In 2025, organized a regional consultation with the civil society, bringing together representatives of youth, women, indigenous people, and other key players. This reflects the clear commitment to the entire society approach, ensuring that climate action in the region be inclusive, participatory, and anchored in a local reality. In sum, what emerges clearly is that IBC is not merely a space for coordination, but rather a platform for integration, generation of knowledge, integral and shared, and also of collective impact. It is a tool that allows the UN system to act in a more coherent, strategic, and responsive fashion, aligning global frameworks with the realities of countries. Now, with a view to 2026, the coalition will build on this sound basis. What we will do is, for example, continue responding to the increasing demand of resident coordinators and country teams, supporting the implementation of contributions determined nationally and national plans for adaptation.
Strengthening the positioning of the UN system vis-à-vis COP31 aligned with the work plan that has been defined. Well, the coalition will focus on three main work areas. First of all, strengthening regional support and collaboration, and this includes the development of products such as the regional report on nationally determined contributions and also the determination of strategic spaces for exchange within the system. The IBC will continue to promote informed development approaches informed by risk, including specialized seminars, and will contribute to regional processes such as the Regional Platform for the Reduction of the Risk of Disasters 2027. Likewise, we will deal with regional challenges such as the impact of El Niño, and we will facilitate a dialogue on issues such as the transition from fossil fuels. Secondly, we will make headway with the climatic agenda in the intersection between climatic change, biodiversity, and just transitions. The IBC will accompany the positioning of the region towards COP31 using or via thematic seminars, discussions, and the launching of the regional report on NDCs 3.0, determining ambition, goals, routes of implementation, synergies of NDCs with other instruments such as strategies and national plans for biodiversity, the national plans for the neutrality and soil degradation, and other similar initiatives. And we will also provide more operative support to resident coordinators and country teams, all that within the context of UN 80. IBC will respond to concrete requests, for example, to support a request for the mobilization of resources for the Amazon region. This is a very important effort to strengthen climatic resilience and the comprehensive management of risks in Guatemala, especially in the dry corridor. Likewise, for Central American countries to provide technical support in order to implement NDC 3.0 and the climatic metrics. We will continue to explore emerging opportunities such as the agreement between the EU and Mercosur as from a sustainability perspective in response to the requirement of the resident coordinator in Uruguay. We will also make headway with the development of integrated solutions or comprehensive solutions for emerging issues such as sargassos in the Caribbean, and we will support the mobilization of resources for solutions based on nature in regions such as the Great Chaco area or in the Amazon region, acknowledging the importance of escalating approaches that are integrated at a regional and sub-regional levels. Jointly, these areas reflect a clear evolution as from the exchange of knowledge to a more cooperative, effective support, focusing on demand and impact, firmly based on the needs of countries and supported by the collective experience of the UN system. Please allow me to end by confirming that the strength of the IBC results from its collective nature. I would like to express my special gratitude to our co-president, Nahuel Arenas, the regional director of NDIR, for its solid leadership and commitment, and likewise to all members of the IBC for their active participation and collaboration throughout the year. It is through this shared commitment and via the supplementary nature of the capabilities that we are actually able to provide support to country teams and to member states and contribute to the promotion of the 2030 agenda in our region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Director Regional.
You, Regional Director. I would like to offer the floor to Danila Gonsalves, Regional Director of UNOX and Co-President of the IBC on Governance for Peace, Justice, and Solid Institutions.
In English.
So distinguished member states, delegates, UN colleagues, and representatives of partner organizations. I'm pleased to deliver these remarks on behalf of the co-chairs of the issue-based coalition on governance for peace, justice, and strong institutions, UNODC, UNDP, UNOPS, and UNICEF. I'd like to share a brief update on how the IBC has been supporting resident coordinators and UN country teams across Latin America and the Caribbean. Over the past year, our efforts have focused on delivering more coherent and integrated policy advice. A central tool in this work has been the United Nations Information Laboratory on Crime and Corruption, the UN ILAB-CC. Developed by UNODC in close collaboration with IBC members, the platform responds to increasing demand from resident coordinators from practical, consolidated guidance on corruption, organized crime, violence prevention, and other SDG 16 priorities. Allow me to underline that the UN ILAB-CC is an internal UN platform accessible exclusively to resident coordinators, RCOs, and UN staff, designed to enhance the consistency and quality of UN support to national authorities. Today, the ILAB-CC has become the principal channel through which the IBC delivers integrated policy guidance. It brings together tools, data, international standards, and expertise from across the UN system, ensuring that country teams can access evidence-based advice when engaging with governments. In response to 12 requests of support over the past 2 years, the IBC has provided assistance in evidence-based programming, joint positioning, and joint advice. In 2025, this included support to Haiti, Chile, Trinidad, and Tobago. Platform usage has more than tripled over the past year, reflecting its growing relevance, and it has been recognized as a good practice within the UN system. Content has also expanded significantly, now covering areas such as gender-based violence, prison reform, violence against children, and crime prevention. These additions respond directly to country needs and reflect system-wide collaboration. Importantly, the platform is already demonstrating practical impact. In the Caribbean, it has supported dialogue on citizen security strategies in context of high homicide rates. In Central America, it has strengthened proposals on community-based violence prevention and youth engagement. In South America, it has informed work on corruption risks, justice sector reform, and transparency. Another key area of focus has been incarceration and prison reform. The IBC has updated its regional guidance, which has been welcomed by resident coordinators in multiple countries and is helping integrate these issues into the UN planning and peace-building efforts. While usage has increased, further outreach is needed. To this end, IBC will recognize webinars this year to expand engagement and ensure the platform continues to respond to evolving needs. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, and partners, the UN ILAB-CC has become a key instrument for delivering integrated policy advice on governance, peace, justice, and strong institutions across the region. Despite limited resources, we remain fully committed to strengthening this work. Beyond the platform, we will continue to support resident coordinators and UN country teams with tools, analysis, and joint approaches, helping member states address governance and security challenges critical to sustainable development. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, directora regional. A continuación, hace uso.
Now we'll offer the floor to Esther Ruiz Larroz, who is Regional Director of UNESCO and co-chair of the Working Group on Populations that have been left behind. Thank you, Chair. I'll also speak in English.
Be co-chaired by UNESCO, UNFPA, and UN Habitat. And I would like to present you with a very brief summary of the work that was carried out in 2025 under the leadership of UNAIDS. And I would also like to take the opportunity to thank UNAIDS for their leadership over the past year. In the interest of time, rather than listing activities, I want to focus on two critical ways in which the working group demonstrated its added value. First, by bridging policy gaps through cross-pillar synergies. For example, by co-organizing the regional working webinar on social protection with the IBC on equitable growth. The working group helped to operationalize the Leave No One Behind principle. We provided UNCTs with the technical architecture to dismantle structural barriers, providing the working group's value as a knowledge broker that turns high-level policy into programming tools for resident coordinators. Secondly, we focused on amplifying invisible voices in global normative spaces. Our roundtable on Indigenous peoples' rights during the process of the Convention on Biological Diversity was an important milestone. The working group's value added here was its convening power. We successfully moved the needle from dialogue to policy by securing the first ever reference to Indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation in a draft convention decision. And this shows the working group acts as a normative catalyst, ensuring regional realities shape global standards. In 2025, we moved beyond theoretical support. Regional expertise was leveraged to support the SDGs through targeted and data-driven interventions. We leveraged regional specialists to transform abstract data into actionable inclusion maps. In 2025, this expertise allowed UNCTs to identify blind spots in national social programs, specifically reaching populations that traditional data missed. We also focused on cross-border expertise for scalable results. As mentioned by my colleague previously, by synthesizing regional lessons on the Amazon and Gran Chaco, the working group provided member states with the technical evidence needed to align biodiversity goals with human rights. And this did not only support SDG 15, Life on Land, but it also contributed to SDG 10, Reduced Inequalities, by integrating human rights into environmental governance, a direct result of our regional technical pool. Now, looking ahead, our draft 2026 work plan, which is currently being refined with inputs from the UNCTs, transitions the working group from knowledge sharing to integrated implementation, aligned with the UN 2.0 vision of a more quintet-based UN, meaning a focus on data, digital, innovation, foresight, and behavioral science. We will also provide tailored technical assistance this year to Guatemala, Jamaica, and Mexico to operationalize the Leaving No One Behind principle within their cooperation frameworks. And finally, we're going to scale up regional capabilities for disability inclusion in public policy. And this isn't just about training. It's about using UN 2.0 data-driven approaches to ensure that disaggregated data leads to measurable changes in classroom and workplace inclusion. We already have a number of initiatives that are being implemented across different agencies at the regional level in this area. In short, our goal for 2026 is to move from outputs to outcomes. By strengthening our data capabilities and responding directly to country demand, we want to ensure that the system-wide approach of the RCP translates into measurable reduction in inequalities across the region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, directora regional.
Director, and in closing, Roberto Baleng has the floor, Regional Director of the Development Coordination Office on behalf of the resident coordinators. Thank you, Chair. First of all, Excellencies, colleagues, it is a pleasure to be here. First of all, I'd like to congratulate for all the achievements in 2025 and also because of the efforts that we envisage for the future, especially considering the ever more complex context for the region and the multilateral systems. So these agreements are fundamental. Let me also congratulate the colleagues from the issue-based coalitions. They're clearly making a very important effort, not only in coordination and harmonization or standardization and direct coordination at the country level, because whatever is not connected with the countries is up in the air. Having said that, and having heard what you said, it is clear that the platform is not only a forum for exchange, but it has become a decision driver for the collective action and shared action. Its value is in going from implicit competition to strategic collaboration and from responses to integrated approaches that are anchored on the true impact on people. The co-chairs of the coalitions and work groups have presented the wealth and diversity of the work conducted regionally. I'd like to focus on a very specific aspect, the value provided from that support to the resident coordinators and the country teams. That's where we have the vital energy and the support that is deployed towards the countries, governments, states, and their people. I also speak on behalf of the resident coordinators of the region, whose role is to articulate consistent responses from the UN system in supporting the national priorities. And in the final stage of the 2030 agenda in the next 4 years, this role is more important than ever to accelerate the SDGs with an actual impact at the country level. This work clearly has not happened in isolation. The regional collaboration platform is a key mechanism for the knowledge and technical capability, and the regional tools translate into concrete and timely responses. These also allow me to illustrate with a few examples in Chile, just as Juan Nelio mentioned that support to the country team with the specialized knowledge in terms of integrated and inclusive knowledge about wild forest fires, responding to a priority need and strengthening the capacity of USCT to address this key challenge has been key. At the regional level, the platform facilitated analysis about the female participation, labor productivity, and the transformation of sectors in 14 countries in response to the requests from the country teams connected through resident coordinators regarding social protection topics. This also shows how the regional level can articulate the integrated responses to common demands and requirements in different countries. I also had like to highlight the ad hoc RCP mechanism that Jose Manuel has mentioned, that is a direct response to the request from resident coordinators who clearly discuss these topics inside of the country teams. In 2025, this mechanism was mobilized several times, including after the Melissa hurricane, which this shows that RCP is more effective when it's agile, demand-oriented, and able to translate the regional capabilities into concrete solutions to the national level. From the perspective of the resident coordinators, there are 3 key elements to continue strengthening this value. First, keeping the agility to respond to needs that are constantly evolving in a context of uncertainty. Second, reinforcing the link between the regional and national levels, ensuring that support responds to the national priorities and the cross-border growth-related challenges. Third, to keep promoting the consistency of the United Nations system, using the platform as a vehicle to articulate capacity and to maximize the collective impact. The platform is a unique opportunity to strengthen regional cooperation to address the national priorities. Its value stems from the connection of the local to the national context in an effective way. And please allow me to close by inviting you to keep reinforcing this collaboration. Only through joint, consistent, and well-articulated action will be able to respond to the current and increasing challenges and to progress towards sustainable development that is inclusive and resilient in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you all.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Regional Director. We have a few minutes for delegation interventions, and the floor is open. Cuba has the floor. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, the presentation of the report for 2025 of the collaboration platform is clear evidence of the commitment of the United Nations system with Latin America and the Caribbean. This document is not only a technical summary, but the demonstration that multilateral cooperation can generate concrete impact on our peoples, even in adverse conditions. In the case of Cuba, the results obtained thanks to the support of the United Nations system are palpable, and they do require our recognition and our gratitude. United Nations Program for Development, UNDP, has supported energy transition projects, installing photovoltaic panels and promoting energy efficiency in public buildings, as well as driving the gender equality initiatives and also biotechnology initiatives that strengthen the national capacity in strategic sectors. Their support strengthens the national capacity, and their support was decisive in the resilience in the face of the devastating Melissa hurricane. And I'd like to highlight the role played by the UN team in the country, even getting ahead of the time when the hurricane was going to attack, providing resources in those locations where there could be a disaster, financing infrastructure, reconstruction of communities, and reinforcing local capabilities in order to face future disasters. The World Food Programme has contributed to food security through the delivery of 24,600 tons of rice donated by Korea, distributed in vulnerable communities and schools, and organized seminars that opened up opportunities for the non-state sector in the production of food. Besides, their intervention was key in the humanitarian response after the Melissa hurricane, guaranteeing food to the affected families and avoiding a nutritional crisis in the most vulnerable zones. The United Nations Organization for Food and Agriculture, FAO, has implemented sustainable farming projects in the eastern provinces, introducing climate change resistant crops and land management and water management techniques that have allowed rural communities to increase their local production and reduce their reliance on imports, strengthening the food security in the country. The United Nations Organization for Industrial Development has promoted the industrial modernization, introducing clean technologies and energy efficiency in sectors such as the sugar and manufacturing industries, strengthening innovation and competitiveness of small and medium-sized enterprises in Cuba, and allowing them to adapt to international standards regarding sustainability. UNICEF has developed inclusive education programs guaranteeing school access in rural communities and vulnerable communities by implementing safe water and sanitation projects in schools and healthcare centers, and also supporting children's and nutrition protection campaigns that guarantee basic conditions for the development of thousands of children. These results are even more significant to us if we remember that Cuba has been affected by an economic blockade and also financial blockade for over 6 decades that have been imposed by the United States that limits the access to resources, clean technologies, medical devices, and international financing. That's why the United Nations support is not only technical cooperation. It's an act of solidarity that allows to mitigate the effects of a unilateral policy that asphyxiates Cuba. We underscore the need to strengthen the interagency coordination to maximize resources and to avoid duplicity. And we defend that the cooperation of United Nations system must always respond to national priorities, respecting the realities of each country. And we insist that the support should include accessible funding, technology transfer, and institutional strengthening in order to guarantee that progress is sustainable and that no country is left behind. Finally, we propose that the conclusions of this forum should include a clear follow-up and assessment commitment so that the contributions of the United Nations system may have a measurable and transparent impact on our region. Excellencies, this forum reminds us that sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean will only be possible through multilateral cooperation that is effective, inclusive, and result-oriented. Cuba profoundly thanks the support received and reaffirms its commitment to continue to contribute to this collective effort, always defending justice, solidarity, and dignity of our peoples. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Cuba. The British Virgin Islands is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promise I will not be long. I just want to say thank you to all of the agencies involved in the regional platform for their work. Certainly, for those of us in the Caribbean, the UN is an indispensable partner, and the work you do in our region is critical for our advancement and survival.
What I didn't want to do is to endorse what the distinguished representative from Mexico said earlier at the previous session. I think that what was being expressed was that the existing development system has severe limitations. So we know that there's only so much that those of you in the UN system can do to support us. The fact that we're dealing with the governments and they have different priorities and their imbalances in power distorts the process. So it's not a straightforward thing. And we know that with the pressure the multilateral system is under, you are under pressure to help us. So I think that our colleague from Mexico has a very good point about the need to do some real work in looking at what alternative model we can put in place that better serves the needs of the countries of our region and perhaps beyond that. The Global South needs to step up to the plate and recognize that without real input and effort to adjust the system, the development model that we have, the system that we're using will not deliver for us in the way that we really desire. So I'd just like to encourage us, and for the purpose of the record of this session, suggest that we do take this step to see what other possibilities are there. We have enough intellectual capital in this region to figure out what works best for us and the adjustments that we can make. I thank you.
Muchas gracias al representante de Islas Vírgenes Británicas. Cedo la palabra.
Islands. Now I'd like to offer the floor to Maria Jose Torres Nacho, Resident Coordinator of the UN in Chile. Thank you, Chair. I really like the remarks of our delegate from the British Virgin Islands, because it is in part what I wanted to bring to the forum, how we work at a national level and then bring it back. There are the different dimensions that my colleagues need to know about, the way we work in our countries when we identify a problem. And I'm going to give 3 examples for Chile. One has to do with the situation of organized crime in the region, which is a regional issue. And we're going to request information from the platform that has to do with data, the regional data. Then the second is that we can't work at a country level if we don't know the regional level situation. It's like you said, you can't just work at a project-to-project level. It has to be more comprehensive and articulate the capacity of the system to offer answers at a national level. And that is why we need to reinforce this. And your question and that of the delegate from Mexico, it's part of what we need to work on. That's just an example. Organized crime at a regional level, how it impacts a country like Chile, for example, and we see it, of course, in other countries, and we've been working with the colleagues from UNOPS and UNDP, as an example. Another example that was mentioned by Juan Bello on fire. That was interesting because it affects the Chilean GDP substantively, and we found in this space, we took it at a territorial level and Biobío, where we see that it was very affected by fire. And we are working with stakeholders at a regional level, FAO, NEP, and we looked at best practices, and that conversation was held with the university and with the private sector. And we've started working on best practices, protocols, etc. And another example is human mobility. I believe that we've worked on very complex matters in the region, how we can use these regional conferences to offer answers to other countries in Chile and our colleagues from Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, and Colombia. We've been working in a very integrated manner with support from the IBC, which is represented here as well. So I believe you're right. We need to begin to create models that are closer to the countries. And here the invitation could also be to, to take these good practices or best practices that you are protagonists of. And it is not just the South-South space. There are other spaces where we benefit from these actions and this work. And the work that is being done with the platform, with the resident coordinators, I believe the idea is precisely to present the results. And along these lines, we really want to do this in the future. So thank you very much. Thank you, Resident Coordinator. I'd like to offer the floor to Luis Yanez, President of the Commission. Thank you very much. I'd like to close this session on behalf of UNDP and ECLAC. And just to reiterate what you have seen, the UN system as a whole, globally, regionally, nationally, its entire architecture, institutionality, its personnel, its staff, the scarce budget that it has today are there for you in order to help advance the 2030 agenda. We know we're late. We know that we have challenges ahead of us, and the cooperation that we are carrying forward between agencies, the efforts that are being made at a national and regional level are to that end. They aim to advance the 2030 agenda in these 4 years we have left. We want to thank the delegations for trusting in us and thank the delegations for the reactions that we've received in support of the UN, regional support, national support, we are satisfied with the effort that we're making and with a renewed intention to continue to advance with the countries. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. It is, in fact, a huge effort that we're committed to. Thank you to everyone who's participated today. And with these interventions, we conclude the session, and tomorrow we will reconvene at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you.